Alright, what's up guys? This is video 2 out of 3 in my new Carnival deep dive series. The first one was on the entire main story and the initial card run. This video is going to be all the events from the first year of New Carnival, which was 2022, and then the third and final video is going to be about all the event stories and cards from 2023. So, in case you don't know, the events in this game are just like in other gacha game type situations. They usually last around a month, which is I think pretty long compared to some other games. I enjoy the longer events, and they come with exclusive SSR cards for 2 or 3 of the story's characters. I don't know where any of these events take place on the timeline. I think most, if not all of them, take place after the main story is done, but the main story is still ongoing, so we can't exactly confirm that. But the reason I think that is just because there's not usually substantial time gaps in between main story chapters, so there wouldn't really be anywhere for these events to go if it was like in between or like during other things, because they're always busy with like saving the world and all that stuff. So I think it's afterwards. I do think they're canon, but I guess, like I said, you can't really confirm. But this seems like a lot of work for something that's like not technically canon, so I'm just choosing to believe that they're canon because why not? Also, as a note, Blade, Dante, and Ray aren't in the initial few events because they were released after the main, like the first 7 chapters came out on release day. Blade shows up, of course, first, and then Dante, and then Ray is like way after that. So Ray isn't actually in any of the events in this video. So if you want to see the events that Ray is in, you're gonna have to skip to the 2023 events video, but Dante and Blade are in quite a few of these, so there's that. So I'll be going event by event, and I will explain the story first, and then I'll do the cards, and I'll do them all in chronological order, of course. The corresponding event cards for each event pretty much always take place either during or right before or right after the event story, so that's why I'm keeping them connected, because they're connected. So the first ever New Carnival event was called White Storm, and it ran from March 10th until March 31st of 2022. This event had 2 limited SSRs, Cocoa Liqueur Lacamo. What? Lacamo? Hello? Cocoa Liqueur Jesus Christ. Cocoa Liqueur Yakumo. Oh my god, I did it again. What is going on? You actually have got to be kidding me. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? Cocoa Liqueur Yakumo and White Lover Edmund. Jesus Christ. Okay, so the event stories could have anywhere between like 7 and like 30 chapters. This one just has 10, which is the normal amount. Most of them just have 10, but each little chapter has a title. So the White Storm event starts with Chapter 1, An Unusual Holiday. So Edmund brings a cake he got as a gift from the Knights to share with Aster, Morvay, Eden, and Yakumo. And then they start talking about sweets. So Eden explains the concept of Valentine's Day and White Day. And for those of you who don't know, White Day is like a follow-up to Valentine's Day, where the people who received chocolates on Valentine's Day give chocolates to the person who gave them chocolates. I'm pretty sure. It's just like opposite Valentine's Day, and it's in March. So Eden explains Valentine's Day and White Day, since they don't have those holidays on the Klein continent. And Yakumo and Edmund like the sound of these holidays for 2 entirely different reasons. Yakumo, because he wants to give chocolates to the one he likes, which I'll give you 3 guesses who that is. And Edmund just likes the idea because he loves sweets, so he just wants to eat chocolate. He's like, this is great. However, Valentine's Day has already passed, but White Day's still coming up, so of course Aster, being the money boss businessman that he is, he's like, let's do a White Day cafe. Chapter 2. Open for business. So Aster decides he's hosting this limited time White Day cafe in his mansion, and he hires a bunch of pro dessert chefs to invent new chocolate recipes. Yakumo and Edmund both volunteer to help the chef, and Eden is going to be on taste testing duty. So Yakumo and Edmund get started making some chocolate cakes, and they're both thinking like, we'll get along well, I have a good feeling about this, like he's the only normal clan member. At least Edmund is thinking that about Yakumo. Yakumo thinks everybody everybody's nice. And then Eden, he's like, wow, I have a good feeling about this too. They're gonna get along so well. This is gonna be great. But little do they know, Edmund sucks shit at cooking. He's terrible. And he likes his sweets way too sweet. So he goes way overboard on the sugar and the frosting. So then Eden, who's still watching from the sidelines, notices that Yakumo is fake smiling. He's like, Yakumo is fake smiling through the pain of having to deal with Edmund fucking up his cakes. And I just wanted to mention that because I think it's cute that Eden can realize when Yakumo is fake smiling. So Edmund fucks up these cakes major bad, right? And then chapter 3, Kitchen Showdown, is after the chaotic cooking is done, it's time for the taste testing. Enough cock rating, time for the taste test. Put the meme. If you don't put the meme, I'm gonna look fucking weird. You better put the meme. So Eden and a bunch of the maids and butlers try the chocolates, but there's something wrong with them that causes the maids and the butlers to melt into these weird chocolate goo monsters, and Eden passes out. And then chapter 4, Chocolate Storm. They get Eden moved to a bed and they're talking about what's happening, and they deduce that everyone who ate the chocolate transformed besides Eden because of Eden's like high essence levels and everything. So Aster explains that he ordered wild cocoa beans from the wood territory to save money instead of ordering the more expensive farm-grown kind, but he swears he had the workers taste test them before bringing them back to make sure nothing was weird, and nothing happened to those people. But the wood territory, the wood territory is known for having strange essence-mutated plants, so that's their only lead at this point. And then Yakumo, upon hearing that this is kind of Aster's fault, goes sicko mode and tries to attack Aster for hurting Eden, and Edmund calms Yakumo down by telling him that Yakumo going berserk could end up hurting Eden too, which, did I tell you I think they should kiss? I mentioned it in the first video, but I'm mentioning it here too. I think they should kiss. That is so genius. Edmund is really pulling through here, and he knows Yakumo well enough to be like, I know just what to do here. It's, oh my god. And then chapter 5, Choco Monster. Edmund decides the next course of action is to retrace the route that the workers took to get the cocoa beans to the mansion. So he tells Aster and Morvay to stay behind and take care of Eden, but he asks Yakumo to come with him because he figures having Yakumo stay behind would only make him feel worse about attacking Aster, and he's so right. Once again, Edmund is the Yakumo whisperer. And then right after they leave, Kuya shows up at the mansion, and upon hearing the situation, he tells Morvay about a particular type of tree in the wood territory that could have something to do with this. Meanwhile, Edmund and Yakumo are chatting about sweets and such while they walk through the woods, and they end up running into a bunch of wolves. Chapter 6, A Turbulent Holiday. They deal with the wolves easily, of course, because they're powerful babes. Then they split up to look around for like weird plants, but they don't find anything. So they come back together and keep looking. And throughout this whole search, Edmund has been doing well to keep Yakumo calm whenever he gets upset, which is frequently because he's Yakumo. And then they come across a big weird cocoa tree, and they get attacked by a big weird cocoa monster. Chapter 7, Cocoa Crisis. The only thing I have to say about this chapter is that Quincy shows up to save the girlfriends from the cocoa monster. The girlfriends being Edmund and Yakumo, of course. Chapter 8, Don't Scold Me. Quincy says he's never seen anything like this before, and Yakumo gets the idea to use purification light magic on it, it being the monster, which Yakumo can sort of do purification light magic, apparently, so that's wild. So they try it, and it turns out Morvay was the Choco monster. So it turns out what happened is Kuya told Morvay how to get the antidote, but he didn't tell him the entire truth, so Morvay ended up doing it wrong and turned into goo. Quincy explains that these weird plants in this territory usually contain the antidote to their own effects, thus the sap from the cocoa tree can cure the choco goo-ness, but he says the cocoa beans should have only had slight aphrodisiac effects and nothing else. Morvay then confesses that he spiked the chocolate with horny drugs for a little extra kick, and somehow it caused the chocolate monster situation, so they conclude that mixing the tree sap with an antidote that Morvay already had for the drugs should cure the goo monsters. So we cut back to the mansion after everything is back to normal. Aster has sentenced Morvay to 30 days of solitary confinement, and they're low on help for opening day of the White Day Cafe because all the maids and butlers are tired from having recently been goo. So Edmund and Yakumo step up to help. Chapter 9, Reopening. So now it's time for opening day. The place is packed, and Edmund and Yakumo are in these cute uniforms, and Aster tells Eden he convinced them to wear these by saying Eden would like them, and Edmund is all like, stop this ridiculousness, this slander, this tomfoolery, knock it off. But But of course he's like blushing and like averting eye contact and all that cute shit. So be so for real right now. Edmund and Yakumo are acting as servers for the cafe, and Edmund is not great at it, he's too blunt, whereas Yakumo is great at it since he has spent so much time helping his grandparents sell crops from the village farms, which I think is really cute and it makes a lot of sense, and I think it was cute that we got to see them like try different jobs. Like I feel like it's cute to see that Edmund is like not great at everything. He's got a little bit too much autism. It's also funny that he's like, his etiquette works in a specific scenario, but not all of them. You know? So then chapter 10, Pure Love Song, the final chapter. So opening day concludes, they sold out and they got enough orders in advance to be busy for the next several months. And then Eden gives Edmund and Yakumo some surprise chocolates that he made for them, and he says he also made some for everyone else, but who gives a shit because this event is about Edmund and Yakumo. And then they also reveal that they made surprise chocolates for Eden as well. And that's the end of the event story. Moving into the cards, starting with SSR Cocoa Liqueur Yakumo. I did it in one try that time. So if you haven't seen the first video or you forgot, SSR cards have 5 story rooms, 2 of which being H scenes, aka sex scenes, and each room has a title as well. So room 1, Sweet Guidance. So this room takes place before opening day. This isn't exactly plot relevant, but in this room Yakumo tells Eden that Edmund apologized for drowning that chocolate cake in frosting, saying he hadn't considered that him and Yakumo would have different tastes in sweets. And I just wanted to mention that because I feel like it's kind of important for your perception of Edmund's character, because it was important for my perception of Edmund's character. I kind of thought that he would be the type like Kuya or Dante who would be against apologizing, but he actually is very opposite of that. Otherwise, all that happens in this room is Yakumo teaching Eden how to make cake, and as you probably guessed, Eden gets horny while they're doing this. However, Yakumo is like, we don't have time to get distracted, I need to finish all these cakes for the cafe. And then Eden is like, well, I guess it can't be helped. Pop off, King. Go ahead. And I think that's kind of cute too, that every once in a while we get some moment like this where the characters are, one of them gets horny and the other one is like, eh. And then they don't, because that's normal and happens in real life. And I like the representation of that and the fact that Eden is always supportive of their decision, because he should be. So then room 2, Coco Kiss, which is one of the H scenes. It takes place during opening day of the cafe. Yakumo faints from overworking, which is so relatable. He's just like me for real. And then Eden, after hearing from Aster that Yakumo fainted and they brought him back to his room, comes rushing into Yakumo's room to make sure he's okay. But Yakumo is all upset and embarrassed that he's caused people all this trouble by fainting and not being there while they're understaffed. So Eden cheers him up with soft kisses, shared chocolates, and a pep talk, and also jorking his pee-pee, but that's neither here nor there. This is another one of those rooms where it's just like mostly a therapy sesh. It's so cute, like, ugh. Anyway, and then room 3, Angel of Happiness. This room takes place during opening day as well, when Yakumo meets a customer that tells him how he got the least amount of chocolates out of all of his friends, so he's all sad. And then Yakumo tells Eden about that. And then Eden starts telling Yakumo about this one year where the only chocolates he got were meant to be passed on to his friends and not actually for him. But before he can finish that story, Aster comes and starts yelling at Yakumo for giving everyone that told him a sad story free chocolate, which is so Yakumo. He's like, oh my gosh, all these people are so sad because they didn't get enough chocolates from their people that like them. And then Aster is like, you fucking idiot, they were lying to you to get free chocolate. So then room 4, Night of Passion, ... question mark. So later that night, in Eden's room, Yakumo asks Eden to finish his story from earlier, and Eden is like, oh yeah, so I was so mad, I got wasted in my apartment and started throwing shit at the walls, and then my neighbor came over to tell me to shut the fuck up, but we ended up fucking. So that's my most unforgettable white day. Eden also makes the mistake of mentioning that that guy was super amazing in bed, and then Yakumo gets all jealous, and Eden notices the sudden, like, awkward atmosphere, and he says, how about we recreate that night ourselves? Trying to be all flirty and, like, you know, cheer Yakumo up, but Yakumo interprets this as Eden wishing that Yakumo was more like that guy from before. So then Eden gives Yakumo some chocolates and he's like, careful, these have alcohol. And then Yakumo eats literally one and is drunk, and he starts getting mad possessive and he like shoves Eden against the wall and stuff, and then You'll never guess what happens next. Room 5, after dark liquor. So Yakumo is like, you're so mean thinking about your old neighbor while I'm right here. And he's being super direct on account of the singular Alki Choco. And Eden takes too long to respond because he's thinking about if he should tell Yakumo to stop or not. And then Yakumo is like, what? You're busy thinking about your neighbor again? And Eden decides to be a little shit. So he says, if you want me to stop thinking about him, how about you fill my mind only with thoughts of you? Which is crazy. And then that's exactly what Yakumo does. And then the next morning, Yakumo is like, holy shit, I'm so sorry. And Eden is like, nah, I'm the one who should apologize. I should have stopped you, but I was egging you on the whole time. And then he tells Yakumo that he likes Yakumo just the way he is. And Yakumo says that makes him happy, but he asks what happened afterwards with Eden and his neighbor. And Eden is like, actually, I moved not very long after that, and I can't even remember what that guy looks like anymore. And Yakumo is like, don't you miss him? To which Eden responds, he gave me some happy memories. I'd say that's enough. In my opinion, the ones that are by my side now are those I really need to cherish. He's so true and so cute. So all is well in the Eden and Yakumo household. And then we move on to Edmund's card, SSR White Lover Edmund. I am obsessed with this fucking card. So room 1, Trouble at the Bakery. So this room takes place sometime before the event story, and Eden is at the market doing some grocery shopping to help out the butlers and maids at the mansion, and he happens to see a kid stealing some baked goods from a rich lady at the bakery who had just bought them for herself. And Edmund, of course, shows up at just the right time to get the sweets back from the kid. But when he goes to give them back to that lady, she's like, I don't want them anymore. It's been dirtied by the fingers of that street rat. And she's going on about how she thinks the kingdom should make a different district for poor people to live in, so nobles like herself don't have to deal with them. And then Edmund goes, oh, you must be Viscount Fleur. Fleur. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. Fleur. It's kind of funny though. Fleur. Anyway, and so Eden can tell that Edmund is disgusted by this woman, and she keeps going on, and Edmund gets so pissed that he almost screams at her. But then her husband shows up and tries to calm her down. And her response to her husband, by the way, is something like, how dare you lecture me when you're cheating on me with a man? Or like she just randomly brings that up in the middle of the fucking street. It's insane. And then those two leave, and Edmund sneaks off down an alleyway. So Eden, of course, follows him. And then room 2, Don't Waste quote unquote food. This room really gets me. This whole card gets me, but like, oh my god. Okay, so Eden follows Edmund down the alleyway, and he asks Edmund why he didn't say anything to that woman, like why he didn't tell her off. And Edmund is like, my feelings on the matter are unimportant. I just have to be a good knight. So Eden, after noticing that Edmund got some chocolate on his hand from grabbing the pastries, he like goes behind Edmund and he holds him, and he has like one hand on Edmund's stomach and his other hand is holding Edmund's hand, and he starts gently licking the chocolate off his hand while also kind of like gently rubbing Edmund's belly. And then he gets Edmund to express his true feelings on the matter because he knows that Edmund will feel better after venting to someone. And then before they go any further, Edmund stops Eden and he's like, I have to go finish attending to my duties. And then he leaves, and Eden is like, well, okay. Alright, and then the room ends. So to recap, we have just witnessed a sex scene in the gay sex game where all that happens is some hand licking and belly rubbing and a quick therapy sesh. And by the way, they were both fully clothed for this whole thing. That is genuinely so magical to me because true to life, sex isn't always insane, crazy, fully naked, dicks everywhere, like, so this is so nice for that reason. But it also shows us that Edmund can and will actually stop Eden if he wants to, and Eden will actually stop because Eden respects boundaries. Okay, room 3, Edmund's Creed. So this room takes place during the preparations for the White Day Cafe. Eden wants to spend some time with Edmund, so he tracks him down to a jam shop in town, and Edmund is here getting jam to use for some sweets for the cafe, but a few other interesting things are happening at the same time. First of all, that kid that tried to steal the pastries from Viscount Fleur is working here now after Edmund brought him personally to recommend him as an employee so he would have money to support himself and his sister. We also find out that the reason Edmund ran off during that age scene back in the day is because he smelled the jam from this store down the alleyway and suddenly remembered that he really wanted to buy jam before they closed for the day. So he ran off. Also, the lady who owns the jam store is a friend of Edmund's dad, and the reason that Edmund likes sweets so much is because one time when he was 6, he ran a marathon, and then she gave him a jam-infused drink and said, everything tastes sweeter after a bit of hard work. So now, whenever Edmund gets done with hard work, he gets himself a little treat as a reward. So then room 4, break time. So this one takes place during opening day at the cafe. The Fleurs show up, and upon seeing that Edmund is uncomfortable, Eden tells Aster about the whole pastry situation from the market that day, to which Aster tells him that the husband spent 3 whole days and nights with Morvay. So now, after finding out that the Fleurs suck, so Aster decides he's going to use that information to bribe and blackmail them, which causes them, the Fleurs, to leave the cafe. And then Eden convinces Edmund to take a break from serving, and they eat some chocolate together. And then we get room 5, tastes better together, which takes place later that same day, when Eden invites Edmund to his room to share more chocolates and also smash. And while they're doing this, Eden is like, you really need to take more breaks. I'm worried you're overworking yourself. And Edmund says, I should be able to handle some manual labor. Plus, I said I would, so I must honor my word. And then Eden says, I know I'm not good for much other than the gemstone stuff, but you can always ask me for help. And Edmund says, you're good for more than that. And then he explains that he knows Eden got Aster to get rid of the Fleurs earlier, so the reason he took a break with him was to thank him, and now he's here to thank him again more properly. So I just really, this is like such a big moment for, I mean, pretty much every SSR has a big moment for these like characters and their relationships with Eden, but this one is just so, first of all, Edmund started off being such an Eden hater. He was like, you can't do shit, you don't know shit about fuck, and I hate you. And now he's to the point where he can admit and openly appreciate to Eden's face that Eden is good at helping people and he cares about them, and it's just, oh, it makes me ill, it makes me sick. So that is the end of the White Storm event. Moving on to event number 2, Zest for Life. It ran from the 14th of April until the 5th of May 2022. This event has 2 SSRs, Aqua Bloom Olivine and Buckeye Miracle Quincy. Okay, chapter 1, Great Hunt. Eden is like stuck in a hole and he's just being all weird, like goofing around, but he's like, after all, I am stuck in a fucking trap right now. And then it just cuts to a few days before this. They're in the library, they being Olivine, Eden, and Edmund. And Olivine is reading about a wood territory tradition called the Great Hunt. He tells Eden and Edmund about it, and he explains that it's a springtime ritual where residents hunt down the healthiest creatures, and he speculates that it's because they represent good luck and they represent one's power or something. And Edmund says that the wood territory tribes have the highest respect for Mother Nature. So Olivine, as you can sort of tell, he loves reading about traditions from other places or other animals and plants from other territories. So Olivine wants to go see the Great Hunt for himself, and Eden decides to go with, but Edmund can't go because he's busy. But Edmund does tell them that there has been reports of suspicious individuals in the wood territory recently. And Eden is like, well, I know just the guy to help us with that. Time to go visit Quincy. So then chapter 2, Uninvited Guest. Edmund gave Eden and Olivine a special permit to get through the wood territory because you need a permit to go this deep into the wood territory, and there's knights at the borders that check. So now Olivine and Eden are just walking through the wood territory, getting to their destination, and they're talking about how they want to get Edmund some local gifts, but there's nothing to like buy because the wood territory is entirely undeveloped. And they run into 2 guys that say they're from the Hunting Society of Rare and Exotic Creatures, and they're like offering wares, but Eden is like, yeah, these guys are definitely poachers. They also figure that these guys are the suspicious individuals that Edmund mentioned, and they're correct. So they try to stop the poachers and like beat the shit out of them or whatever, but then a horde of animals comes running at them and the poachers escape, and then Eden and Olivine get separated from each other, and while Eden is running away, he falls into that trap from the beginning, and then Quincy comes to save him. Chapter 3, Salvation. So Quincy gets Eden out of the hole, but Eden twisted his ankle when he fell in, so Quincy kind of sets it back into place, but he's like, you said the priest is here too? He's more of an expert on healing magic than I am. And Eden is like, does that mean you're still trying not to use magic? And Quincy is like, yeah. So then Quincy carries Eden to the tribe's village, thinking that will be the safest place for him to rest and try to find Olivine, because Quincy can't take care of him currently because he's busy with something else, but we don't know what yet. So they make it to the village and they do find Olivine, but they also find that the village is under attack by a bunch of wild animals. So Quincy helps defend the village, and then he leaves to investigate after the village is safe. And then we find out, based on the passing comments that like the village elder and some of the villagers make, that even though he literally just helped save all their lives, they're still like weird about him being around. They're still uncomfortable with him. And then chapter 4, Holy Zest. So Olivine heals up Eden's ankle, and he says that Quincy setting it back in place really helped, which I think is cute. And they figure out that the animals are pissed off because the poachers have been causing so many problems all over the forest. So the animals are like running around and fucking around for that reason. And then they ask the tribe elder about the great hunt, and he explains that during springtime, the elemental spirits of the wood territory build up so much essence that it starts overflowing, and then the essence becomes blessings that attach to all forms of life and stimulate growth. So the great hunt is a contest that the tribe holds to see who can collect the most zest out of their group of their village's strongest hunters, zest being the blessings. So basically the hunters hunt zesty animals, or animals like full of blessings, and then the tribe's people count how much zest overflow they exhibit when they bring them back. But the animals are not actually killed, they're just collected, and then the tribe's people help them use up their energy so that they absorb more power and therefore release more zest. So then Olivine, of course being very fascinated by this and interested, asks if he can take part in the great hunt, and the elder is like, you can take part if you help us deal with the poachers. And then they also find out that whoever wins the contest gets a treasure from another world. So then chapter 5, Otherworldly Treasure. So hearing about this magic treasure from another world that's been passed down from generations and such, Eden automatically thinks that it might be something from his world, and therefore would provide him with a lead of how to get back or something. And Olivine, on the other hand, thinks that this could be an item from paradise, or in other words, heaven. And so they're both kind of just standing there thinking about this to themselves. And Eden is thinking that he's probably the only person to come from another world onto the Klein continent, which I don't really know, but my guess is that he's absolutely wrong. And then Olivine is thinking like, well, in the temple, another world means paradise or heaven, but this tribe doesn't believe in that. So maybe this treasure is something that brings great happiness. Could it be a tool to bring intense pleasure? So Olivine, this freak, thinks that the prize is gonna be like a sex toy or something, which is insane, but that's what he's assuming. And Eden is assuming it's gonna be something from his world. So then they both are like, well, let's fucking go. And the tribe elder lets them participate as a team, but they have special outfits they're supposed to wear. So he gives Olivine an extra outfit, but Eden doesn't get one. Speaking of outfits, I should mention, in most of the events, actually all of them besides these first two, Eden also gets an outfit for his sprite in the story. So I'll be showing all the outfits and everything, but in case you're wondering why there isn't an Eden outfit for these first two, it's because these first two events, they weren't doing that yet. So he just is wearing his normal fit. So they're getting ready to participate in the Great Hunt, and then we cut to Quincy and Topper, who are hunting down the poachers, and they attack the poachers, but the poachers drop a little stink bomb situation, and then the poachers escape. Also, I have an important note written here in my notebook that says Quincy still calls Topper Topper when Eden is not there, which I do think is very important. I just want that to be noted for the history books. And then we find out that the poachers somehow heard of the Great Hunt, and they thought that it was an actual hunt where you kill animals, so they just showed up to poach. But Quincy realizes that in order to pursue the poachers, he has to go deeper into the woods, which means he has to go into the area where the Great Hunt is happening. So he changes into some hunting clothes that he has, probably from participating in this event. Girl, the Springtrap fucking jump scare noise. Relax. Probably from participating in this Great Hunt himself several decades ago. I'm not really sure. Also, Topper has a little outfit too, which is adorable. And then Chapter 6, Mind of a Hunter. So Olivine and Eden are walking around in the woods looking for animals covered in zest or whatever the fuck. And Olivine is also studying like the plants and animals and stuff in the woods and taking notes as they go, which is really cute. Also, I have a note under that says, I see the Quincy x Olivine hype now. I'm just picturing them sitting somewhere in the woods. They're just sitting there talking, and Olivine is asking Quincy so many questions about the forest and his expertise, and Quincy's like happy to share because it's cute that somebody actually wants to learn so much, because he's used to people coming into the forest and like disrespecting it, you know? Anyway, they should kiss. Maybe they should kiss. So Quincy runs into Eden and Olivine while they're collecting zest, and the three of them team up to take down the poachers. So chapter 7, Angry Assault. Quincy gives Eden and Olivine some plant concoctions to help them stay safe in the forest, and then they end up at an altar type of place, and Quincy explains that a long time ago the people of the forest built this altar to bring wine and dried meats to as offerings for the relationship between spring and the elemental spirits. And Eden asks why wine and meat are so often used as offerings in this world, and Olivine says it signifies giving essence back to the gods, and Quincy says that the concept is similar in the forest as well. So I think that's another sort of interesting dynamic, that they're both the most like spiritual type of people in this group. Quincy explains as well that the location for this altar was chosen because the people believe that a powerful elemental spirit lies dormant here. And then the poachers show up with a bunch of animals, and the animals are emitting zest and they're pissed off. So this causes the elemental spirit, which only shows up when the wildlife is in danger, to appear and attack everybody nearby. The elemental spirit slays, and then the poachers try to escape again, but Eden manages to knock them out by throwing books at their heads, which is hilarious. Chapter 8, Purification, in parentheses, physical. So turns out the book that Eden threw to knock those guys out was the Holy Scriptures, which is hysterical. And Quincy tells Olivine and Eden that tiring out the animals to collect the zest is the less efficient way, and he explains that the better way is to build a bond with the animal instead of just tiring it out. And then of course Kuya shows up because he's been watching this whole time, obviously, and he says some shit about like, oh, what, you're cheating? You're just gonna tell them how to win? That's lame. That's boring. I was enjoying watching them struggle. And then Kuya takes the two poachers with him to use as playthings or whatever he's doing with them. So I kind of wonder if in his own way Kuya is also a forest guardian, because this seems to be something that Kuya and Quincy sort of work together on. Like Kuya also doesn't really want anything bad happening to the forest. So I think that's kind of, I don't know, kind of a cute little moment as well. And then, oh my god, I forgot about this. Oh my god. Okay, so after Kuya leaves and takes those poachers, a whole bunch of animals show up, and Quincy is like, yeah, this forest is full of animals that worship Kuya, so wherever he goes, a ton of animals are gonna show up, which means that Kuya appearing at all was, first of all, also cheating, but second of all, was his way of helping Eden and Olivine win the Great Hunt, which is so, like, you're insane. And then chapter 9, Victory Ceremony. So they go back with all of their zest, right? And the tribes people are like shook. They're like, we have never in our lives seen someone collect this much zest. That's insane. So Eden and Olivine, of course, win. But before they get their treasure and such, we get a little bit of Quincy moment where he helps fix a bunch of the fences around the village that got damaged from the angry animals from earlier. And this, combined with the other helpful stuff that he's been doing, causes some of the tribe's children to realize that he's actually chill. So while Quincy is repairing the fences, one of the kids comes over and gives Quincy a bamboo water bottle full of water to show that he's not hostile and such. And then we get back to the victory ceremony, and it turns out the treasure is a glass egg that absorbs the zest and starts showing a cool little like magic image of all the 4 seasons. And we find out that it keeps showing that until winter, when the zest dissipates. So Eden and Olivine get to take it home for a year, and then they return it the next year for the next winter, which Eden thinks is incredibly lame. He's like, oh, it's just an ornament, who gives a fuck? Which is so funny. And then chapter 10, Zesty Truth. Quincy explains that the ornament is an ancient item from a distant continent that acts as an essence amplifier, which even the tribes people didn't know that. It's always really funny to me that like the tribe is so scared of him, but he knows more about their more ancient ways than they do. It's really sad actually, but it's like also kind of funny. So then Didnt gets all weird from the essence boost and he can't like walk very well on his own. So Quincy agrees to carry him back to Astor's mansion with Olivine, and then he stays the night and he asks Didnt to return the water bottle to that kid from the tribe when he returns the ornament. And Didnt is like, no, you should really return it yourself. And Quincy is like, why? That's so much work. They don't want me there. And Didnt is like, well, he was being kind by giving you that. And so you should show your appreciation for his kindness by returning it yourself. And then Quincy is like, fine. So we're repairing the reputation, and I love that. Piece by piece, it's getting better. And then we also find out that Kuya did not actually kill those poachers because he shows up at the mansion. He brings them alive but very disoriented, and he brings them to Edmund, and Edmund brings them to, I'm assuming, jail. And then that's the end of the event story. So SSR, Aqua Bloom, Olivine. Room 1, Milky Morning. I totally forgot about this card. This one is so fucking funny. So this room literally says at the beginning that it takes place a few days after the event story, so you can slap that on the fucking timeline. Olivine taught the mansion chef how to make a cheesy barbecue recipe that the tribe made for them while they were staying there after the animal fight moment. And so Olivine is going to take some cheesy barbecue to his siblings while he's visiting their town to help with a water contamination problem that they have. But currently, Didnt and Olivine are eating breakfast together in Astor's mansion, and Didnt fucking chokes on his food. So Olivine passes him some milk, and Didnt accidentally spits the milk all over Olivine's chest, obviously, because of course he did. Like, what the fuck? And you'll never guess what happens next. Room 2 is titled Chesty Delicacies, which just is killing me. Like, what the fuck? So this room, I mean, I don't know, it's very just boobs, but the funny part is there seems to be a running theme here with these first few event room 2s, because you remember how Yakumo's, they stopped because Yakumo had to finish making cake, and then in Edmund's they stopped because he had to go buy jam. So in this one they stop because Olivine was cooking a steak and he forgot about it and it started burning, and then he was like, you know what, we should stop so I can finish getting ready for my trip. So they stop. It's so funny. But anyway, Didnt then also tells Olivine that he should wear his outfit from the Great Hunt to go visit his siblings, and then he can tell them the story and everything. And then Olivine invites Didnt to come with so he can help with the water contamination problem and also meet Olivine's siblings potentially, which is crazy. So that is exactly what happens. Room 3, Devoted Priest. They arrive in town and the mayor tells them that some merchants with exotic animals fled the town once they saw the knights patrolling, and they chucked the animals in the lake, therefore contaminating the lake and the nearby brook that people drink from. So my guess is that this was those poachers, but from before the happenings of the event, of course. So they've been causing problems fucking everywhere. So they are investigating this water contamination thing and trying to think of what they should do. And then Olivine's fucking dad shows up, which is insane. Like, we're meeting the character's parents. That's crazy. So Olivine's dad is like being a bitch, and he's like, why aren't you at the water temple? Why have you abandoned your duties? Like, what's wrong with you? And then Didnt actually steps in and tells Olivine's dad that he's like, I'm the Grand Sorcerer, and actually your son has been enlisted to help me by the king. Didnt also kind of makes some logical connection of like, so in that way, this actually is an extension of Olivine's duties as a priest. And then Olivine's dad is like, oh, then I guess I was wrong to scold you. And then he leaves, and then Olivine tells Didnt that his dad used to be way more strict, and even the king's orders wouldn't have swayed him before. So thank God Didnt stepped up to save the day. And then room 4, best big brother ever. So they're still at the lake, and Olivine's siblings randomly show up, and they drag Didnt into some bushes while he's mid-combo with Olivine, and they talk about how Olivine is constantly writing about him in the letters that Olivine sends to them, and Olivine's sister thanks Didnt for taking Olivine out to play, and she tells Didnt that nobody ever takes Olivine out to play, so he used to always be so sad. And she says that he looks way happier now. So this is where we get a little bit of a hint of like that Olivine wasn't really allowed to do much as a kid. And of course we get this really cute moment with their siblings, like adorable. And then Olivine tells Didnt that his parents are taking his siblings with them on their pilgrimage for a while, so they're not going to be here, and he doesn't know when he's going to be able to see his siblings again. So Eden and Olivine's siblings are like, we really want to learn how to swim, but the lake is contaminated. So Eden gets the great idea of using the essence amplifier thing to purify the lake, and then Olivine teaches his siblings how to swim. And then we get Room 5, World of Pure Happiness, which is like after Olivine's siblings leave, they freak it outside by the lake. It's kind of crazy. There's not really much else to be said though. And then that's the end of that Olivine card. So then SSR, Buckeye Miracle, Quincy, Room 1, Paying a Visit. So this one also says that it takes place a few days after the event story, so we're getting real obvious timeline here. So Eden is trying to find Quincy, who, according to Morvay, is at the market, and Eden, of course, finds him, but Quincy is surrounded by people that are talking about how cool and or hot he looks, so Eden has to like step in and save him, make a quick escape, and Quincy says that he hates crowded places like the market, but he comes to get food because it's really convenient to be able to just buy it instead of having to hunt. And he explains that the things he bought are for an old friend of his who lives in the forest, and Eden assumes that it's Kuya, and then Quincy's like, not him. I would never buy him shit. That guy sucks. Right? And then Eden tries to give the essence amplifier to Quincy, which causes me to think that this takes place after the Olivine one, but Quincy says he has no use for it, and he tells Eden that the zest can be returned to the forest. So Eden goes with Quincy on his yearly visit to this old friend of his, but on the way there, Eden goes all horny mode because of the dense essence of the forest and the essence amplifier, and he pounces on Quincy. Room 2, Endurance Under the Vines. Nothing plot relevant happened here, just an H scene. Room 3, Arcane Friend. So turns out the old friend is a tree, and Quincy brought Eden along to give the tree the essence egg, and he explains that before Topper was around, he would regularly come keep this old friend slash tree company, but now he only comes right after the Great Hunt because he's busy looking after Topper and such. And also by keep him company, he means he takes a nap on the tree, which is really cute. And then we get Room 4, Blooming Miracle. They find some enchanted buckeye roots by the tree, and Quincy explains that they absorb minerals from the earth and bloom once every 10 years, and their flowers store essence, and then when they wither, the essence returns to the soil. Quincy also says that there's a legend where if you wish on a buckeye flower, it will come true, but the numbers of buckeye roots are dwindling, and Quincy explains that a long time ago he tried to transfer essence to the buckeye roots by using a tree root, but he failed. And Eden notices that there's an enchanted buckeye flower growing by itself in a hole in the tree, and Quincy says that that should not be possible. So then they decide to leave that essence egg thing by the tree so the tree will absorb the zest and the essence, but it leaves the egg very slowly. So as they are waiting for that, Eden gets cold, and then Quincy takes him to a cave to warm up, and then Quincy initiates horny time instead of Eden initiating, which is uncommon. Room 5, titled Most Dangerous of All. My only note on this one just says sex, so it's just sex, I guess. Very anticlimactic end to this event, but hey, actually I guess it is a very climactic end if you think about it. So now it's time for the Mystical Banquet event story. The Mystical Banquet event ran from May 19th until June 9th of 2022, and it had 2 SSR cards, Kitsune Dream Kuya, and Endless Banquet Garu. So, Chapter 1, Yokai Invitation. Yakumo gets an invitation to an ancient yokai banquet, but Karu didn't, so Karu is really mad. However, Yakumo doesn't want to go because he is worried that he's not going to fit in with the rest of the yokai. So, Eden decides to bring Karu to Kuya to ask about the banquet, and Yakumo stays behind at the mansion. So Eden and Karu get headed towards Kuya's place, and they're just kind of talking in the woods as they go and like talking about Kuya and stuff. And I have a note here that says Karu is to Kuya as Garu is to Eden. So I hope that makes sense. So Chapter 2, Strange Encounter. They get to Kuya's house, and they're in Kuya's garden, which by the way, Kuya has a garden? Hello? Oh my god. Anyway, they get to Kuya's garden, and they run into this Tanuki yokai hiding in a bush in Kuya's garden. They're like, what the fuck? So Karu starts like fighting that bitch. He's like, what are you doing? Who the fuck are you? What are you doing here? And then the Tanuki runs away, and Kuya comes out, and he invites Eden and Karu into his house, which by the way is kind of crazy that he just invites them into his house without being a little shit, you know? And then they're asking about this banquet thing, and Kuya explains that they hold these ancient banquets at regular intervals as kind of a celebration for old yokai to celebrate their oldness. But Kuya says he's incredibly bored of them and he wishes they would stop inviting him. He also explains that only yokai that are either older than 100 years old or yokai that possess a high amount of essence are invited, which is why Karu wasn't invited, because he's too young and not powerful enough, which is kind of sad. But also the reason Yakuma was invited was because of his essence, not his age, which means that he is younger than 100. But I think that's about as close as we ever get to knowing how old he is. So Karu is talking about how he's all mad that nobody invited him because he's like, they have no idea how powerful I am. So Kuya is like, well, how about you go and prove your power then? And Eden is like, well, I assume that means you're taking us? And Kuya says that he hates those banquets, but he's like, I guess I can bring you guys just this once. But he tells Eden that since Eden has so much essence, if he attended the party without a disguise, the yokai there would eat him. So then chapter 3, Banquet 101, we get the reveal of Eden's first ever event outfit, which of course is his yokai disguise. We also find out that this outfit is actually Kuya's clothing, which is so boyfriend coded. And also Karu's outfit was picked out by Kuya as well. So he's kind of a little fashionista out here today. Kuya also mentions that this banquet usually lasts for at least 3 days and nights. So they get to the entrance of the pavilion where the banquet is held, and these two small yokai show up and they're like guarding the entry, and they're like, you can't come in without an invitation. And then Kuya is like, they're with me. And then these two yokai are like, oh my gosh, it's Kuya. I didn't expect you to honor us with your presence and whatever. Like they're like fangirling, but they're also kind of scared, you know. And then we get chapter 4, showtime. So they head in, and Eden notices that some of the yokai are trying to get Kuya's attention, and some of them are like cowering in the tree line. So he's a very, very controversial guy. And they meet this old monkey yokai who kind of seems to be running the event. And this monkey yokai explains that fox yokai are well known for doing as they please, aka being little shits. So that's why a lot of the young yokai are scared. So then everybody like sits down to eat and drink some wine and stuff, and they're watching the young yokai do magic shows on stage. The magic shows, of course, are like literal magic, so they're like flying around and like making visual, I don't know, it's just kind of, imagine like a light show, but it's magic. So then these yokais are gonna make Eden and Karu do it because they're newcomers. So they're like, Eden, it's your turn. And then Eden's like, well, shit, I don't know how to do any magic, obviously, because I'm not a fucking yokai, I'm an imposter. So he gets up on stage and he's just kind of standing there and he's like thinking about it, and he's like, okay, I used to be in a dance troupe when I was a kid. Maybe I could just do a bunch of backflips. So he literally just does a bunch of backflips, and then he falls on his fucking face, and Kuya is just sitting there watching and giggling, fucking kicking his feet and giggling, bitch. The yokai that are watching are like, that's suspicious. That's weird. And then chapter 5, major blunder. So Karu decides he's gonna save the day by starting his magic performance next. So he like jumps through the air because he's like, watch this, I can jump really high or whatever the fuck. So he jumps through the air, and Kuya, without pre-planning this, saying anything to anybody, he decorates Karu's like jump with his purple fire to make it look like Karu actually is doing more magic than he's doing. So this improvised plan works, and Eden is off the hook. Suddenly, shit kind of hits the fan, like shit goes crazy. So there's these two yokai, there's a dove yokai and a sparrow yokai that have been trying to get Kuya's attention this whole time. They start fighting, Karu gets all dizzy, and everybody just starts going crazy besides Kuya and Eden. And then Eden starts getting stressed, and his essence gets a little bit weird, and then everybody can smell that he's a human. Chapter 6, boiling point. So then the yokai start blaming him for the illusion because they're like, oh, you snuck in here, but you're not a yokai and you can't do any magic and you're a piece of shit, so you must have done this, right? And then Kuya is like, wow, I have no idea who that guy is. He disguised himself as one of my +1s or whatever. I have no idea who this is. So then Eden and Karu kind of have to fend for themselves in this situation. So Garu comes out and he steps in to defend Eden right as the yokai are about to literally eat him. And then Garu and Eden convince the old monkey yokai to give them until nightfall to prove that they didn't do it. So then chapter 7, follow the trail. So they get their chance to investigate. So they start investigating, and Eden goes to Kuya and he's like, hey, I'm sorry for causing you all this trouble. And Kuya is like, oh, it appears you've grown. I was hoping you'd beg for my help like a little puppy, which is so like, shut the fuck up. And then Kuya is like, well, I guess I can help you. So he explains that only a huge amount of essence would be able to cause a mass illusion like that, and even Kuya himself would have trouble with it, but there is potions that can do the same thing. And he explains that he used to use illusions on yokai at these banquets all the time because it would make them less boring. And then in chapter 8, Culinary Suspicions, we find out that Kuya is pissed off because whoever this person is that's trying to either impress him or imitate him did not use their own magic. They used like a potion or a powder or something instead, and he just thinks that that's like a lame piece of shit way to do it. So then Garu, while they're doing their little detective moment, discovers that there's purple powder on all the food, and then he discovers the same purple powder on Kuya, and then Kuya brings them back to his house and they find flowers in the garden with the same purple pollen on them, and they realize that these flowers have Kuya's essence mixed into them from Kuya being around all the time because they're in his garden, you know. And Kuya explains that these flowers are called foxtails because of course they are, and Kuya says they grow all over the forest, but the ones that grow in his garden, if you lick them or ingest any of the powder, you will fall under an illusion because of the effects of his essence on the flowers. And the only reason that Eden wasn't affected by this is because it doesn't work on humans. And then Eden is like, oh, you know what? It could have been that Tanuki yokai from before, but I didn't see him at the banquet at all. And Kuya explains that Tanukis are masters of transformation or disguise. Chapter 9, time's up. So Eden has to think of a way to get the Tanuki to reveal himself because they have no idea which of these random yokai could be that Tanuki yokai, right? So they bring some regular foxtails without the Kuya essence, and they bring them to the banquet, and they're like, this is the antidote for the illusion. And then everybody eats it except one yokai, because the only one who would know about the foxtail pollen is the guy who did this. It works, and they catch the Tanuki, and it's kind of sick, and it's very, like, I don't know, like, I wasn't expecting there to be such a cool, like, crime-solving mini story in this game. Like, it was, like, they kind of popped off. And then chapter 10, big reveal. So, turns out the whole story is that Kuya used to spend his time teasing young yokai in the woods, but when Eden showed up, he started spending his time with Eden instead, because he's whipped. So, most of the yokai that he used to harass were relieved, except this Tanuki who got lonely, and then he decided he was going to try to copy Kuya's illusions to get his attention. This confession causes Kuya to be, like, beyond pissed, so he engulfs the Tanuki in his purple flames, and the Tanuki fucking disappears. And then chapter 11, just getting started. So now the whole chaos is solved and everything is good again, and the monkey yokai tells Eden that from now on, if he wants to come to the banquets, he can, which is super cute. And Eden is convinced that Kuya killed that Tanuki yokai, and Kuya does not disagree. He just kind of lets Eden think that, but then Karu explains to Eden that Kuya just turned that Tanuki back into a regular animal, and he says that in a few decades he'll regain his human form. So he basically just sentenced that Tanuki yokai to being a fluffy little dude for a couple decades. And then Eden recalls that Kuya didn't actually eat any of the food at the banquet, which kind of implies that Kuya knew about this the whole time and was just watching it all happen, and that's iconic. He was like, oh yeah, shit's about to hit the fan and I'm prepared and I would like to see it. Alright, and then that is the end of the event story. So then moving into the cards, we get some Kuya lore in this one. It's kind of insane. So SSR, Kitsune Dream Kuya, Room 1, Behavior Improvements. So Eden is resting in a private room in the pavilion that the banquet is held in. It's like the next day or whatever. The banquet is still going on, but it's after the events of the story. And he's waiting for the yokai traits to wear off, the magic yokai disguise. And he's looking around and he finds this kaleidoscope, and then Kuya appears out of nowhere and he's like, oh, I lost that a long time ago when I was being scolded by the Lord of the Yokai. And he explains that the Lord of the Yokai owns this pavilion, and legend has it that he was the world's first ever yokai. So he established regulations for yokai governance and came up with the idea for the ancient banquet. And then he entrusted the pavilion to the yokai in the forest and just like fucked off to a journey in some faraway unknown land, right? It's kind of Huey core. And then Eden tries to ask why Kuya was getting scolded in the first place, and Kuya gets all mad and he's like, ooh, I'm gonna punish you for that one. So then we get room 2, playing yokai style. Okay, so this room is kind of like wild, not for sex reasons, it's kind of wild for that too, I guess. It always is when it's Kuya, but wild for like Kuya confessing reasons. Like he low-key confesses. So he says, Eden like asks him for something, like some specific sexual thing, I think is the context, and then Kuya says, oh, what to do? I have no desire to do that right now, and I only act upon desire. Making you feel good is nothing more than a side effect, which by the way, me when I lie. And then he says, be that as it may, if anyone else were to throw themselves at me, I wouldn't even let them scrape the toes of my boots. Is that clear enough for you? Like, was that not a confession? And then literally 2 seconds later, he says, but if you get too close and know too much, your senses of pleasure and desire might just disappear. Huh? Like, we just got so much Kuya content in those like 4 lines of dialogue. That was crazy. Like, you're telling me he's insecure? I mean, first of all, yeah, but like, you're telling me he's insecure. Oh my god. Anyway, so room 3, colorful repairs. Kuya just said all that shit, and then Eden is thinking to himself here in the next room, maybe when he gets bored of me, he'll just kill me. Like, what are you he just confessed to you, you dumb bitch. What are you talking about? He still thinks Kuya's just gonna kill him. Oh my god, this was Kuya's second SSR. So it's like, you know, we can't have him just start being normal after his second SSR. So we're gonna have to prolong this by Eden just being fucking oblivious, which I think is hilarious. And then Eden says, I'm sympathizing with your kaleidoscope, because remember Kuya lost the kaleidoscope and just like didn't whatever. So Eden is like, I feel like I'm just being tossed to the side or like whatever. I don't know. Then Kuya is like, oh, that's what that thing's called. And Eden thinks that it might be important to him since Kuya like remembered it after all this time. And then Kuya is like, well, if you're so interested in it, you can keep it. And Eden is like, what? So it's kind of implied here based on that Kuya is giving Eden an important item, even though he just confessed anyway. Like, we don't really have to gather crumbs anymore when he's literally just saying, hey Eden, by the way, I'm in love with you. Anyway, Eden takes it, but he's like, oh, it's broken. He tries to look in it, it's broken. So Eden says he can fix it, and Kuya is like, oh, how does it do that magic? Like, how does it make that magic-like effect? Because there's no essence, but like, it's magic. So they fix it together, and Eden explains how it works. And you might be wondering why Eden can make a fucking kaleidoscope. It's because they made DIY kaleidoscopes one time at the orphanage or something, so he just remembers from back then. And then room 4, lens to the past. He finishes fixing the kaleidoscope, and then he looks into it and he sees a memory from the past, one of Kuya's memories. He sees the Lord of the Yokai giving the kaleidoscope to Kuya and telling him to think about it, which I'm not exactly sure what the fuck he's supposed to think about, but Eden watches as Kuya talks to himself about how life is so boring and he's lonely because he can't find anything or anyone that he doesn't just get bored of after a little while. And then Kuya does this little monologue to himself, and he's like, when will these tedious days come to an end? This long life, this immeasurable power, just what is the point of it all? And then he contemplates sliding in the sewer. Like, huh? Suicidal Kuya reveal? This is the Kuya mental illness card. So then Eden snaps back to the present and he's like, whoa, did you just show me one of your memories? And Kuya's like, no. So they realize that it was the kaleidoscope. And Kuya is like, oh, so you saw one of my memories? Did you see the part where the Lord of the Yokai returned me to my original form? And Eden's like, what? No. So Kuya explains that apparently the kaleidoscope was supposed to teach him some sort of lesson, but he didn't learn it. So then the Lord of the Yokai punished him by returning him to his original form for a while, just like he did with the Tanuki. So then Kuya was just like a little guy for a few decades as well. And then Eden gives Kuya a hug, and the narration says Kuya's body goes rigid as if this is a first for its owner. Bitch, you ain't never been hugged? Like, that's so sad. And then Kuya says, if you want me to shut up, you better stick something in my mouth. which is, hello? Like, I know it's the gay sex game, but that's crazy. That's crazy, especially for Kuya. And then we get room 5, All Eyes on Us, which my only note for this is that Kuya is being soft, so I think it was just kind of one of those, you know, quote-unquote rare Kuya being nice cards. Well, nice for Kuya. And then that's the end of that. And then SSR Endless Banquet Garu. Room 1, titled My First Slave. Karu spent his time after the main event story shenanigans trying to prove his power to the other yokai, but he can't do magic, so it like wasn't really working. And then he goes to Eden and he's like, I saved your life. You should bow down to me as my slave. And Eden is like, okay, how about just for today, you can order me around. That's chill. And Karu's first command is, let me touch your ears and tail, because he thinks that he can subdue Eden by touching his ears, because Eden could subdue Karu by touching his ears. Which is so funny because, like, I think Eden already knew that, but it is kind of funny if Eden didn't know that, because then this just, Karu is accidentally exposing one of his weak points, which is really funny. Classic Karu. So then Eden pretends that it's working to troll Karu, and we get room 2, weak spots. So then, of course, Karu thinks it's working, and he's all, oh, now I can finally top. And then Eden is like, huh, just kidding. And, you know, they smash. And during this room, we get this Karu line of dialogue that says, as long as I'm powerful enough, no one will ever be able to have their way with me again. And Eden is like, did something like that happen before? Like, hello, trauma? And Karu is like, no, I've just always thought like that. So it ends up being another one of those kind of therapy session rooms, and we got a little bit of sort of extremely vague Karu lore. And then room 3, master or slave. So this room, we get a bunch of Gramps lore, like Garu and Gramps lore. So Eden thinks maybe Karu is a result of Garu being so lonely and scared after Gramps died that he developed a second personality. And then we get a flashback that sort of alludes to that being correct. Hey guys, I am editing this and I want to take a second here to point something out because I don't think I did a very good job of explaining this in these videos, but this flashback at the time did allude to Eden's theory on Garu being correct, but keep in mind this came out well before chapter 13, where we find out that Karu is actually more likely a result of some traumatic incident that happened well before Gramps was around, let alone dead. Also, in a different Karu flashback, we do see that Karu actually was around at the same time as Gramps as well. So this theory that Eden has is absolutely not correct. I just wanted to make sure that I say that so that y'all don't get confused. So that's it, thanks. In this flashback, we also get a bunch of other little Gramps lore pieces. So he knew a little bit of magic. He supposedly fought in a war once, and he used to name his spells dumb shit like Ultimate Spirit Fireball, which I noted just because Eden kind of does that too. So I just think they're kind of like, the parallels are kind of interesting and cute. And we also find out that Gramps lived in the Dead Zone before it was the Dead Zone, and once it became the Dead Zone, he just didn't feel like leaving, so he stayed. And then him and Garu used to guide lost people back out of the Dead Zone so they wouldn't fucking die. And then room 4, It's Only Fair. So that dove yokai from before, remember one of the ones that was trying to get Kuya's attention, falls into a lake and it can't swim, so Eden and Garu go save him. Then Garu is panicking, and Eden is like, are you good? Are you okay? So Garu explains that a long time ago, his Gramps almost drowned and Garu saved him, but then he got so sick from the water and the cold that he died. Then Garu tells Eden that Gramps always wanted his home to go back to not being the Dead Zone. So now Garu really still wants that area to not be the Dead Zone anymore either. And he asks Eden to help. And Eden, of course, is like, I'll do whatever I can. So it's a very first of all, lore dump, hella lore just happened, but also just a very tender moment. And then we get room 5, Your Orders. That is just another one of those very tender sex scene moments. Classic. And then it goes right into the Klein Star event story, which Klein Star is one of those special events that's actually about Eden and just Eden. So this one does not have a card at all. There's no SSRs because back then they didn't give us Eden cards. And this event ran from the 16th of June until the 30th of June 2022. So, Chapter 1, Otherworldly Customs. So this event is about Eden's birthday. So Eden is talking to Yakumo about something. I think they're at the market and they see like a kid with a raisin cupcake or something, and Yakumo explains that the Light Territory tradition is for people to eat raisin cupcakes on their birthdays. And Chapter 2, Past Days. So we get a bunch of Eden at the orphanage flashbacks in this event. So this first one being about how back at the orphanage they couldn't afford individual birthday parties, so they would do them once a month for everyone with birthdays in that month. We also see that Eden was one of those like too mature for his age, like troublemaker type of little shit kids. And then back to the present, Eden tells Olivine about his little shit at the orphanage era, and Olivine says, "You were always able to be yourself, I'm jealous." And Eden says, "Feel like joining me for some hijinks?" And then Olivine says that sounds like an excellent idea, which I think is really cute, that he's like, well, why not just be a little shit now? So then, Chapter 3, Secret Struggle. We get another little flashback to 10-year-old Eden, and he's thinking about how all of his friends at the orphanage had left or been adopted, and he's like, well, everyone's just gonna keep coming and going, and everything sucks. And he's like, is living really so great? So we're getting just a better peek into Eden's like childhood mentality and just also his childhood at all, but you know, adding a lot of important context, I believe. And back to the present day, Eden is busting ass trying to make desserts in secret in the middle of the night, but Garu catches him, and then he helps Eden make these gemstone shaped fruit candies for everybody. Chapter 4, Send Out Your Heart. So Eden starts running into people and giving them candy, Dante being first. Dante explains that he's in the Light Territory for a regular meeting with the king, of course, because Dante has regular meetings with the fucking king, duh. And he stopped by the mansion to visit, but he doesn't trust Eden's gift. He's like, what the fuck is this for? I don't trust your weird shit, I'm not eating that. But Eden explains that it's a thank you gift, and that he made some for everybody, and he's thanking them all for taking care of him, which is gonna make me die and throw up. In that order, obviously. And then Eden goes to Blade, and then Olivine, and then Edmund. And then Chapter 5, A Sign of Gratitude. We find out that Dante is going to be staying at the mansion for a few weeks due to the king summoning him for like extra stuff to do. Eden then finds Yakumo, Aster, and Morvay and gives them candy. We also find out that he made extra candies for the maids and the butlers too, which is so fucking cute. He even brought Topper some jerky as well. So of course he goes to Quincy and Kuya next, and when he gets to Kuya, he says, I don't even know what I want to thank you for, which is so funny. He's like, oh, why am I even thanking you for fucking anything? You suck. And then Kuya says he's never received a gift like this before, which, like, what the fuck do you mean? You've been alive for 1,000,000 years and just nobody has ever given you anything. It's so sad. And then Chapter 6, Stealthy Preparations. We get another 10-year-old Eden flashback, and the orphanage director keeps asking him if he thinks there's a way to eliminate his unhappiness, but it cuts back to the present before we get any answers to that question. And currently, we find out that Aster heard Eden muttering about birthday candy in his sleep, and then, of course, Eden made candy for everyone, so Aster has concluded that Eden's birthday is coming up. So he's gathered everyone at the mansion for a surprise birthday party. And then they talk about how they don't know the exact day of Eden's birthday, so they decide that the whole month is his birthday, but there's only a few days left of the month, so they have to work fast. And Topper also says that he wants to help, which is really cute. Chapter 7, Group Love 1. So these next few chapters are all about all the clan members finding/making gifts for Eden, and they all happen in pairs, so we get some little interactions between random clan members, and it's really cute. So Yakumo and Edmund run into each other at the market, and they're both stuck on what to get for Eden, so they decide that they're gonna bake him some cupcakes together. And then Morvay and Olivine run into each other, and Olivine is thinking about knitting a star-shaped bag thing for Eden to hang over his bed. And he explains that there's a legend about the god of Klein illuminating the stars when the 5 elements were born. So now people in the water territory make lucky birthday stars for people's birthdays that are also then blessed by priests. And Morvay, his contribution to this gift is to put some aphrodisiac incense inside the star. And then Chapter 8, Group Love 2. Quincy is collecting vines in the woods to make an evergreen talisman for Eden, and Kuya finds him and he recalls the purpose of these evergreen talismans. He says it's a tribal tradition where you collect a vine each day for 10 days and then you weave them together and add decorations. And the more decorations you add, the more blessings you bestow. This moment made me think about how, like, the fact that Kuya remembers that at all, and as far as I know, he was never really involved with the tribe, means that he heard it from Quincy and then he remembered it. So just ponder on that. And then Kuya just says that his gift is going to be a test, and then he like leaves. So we just kind of have that vague threat. Blade is looking for candles, and so is Aster, and they're both just looking in the mansion. And Aster is looking for them to do some divination magic for Eden, and Blade is looking for them because he says that birthdays always need candles, and Aster is like, I've never heard of that. Is that a thing, like, on the continent that you were made? And Blade is like, yeah, you need a candle as tall as the birthday person, and the flame glows in 5 different colors. And then when the dance begins, the whole place is bathed in multicolored light. The dance being, I guess, this thing where hundreds of people dance around in circles and keep the candle from going out. And then Aster and Blade decide to team up and make a candle for Eden. And then chapter 9, Group Love 3, starts with Dante hunting for impressive beasts out in the wilderness, and Karu runs into him, and they decide to team up to take out a giant hoofed boar. And Dante explains that in Solaria, people go out to hunt a great beast for its meat on their birthdays to express gratitude for the sun's blessings. And then Karu and Dante, despite initially arguing about who gets to keep the boar, decide actually kind of easily that they'll just split it 50-50, which I think is cute because you wouldn't expect them to agree. And then chapter 10, Happy Birthday. So they get lucky and they actually end up celebrating Eden's birthday on his exact birthday. And then chapter 11, Open Those Gifts, which is where, guess what? Eden opens all the gifts. So Olivine made the star pouch with the special incense blend that Morvay made put in it. Quincy, of course, gives the talisman. Kuya made a talisman too, but when Eden picked it up, it started tickling him, and then Quincy had to save him, which is funny. And then Eden, Morvay, and Aster start giggling at the thought of Kuya weaving a talisman together, and Kuya threatens them. And then he says, it's just a regular talisman. It can't compare to an evergreen talisman, which is, I don't know, for some reason Kuya is just giving Quincy boyfriend this event. And then chapter 12, Joy and Sadness. Blade's gift is a whack-ass candle that is supposed to be Eden, and this is the origin of this thing that comes back several times, let me tell you. And then Blade goes to light it, but nobody will let him light it because everybody thinks it should be preserved since it's like a piece of art, except Kuya, who thinks it should be burned because it's ugly and gross. And Aster says he was going to use the candle for divination magic to calculate Eden's fortune for the year, but then he's like, there's no need. We all know you're going to have a great year, which is really cute. And then we get another flashback to 10-year-old Eden, where it was his birthday and he was waiting for a gift to arrive from a girl that he was friends with that had recently been adopted, and he was worried that it wasn't going to show up, but it just showed up late, and the director said that she saved up all of her pocket money to buy it, and the gift was a sketchbook and some colored pencils. And then we get Eden's answer to the earlier question about eliminating unhappiness, where he says some unhappiness comes from being treated unfairly and some problems can't be solved. So you can't eliminate unhappiness, but you can fight for happiness. And then it's revealed that this is actually not a flashback but a dream, and that response came from current day Eden talking to his 10-year-old self in a dream. And that's it for the Klein Star event. And there's, like I said, there's no cards, so that's literally it. So the Idolfest event ran from June 30th until July 28th of 2022, and it was the first event to contain 3 limited SSRs: Idol Apprentice Blade, Ocean Breeze Yakumo, and Radiant Admiral Olivine. It's also very long. There's 26 chapters instead of the usual 10, but let's get into it. Chapter 1. Bug problem. So it starts off with Olivine, Yakumo, and Eden talking, and Yakumo tells them that the dead zone has expanded and monster sightings near his village have increased. So people have been too scared to come to his village and buy crops, and then a lot of the younger people left the village to find other work. So now it's just basically unemployed elderly people. And Eden is like, well, if people won't come to us, will have to bring the produce to them. Chapter 2, the key to popularity. So Eden, Olivine, and Yakumo go to the water territory for their first market stop, and they're selling, of course, crops from Yakumo's village at this market. And they're like, man, how should we attract customers? Nobody's really coming over to buy our stuff. And Eden is like, I've got an idea. So he like walks out into the street and he goes, oh my god, is that Father Olivine? And then everybody just starts rushing over and they sell out of crops so fast, and then they have to run for their lives away from Olivine's fan mob. And after that situation, Yakumo says that he wants to become popular like Olivine because it would help him make more revenue for his village. And then chapter 3, Idol Fest. So Olivine explains that idols are actually a thing in this world.
Hey again, realized I didn't really mention why Olivine starts randomly explaining idols. It's because Eden made some joke or some reference about like, oh, it's like Olivine is an idol. And so then Olivine was like, oh, that's actually kind of a thing here. We have this thing called Idol Fest, right? So yeah.
And he says that a long time ago, the Klein Star kingdom had a prince who loved to perform, but he had to give it up when he became king. So he decided to start holding an event called the Summer Festival of Idols, where anyone could sign up and perform so he could feel a bit better. So it was like a contest. So there was audience voting, and then whoever won would get a cash prize and a free tour of the entire continent, as well as other unnamed special privileges. But Olivine also says that the church thinks that this event lacks morals. Classic church moment. But Yakumo and Olivine decide to both sign up anyway, and Eden is acting as their agent. Chapter 4, signing up. Eden mentions here that he used to work at a gig venue over one summer, so add that to the Eden jobs list, which by the way, of course, is ongoing throughout all 3 of these videos, as well as the Huey L's list. And then we are back at the mansion. So Astra and Morvay are around, and they hear about this, and they tell Eden and everybody that they made and sold merch for Idolfest contestants in the past. So Eden is like, oh, we should make merch for Yakumo and Olivine. And then Blade shows up, and he hears about all of this, and he doesn't know what idols are, but after Eden explains it, he says that he wants to try being an idol because it might help him understand human emotions better. And then Eden names the group Tidal Wave of Summer. And by the way, they do have a song. You can listen to the song. It literally exists in real life, so if you want to look that up. Chapter 5, Beauty Bros. So Eden, Olivine, Yakumo, and Blade go to the market stall to get signed up, but there's like 1,000 people here, and Yakumo starts feeling sick, so they sign up quickly and then leave as fast as they can. But this popular idol group from last year's competition shows up, and they're like talking shit on the Tidal Wave of Summer crew. Their group name is The Unforgivable Crime of Unparalleled Beauty, but their fans call them the Beauty Bros. And Olivine knows who they are because, of course, he's a big fan of Idolfest, or whatever, he just knows about this for some reason. And he explains that they won last year, so they can't compete again this time. And then a fight breaks out between them and the Beauty Bros. Chapter 6, Birth of a Dream. So now we're back at the mansion again, and we find out that Eden is designing the outfits for Blade, Olivine, and Yakumo, which is dope. We also find out that the Beauty Bros are actually competing again this time because they found a loophole where basically I think they just changed their hairstyle or something, but they have a bunch of noble backers, so they basically just like insider trading their way into the competition again. Also, we find out in this chapter that Eden has asked Edmund for help with something, but it's a secret and we won't find out what that is until later. Chapter 7, Maiden Performance. So they start doing street performances like as practice, and we find out that they have lights, speakers, and microphones, but they're all powered by magic instead of like electricity, which that's like a random little thing, but I just wanted to mention it because I think it's kind of cool. So they do their first street performance, but they absolutely flop. They get booed off the stage and someone throws something at Yakumo, which by the way, I'm gonna hunt that person down and kill them with my own 2 hands in a video game. So cue the fucking training montage. Chapter 8, Training and Talent. They hire a vocal coach for everybody, but the vocal coach ends up quitting because they get fed up with how fucking bad Blade is at singing, which is like just really oof. And then they go do another street performance and a little boy comes to give Yakumo flowers. Chapter 9, fear of failure. And the little boy says that he loved Yakumo's performance because his voice sounds like wind blowing through the fields and it reminds him of his grandpa's farm. But Yakumo starts crying and runs away before, like, he doesn't accept the flowers. He just starts crying and leaves. And he talks about how he thinks he's terrible for not being able to sing in front of crowds without freezing up. And then he gets all self-conscious about like, oh my god, I just crushed that little boy's dreams from like running away crying and not accepting his flowers. Like, he's gonna hate me and I'm such a failure and whatever. But then Eden talks to that little boy and the little boy says he wasn't offended, and then he gives the flowers to Olivine to give them to Yakumo. And then Kuya randomly shows up out of nowhere, as he always does, to make fun of Yakumo for being a flop. Chapter 10, Transformation. Kuya says something like, you should go back to living in your lonely cave or whatever, and then Yakumo is like, wait, that's actually a great idea. I can go practice in the forest because there's not people there. So in Kuya's own way, he came to give Yakumo advice, disguised as an insult. I don't know, I kind of love them. And then later, Yakumo mentions that he thinks Kuya is kind. So this literally didn't offend Yakumo at all. He just was like, oh, Kuya's being nice right now. And that makes me throw up and cry. So add that to the list of pairings that I think should kiss, which is all of them, by the way, but you know. So Yakumo insists on going to the forest alone, and he says, this time I have to solve the problem myself. So true king, love him. But Eden still asks Quincy to check on Yakumo just in case. And then Eden is like, well, okay, now I can focus on figuring out Blade's singing problem. Blade, of course, still can't sing, but people really like his look, so he's kind of gaining some fans anyway. But for some reason, his personality has done a complete 180. Chapter 11, Ice Cool Prince. So apparently, Blade read a book titled The Idol Prince that he found in the mansion library, and there was something in the book about like to be an idol is to be a prince, and so Blade has started acting like how he thinks princes are supposed to act, which is to say like cold and majestic and whatever. And the crowd has been eating it up. And then the beauty bros show up again and they start talking shit. And then Karu shows up. Chapter 12, Contrast Appeal. Karu defends against the slander and the beauty bros send their stands to start another brawl. It's giving HOT fans versus Setsuki's fans. So Blade ends up stopping the fight by scaring off the Beauty Bros fans. We also find out that Karu is low-key a stan of this group. This group being, of course, Blade, Olivine, and Yakumo. Chapter 13, Forest Friend. So we cut to Yakumo practicing by himself in the forest, and a whole bunch of animals gather together to listen to him. One of those animals, of course, being Topper, which is when we find out that Yakumo can understand Topper, which I think is so, like, yes, correct. So Yakumo gets all nervous and he stops singing when there's so many animals around, and Topper is like, no, everyone came to hear you sing, keep going. So he keeps singing, and then we find out that Quincy had asked Topper to bring Yakumo some food and water while he practices, which is so like, oh, I'm sick, they need to kiss right now. And then Quincy himself shows up and he says that Yakumo's singing helped him sleep. And then Kuya shows up and tells Quincy that Yakumo's voice makes a perfect lullaby. Oh my god, I don't know if he was trying to like be all, yeah, his singing is so boring or whatever, but like that kind of sounds like a compliment, Kuya. It kind of sounds like you're just being kind. That's crazy. Can you imagine Quincy, Kuya, and Yakumo polycule? That would be just, oh, whoa. Anyway, so then chapter 14, The Real You. We cut back to the Blade situation. He has amassed more and more fans, and he's been practicing his singing 25-8. And Eden tells him that if he's forcing himself to act noble to become an idol, he's gonna be upset. Like, Eden is gonna be mad at Blade for changing his personality. And Blade is like, well, what do you mean? I can't be an idol unless I act like this. But Eden is like, no, you need fans who like you for who you are. Be yourself, king. And so then Blade goes back to normal and his fans eat that shit up because they're like, oh my god, the duality, oh, he's crazy. Chapter 15, Fruits of Our Labors. So Yakumo comes back from the woods and he requests to do a show in the main hall of the mansion by himself, but since there's so many people in the mansion anyway, it's kind of a big audience. There's like 52 people watching. So he pops off, of course, and the crowd goes wild. So that's the end of his little being too afraid to perform in front of people arc, which is nice. And then we get another piece of the puzzle here with the Eden-Edmund situation. Edmund has been coming to get Eden every day at the exact same same time for a while now, and they're meeting with a coach for something, but nobody knows why yet. Chapter 16, Intelligence Probing. So they go to watch the beauty bros perform to see what they're up against, but they can barely even see anything on the stage because the crowds are so big and they're like so far away from the stage. And then afterwards, they overhear the beauty bros in an alleyway like talking shit about their fans and saying that practice is for losers and shit, so they're being classic like shitty celebrities vibes. Chapter 17, Merch Development. We're back at the mansion. Dante shows up in the middle of the night with a bunch of decorative minerals from the fire territory that Aster had requested for using in the merchandise that he's making. And the reason that Dante came personally to deliver this stuff is because he wants to check out Idolfest, which he says it's because like he wants to research it for Solaria just because it could be profitable for their city or whatever. But of course, we all know it's because he's gay for Eden and he wants to support his boyfriend's endeavors. Duh. Chapter 18, Unexpected Popularity. So we get to see a little moment at the merch table. We find out that Aster and Morvay and Eden developed fans with like Olivine and Yakumo and Blade's like faces on them and light sticks. And we also find out that there is a Yakumo supporters club of which I am a member. So turns out Aster has turned idol lingo that he learned from Eden, like fans and supporter clubs and stuff, into a secret language specifically for Tidal Wave of Summer fans to use. So they kind of have a more like community / fandom vibe. And then some Beauty Bros supporters show up. And then we get another fucking fan war between Beauty Bros supporters and Tidal Wave of Summer fans, like just randomly. And then we cut back to the mansion where we find that Olivine has been working really hard as the group leader. Yakumo has been replying to every fan letter by hand, and Blade has been working so hard that he randomly collapses in the hallway. So Eden is telling everybody to rest and recover, and he's really worried that this amount of work isn't going to be sustainable for the group. So as it turns out, Eden had Aster plan a trip to the beach as a reward for after Idolfest is over, but he decides to bring everyone now instead so they can get some rest before Idolfest. Chapter 19, Seaside Breather. This is the fucking new Carnival beach episode, bitch. I am so serious. So Aster rented a whole cabin and an entire beach for everyone to relax on by themselves. So we get to see what everybody's doing on the beach, and it's so yes. It's reminding me of that Jack Jean CG where it's like a panoramic photo of every character on the beach. So Yakumo and Blade are practicing how to sign autographs because Yakumo heard a fan say that he was gonna hang Yakumo's signature on his front door, so now he wants to make sure that his signature looks really good. Garu is swimming, and he's really good at swimming, which, fine boom, sad face. Edmund was trying to spend his day training on the beach, but he nearly passed out from sunstroke. Meanwhile, Kuya was watching him in mild amusement while he was himself sitting under an umbrella because he doesn't like the sun. Quincy is of course napping, and Dante is standing in one spot staring at the waves because he possibly has never seen the ocean before. Chapter 20. Urgent matter. Olivine gets an express letter, and then everyone is like, oh, like, what's up with that? And he tells everybody that it's probably a fan letter, and then later, Edmund comes to Olivine's room and is like, only the church can send express mail like that. Is everything okay? Like, are you good? And Olivine is like, oh, haha, you caught me. My parents use this service sometimes to send me mail and like keep me updated on the haps, but it's nothing to worry about. Chapter 21, We've Got Your Back. So Olivine goes out alone in the middle of the night to open the letter on the beach, and turns out it's his dad being pissed off that he's participating in Idolfest because, as you recall, the church thinks that Idolfest sucks. And then Olivine suddenly gets grabbed by a tentacle, and he's like, could it be the Phantom of the Deep? Which, as we find out, is like some deep sea octopus monster that hasn't been seen in like 30 fucking years that just randomly showed up to try to kill Olivine. I don't know. And then Eden, Yakumo, and Blade, of course, show up to save the day. And they ask him, like, what the fuck is going on? And Olivine is like, I just needed some time to figure out how to deal with my parents, but I still want to be an idol. And Eden is like, I support you no matter what, but you need to remember that we're a team and you can rely on other people sometimes. And then Olivine Olivine is like, oh, maybe I like the feeling of being helped. Maybe this isn't so bad. Chapter 22, Bringing Happiness to All. We can actually just skip this one, to be honest, because the only note I have here is that the Phantom of the Deep hadn't been spotted in nearly 30 years before this incident. Chapter 23, Secret Supporter. Olivine finds out that there's a bunch of priests and other church-related people that are secretly cheering him on, and Eden is like, man, it's a shame that they can't openly cheer you on, but oh well, I guess. And Olivine is like, I once would have thought the same way, but not anymore. We should arrange for the final Idolfest performances to be held right in front of the water temple. He is suffering from bad bitch-itis right now. He is off the rails. Chapter 24, Your Body Doesn't Lie. Don't get me started on that title, by the way. So, Aster convinces the top people at the church to hold the Idolfest performances outside the water temple, but it's actually not that hard because, as it turns out, a whole bunch of the upper cruster church people are actually big fans of Tidal Wave of Summer already. And then Olivine gets another letter from his parents, and they're still being kind of weird, but it seems like they've basically accepted Olivine as an idol, which it's giving allegory for homosexuality, babe. So just keep that in mind, which I love, by the way. And then we find out that the top secret work that Eden has been doing with Edmund is to write a song for the boys to perform. So he reveals the song, and it turns out Blade can sing it well because Eden designed everybody's parts to specifically fit their vocal style. Also in this chapter, Eden mentions that he worked at a music studio one summer, so add that to the Eden job list. Chapter 25, For You. The entire clan shows up to watch the final Idolfest performance, and Kuya notices that some of the light sticks are way too bright, and Eden realizes that some of the Beauty Bros fans have brought fake light sticks in order to try to distract Yakumo, Olivine, and Blade while they're on stage. And Kuya does a little light show magic thing to save the day, and then the Beauty Bros fucking lose the competition, of course. And that little boy from before brings Yakumo more flowers, and this time Yakumo graciously accepts them. Chapter 26. We've only just started. So Yakumo used the prize money to hire a bunch of new workers for his village, and the Tidal Wave of Summer fans also started going to that village to buy produce. So his village is now saved. And Olivine has started getting letters from clergymen talking about how this event has helped change the church's stance on idols, and now more of them can live their truths as idols or idol fans or whatever. This is what I'm talking about, where like it's heavy-handed metaphor. And then they go on their continent-wide tour, which you don't really get to see much of it, but it's just mentioned, like they went on the tour and then they decide to keep being idols in the future. And that is the end of the event story. So now on to the cards, starting with SSR Ocean Breeze Yakumo. Room 1, Summer Horror Story. They're at the beach and it's nighttime. And also this is a different beach, not the same beach that they were on for the beach episode. It's nighttime and they're hearing distant cries of a creature. The creature is creeching, and Yakumo thinks that he's heard this voice before, but he can't remember where. Plus his essence goes a little bit weird. So he starts asking if anybody else feels the essence fluctuations, and they're all like, no. And then they talk about how they did a performance at this beach, but the crowd was really small because everybody was scared of the noises that they were hearing, the creature sounds. So everybody was too scared to get anywhere near the water. So their original plan is just to wait it out and have another show when it's safer. But Yakumo is like, nah, I'm gonna investigate this. So they end up splitting up into two teams. Blade and Olivine go search one way, and Eden and Yakumo go the other way. And they end up accidentally overhearing some people smashing behind a rock on the beach. And instead of leaving, Eden tells Yakumo that they should hide behind a different rock nearby, and then they smash. Room 2, an outdoor first. They do some horny stuff, and once they're done, Eden is like, should we go all the way in the great outdoors right now? And Yakumo is like, can you please give me at least 1 year to mentally prepare for that? Which I love. It's giving when Edmund told Eden that he wasn't allowed to touch him for 3 months. Room 3, familiar voice. So Yakumo thinks that the voice belongs to a serpent yokai, but the language is so ancient that he doesn't know what they're saying. And then they end up finding this cave where Yakumo is like, my spidey senses are tingling, my serpent senses. So they go in and they see a bunch of ancient serpent murals, and seeing those murals and everything in that cave brings back bad memories for Yakumo because of his past alone in a fucking wet cave. But instead of having a breakdown, he asks Eden to hold his hand, and he reminds himself that he's okay and he has friends now, and that just kind of makes me cry a little bit. And then the voice from before returns, and Yakumo realizes that it's coming from behind a wall in the cave. Room 4, ancient song. So they end up finding a secret room in the cave, which is where the voice is coming from, and there's a statue of the great serpent in there. And so when Yakumo touches it, it glows, and there's like ancient serpent runes, and Yakumo is like, oh, I think these are musical notes. But the song is unfinished because it eroded over time from the sea. And he says that the magic seals that were hiding the secret room also started eroding from the sea, which is what caused the song to start playing, which is what the creature noises were that they were hearing that scared people away from the beach. So Yakumo thinks that the song was like calling him here because he was the only person who could awaken the seal and preserve the song, because he's the only serpent yokai in the area. And then Eden is like, can you sing it again so I can memorize it and then try to make it into a full song when we get home? And Yakumo's like, yeah, sure. So he sings it again, and then they both get horny, and Yakumo is like, I think this song might be a traditional serpent mating ritual song. And then we get room 5, mating instincts. One of my notes for this one says, this room is 21 minutes long, please send reinforcements. There was no reinforcements, babe, it was just me. I had to tough it out for 21 minutes. Not that any of these rooms are bad, it's just like, when you're trying to skim them to get lore and they're so long, it's just like, because there's usually not lore, as you've noticed by the fact that I pretty much never say anything about these damn sex rooms. Anyway, so once they're done, Yakumo asks if they can come back to this cave someday and see if there's other serpent yokai there, and Eden is like, yeah, of course. And then Yakumo also asks if he can write the lyrics for the serpent song, and he ends up writing the song about Eden, of course, because love. Also, of course, Yakumo installed a new seal in the cave so that the singing would stop and people would be comfortable going back to the beach to watch their show. So all is well. SSR, Radiant Admiral Olivine. Room 1, best fit. We're back at the mansion, I believe, and Olivine got some spicy biscuits as a gift from a fan, and now his tummy hurty. So Eden was like, oh, let me try one, but they're spicy as fuck, and he dies. And then Olivine is like, oh, they're actually like pretty good when you eat them really slowly with tea. So he's like forcing himself to enjoy these because somebody else gave them to him. Cut to Eden measuring Olivine's booba for outfit alterations. So of course Eden goes horny mode, but Olivine's stomach still hurts, so they don't want to like really freak it. And Eden is like, yeah, no, like, sorry for randomly getting bricked up. We don't have to do anything. Like, I'm not expecting any physical activity because I know your stomach hurts. I just, can't exactly control it. And then Olivine is like, no, don't worry, I'm here to help. And then room 2, I can't, okay. Room 2 is titled Melting Between Your Bosoms. Like, bitch, what the that's exactly what this is though. Room 3, fan explosion. Cut to Eden and Olivine at a fair in the water territory. They're preparing for a performance, and Olivine is explaining that this fair is held every year at the same time to welcome summer, and it's one of the biggest events of the year, but he's never been able to actually experience it himself because he was never allowed to. He always had like other responsibilities at the temple. So before they came, he researched everything and made lists of all the best stalls and attractions and stuff, which is so cute. So Eden is like, that's it. After this performance is over, we're going on a fair date. They end up running into the fan that made the spicy biscuits from before, and Eden sort of politely tells him that Olivine doesn't like them, and the guy starts crying. And then a whole bunch of fans show up and they're like, oh my gosh, it's Olivine. And some guy grabs Olivine's ass, and then Eden is like, yo, fuck off, and chases him down, but the guy gets away. So room 4, response training. They end up not being able to visit the fair because Olivine spends so long talking to every single fan because he is scared of disappointing people, and he can't like say no. He can't like set the boundary of like, I need to leave. And he feels really bad about the spicy biscuits guy getting sad. And Eden is like, well, even though you tried your best to please all the fans, I myself ended up disappointed because we couldn't go on our amusement park date. So you can't please everyone, which is so genius. So Eden says, just because people expect things from you doesn't mean you have to meet those expectations. And Olivine is like shook. He's like, what the hello? Nobody ever told me that before. That's crazy. So then cut to the next day after their performance. The spicy biscuits guy comes back and he apologizes for freaking out, and he brings some not spicy biscuits for Olivine. And then Eden helps Olivine practice saying no to things and saying no to the fans. One of the examples of this being that one of the fans like asks for a kiss or something, and Olivine is like, no, I only have one person that's allowed to kiss me. And it's like, oh my god, like what the fuck? These bitches are gay. Room 5. These rooms are just, these titles are crazy. This room is called Twilight Orgasm Show. What? This room, I only have 2 notes. One is that this room has a little bit of a weird vibe because Eden says something like, I'm worried about you, Olivine, like you don't know how seductive you are. And so it's kind of like, oh, he was saying that in reference to like the fans. You know, he doesn't realize how seductive he is in the eyes of random strangers. So it's a little bit like, what? But anyway. And then there's like a little bit more of like Olivine getting better at dealing with fans and saying no to things. So it's lit. It's lit for the most part. All right. Last card. SSR Idol Apprentice Blade. Room 1. Idol Prince in Training. So this one takes place while Blade is still doing his whole Prince mode thing. Blade gets a gift from a fan, and then he gives it to Eden right in front of them, and Eden is like, whoa, don't do that. So then once they get home, he explains to Blade why that would hurt that person's feelings. And then after that conversation, Eden is like, you're still acting like a prince, but it's just the 2 of us. Like, are you sure you still want to act like that even if we smashed? And of course Blade is like, yeah. So then we get room 2 titled Once Touched a Slime, which like what the... So they smash while Blade is in Prince mode because of course. Also the title of this room is because Blade mentions a book he read called Penetrate Him with a Hand That Once Touched a Slime. Like, what does that even fucking mean? They do that all the time where every time they mention a book, they will tell you the title of the book. And some of these books in this game are so fucking funny. I want to read them in real life. Like, what do you mean once touched a slime? Okay. Also, in the heat of the moment here in this room, Blade like breaks character, which I think is pretty interesting. Like his emotions will shine through even though he's trying to hide them. I don't know, I think that's kind of cool. Room 3, Top Secret Surprise Plan. So this one takes place after Blade goes back to normal. Blade is like suspiciously late coming home, so Eden gets worried and he goes out to find him, and Eden finds him in an alleyway getting scolded by some girl, and this girl is like, my girlfriend gave you a gift and you gave it to some other guy right in front of her. How could you do that? So this is the fan from the beginning, and also lesbians canon on the Klein continent. And then Blade tells this person that's scolding him that he read the card that came with the gift, and he almost accidentally mentions that this person's girlfriend is planning on proposing, but then Eden stops him and is like, whoa, like don't, that's not something you're supposed to say, that's a spoiler. So then they get this girl to calm down and she leaves, and then Eden explains to Blade the whole concept of proposing, and Blade is like, oh, I want to help them propose, that's so cute. Room 4, Private Concert. So Blade comes up with the idea of doing a private concert, and then he hand paints invitations and prepares a special song all by himself, which is literally gonna drive me insane. He's so cute. So we end up back at the beach. They get the fan and her girlfriend to the beach and so do the whole special private performance thing, and Blade uses like some magic to make sparkly hearts in the air, and he pulls them both under the hearts, and then the one girlfriend proposes and the other one says yes, and then Blade is talking to Eden about it and he's like, I feel something weird in my core, and Eden is like, maybe that's your emotions, which sounds so funny out of context, but in context, that's a very big moment. Blade is feeling an overwhelming emotion, and then Blade kisses Eden, and then they smash. And then room 5, titled Darling's Exclusive Idol Service. I have no notes on this one, it's just Blade sex. And that's the end of that event. All right, it is time for Chase the Rainbow. Chase the Rainbow ran from the 11th of August until the 1st of September 2022, and it had 2 SSRs. Eternal Hanabi Dante. I don't know if it's actually pronounced like that. I don't know. Who's to say? And then Sweet Aroma Edmund. So, chapter 1, Summer Celebration. Dante and Eden are waiting to meet with the king, and Eden is really nervous, so he's like pacing around, and Dante is like, can you fucking relax? Like, shut up, stop. And then Edmund comes to get them, and he says that the king wants to thank them for their help in the war on the Dead Zone and invite them to take part in the summer festival. They explain that the summer festival is a week-long event held at the end of the summer to remind people to cherish the last few days of summer and prepare for the coming harvest season. Each night ends with fireworks, and then people watch the sunrise together on a hill. It's kind of cute. So Dante and Eden have been invited to take part in this festival as like special guests or whatever, and the king has ordered Edmund to be their guide, their escort. So that's the 3 main characters for this event. Chapter 2, Feather Gowns. So they go and get tailor-made special outfits for this festival, and I love how there's always an explanation for why these characters are dressed that way. Like, they always have some special outfit on in their SSR, and they always explain it, which I just think is great. So the outfits, of course, are called feather gowns because they're made of fabric that is light like a feather. And then Eden finds out from the tailor that Edmund hasn't like properly celebrated at this festival since he was a little kid. So Eden is like, well, you better get a feather gown too and participate properly. And Edmund is like, fine. And then they run into Olivine, Yakumo, Blade, and Garu. Olivine and Yakumo are setting up stalls at the festival, so they're gathering supplies. And Olivine explains that the church holds activity stalls, so Olivine's running that. And then Yakumo explains that he's running a stall for his grandparents because they told him to get out more, so he's like selling their produce and such. As per usual, Garu is helping Yakumo because he wants to be able to eat Yakumo's cooking while Yakumo is away from the mansion, which is so cute. I'm gonna fucking throw up. And Blade is here because he read a book on buying and selling things, so Aster sent him to help Olivine. And then we also find out that by visiting stalls at this festival, people can collect these things called magic seals and exchange them for the grand prize. So whoever gets like a certain number of magic seals first gets the grand prize. So Dante, Eden, and Edmund are all hyped for the seal collecting competition because you know Dante and Edmund are competitive as fuck, and Eden is, I think, just easily entertained. He is just down for anything. He's also kind of competitive as well, especially when it's Dante. But they're competing as a team, of course, because duh. Alright, chapter 3, Gone Missing. Eden is looking at a map of the event. He's back at the mansion. I think he's in the library or something, but he's looking at a map of the event and trying to plan a like optimal seal collecting route, which is so me coded. I would be doing the same shit, bro, for real. And then Aster shows up and tells him not to go to the hill that everyone watches the sunrise from. This hill is called Sacred Hill. And we get a little lore dump from Aster. I love when he does this, by the way. He just shows up and he tells some dramatic historical event and then he leaves. It's great. So he explains that a long time ago, a deadly sickness spread throughout the city, and the fireworks, stalls, and watching of the sunrise started as a way to remember the dead and celebrate those who survived. But nowadays the meaning has changed to the meaning I said earlier, you know, celebrating the end of summer and preparing for harvest season. And so the festival is held at several historic sites that they rotate through each year, all of which being in the Light Territory. And he says that for a while now, mysterious disappearances have been happening on that hill whenever the festival is held there. And word has it, it's because there's a powerful monster that died there. And ever since, people have heard strange rustling coming from the hill's ginkgo forest, and they see spirits of dead monsters, and then people disappear and stuff. And everyone who has disappeared was seen walking down an alley called the Midnight Trail, which leads to the very edge of the market. And if you go there right at midnight, there's a small pathway marked with a flag to draw people in. And then if they go down that flag way, they disappear, never to be seen again. So upon hearing this whole like spooky ghost story, Eden decides he's gonna wait and tell Edmund and Dante about it when they get to the hill later and just see if he can scare them. He's such a little shit. Chapter 4, Enchanted Poppers. Enchanted what, bitch? Can you imagine if this event was like Eden, Dante, and Edmund do poppers? Hello? What the? We need that. We need like, I think about this all the time. We need an event where Kuya does shrooms. I need to see that old man on acid immediately. Anyway, the girls stumble upon a stall that does a children's archery game where you like shoot the wooden blocks with the little shitty bow thing, you know? You've probably seen something similar to that. So then Dante and Edmund both get mad serious about it because neither of them have like ever done this before. So they're both saying weird shit about like, I have to uphold my honor or I have to show my whole range of ability or whatever. And it's like, dude, like relax. And then Eden mentions that he worked at a fairground shooting gallery one summer. So add that to the tally. And then Eden, of course, being the little shit that he is, proposes a contest where the loser treats the winner to food. Eden gets 8 points. Dante and Edmund both get 10, which is the highest amount of points you can get. And then Edmund calls for a rematch and he's like, I would be honored to compete with someone as skilled as you. And then they just keep going and going and going and they hit every block every time for 30 whole minutes. And then the stall keeper is like, guys, you have got to stop. You have broken the blocks. You've broken the bows. Like, please. I have never in my life experienced this. And then Dante says, this stall has provided more amusement than I could have ever asked for, which is so cute. He's like, oh my God. I love when he's a grown-ass man and he thinks he's all tough and serious and whatever. And then he plays a children's game for once because you know he was never allowed to game as a kid, and then he's like, this is actually sick. Like, I love those moments. I have a note here that says Eden flirts with the stall keeper. I don't remember exactly what they said. Maybe I have a screenshot of it, but like, classic Eden. Of course he did. So as a prize, they get their first few magic seals and also some vouchers for free food. Chapter 5, Summer Festival. So they go get food. If you remember from the first video, if you've seen the first video, if not, go watch it. Eden mentioned at the very beginning of the story, like the prologue, like back in the day, right? He mentioned that when he was working overtime, he only ate diet supplements and drank energy drinks. And then later, if you recall, he said that he was living on instant noodles and energy drinks instead. So I was like, which one is it? What the fuck? So he actually mentions again here that he used to eat snacks all the time at work when he worked overtime. So I'm choosing to believe the instant noodles and snacks theory. And I said that last time too, that I'm choosing to believe that, but now we have more evidence for my side of the argument. Okay, so I'm right, as per usual. So they go around and they're trying different concessions, different like fair foods because they have the free vouchers. And Edmund says that he's never had these before, and he explains that the vendors make up new foods each year specifically for this festival. Chapter 6, Divine Merchandise. They come across Olivine's booth, which is of course crowded as fuck. Olivine and Blade are selling expensive ass blessed holy things that Aster helped them make, so I'm assuming they're not actually blessed, nor are they holy, but they're very expensive, right? So Eden buys 2 bottles of something called Divine Nectar, and he gives them to Edmund and Dante. So in return, Dante and Edmund split the cost of an enchanted ginkgo branch for Eden that costs 2 million gold coins. Both of these items, by the way, the ginkgo branch and the Divine Nectar, are for like blessings and protection. Like, it's a very, vague purpose, quote-unquote blessed item classic thing, but I just think it's funny that it's like Eden walking around with his 2 sugar daddy boyfriends. Actually, he has, if you think about it, he's got 4. Actually, Ray has a lot of money for some reason too. He's got 5 sugar daddy boyfriends. Ponder that. I wish I was him, holy shit. Also, about the ginkgo branch, it's a common belief that ginkgo branches drive away ghosts and evil spirits, so I wonder if that's gonna come back. Chapter 7, Midnight Trail. I have a note here at the beginning of this chapter that just says this whole event is Dante and Edmund being evenly matched, so they keep having little tournaments of stuff and they just keep tying, but it's like in a very respectful way, which I think is surprising, but I also very much enjoy it. It's very cute. So they visit Yakumo's booth, and there's skewers with strange ingredients, and they're like, if you can guess what these ingredients are, you win, or whatever, and Edmund identifies them by smell, which surprises Dante because those ingredients are grown in the border between the fire territory and the dead zone, which is like on the other side of the big dead zone from where Edmund grew up and still lives. And Edmund explains, he's like, a friend of mine was fond of discovering new and exotic ingredients, often buying them in huge quantities, so I had the opportunity to try many unusual dishes. And then Eden says, he sounds cool, you should invite him to hang out with us next time, which is so cute and like, oh. And then Edmund says, if Lucien were still alive, I'm sure he'd like that. Oof. Like, oof. And then we just move on. They just move on. Like, what are we, like, anyway. So they, of course, end up being the first to finish collecting the magic seals. So a bell rings and some fireworks go off in the shape of a goldfish. And then they get these grand prizes, which are figurines of Eden that Olivine made. Like, what the, hello? So Yakumo explains that everyone was super curious about the new Grand Sorcerer ever since Eden regulated the light altar, so that's why the prizes were little dolls shaped like Eden. Also, the other prizes for finishing the magic seals, the non-grand prizes, are copies of a book called Tales of the Grand Sorcerer. It's about Eden. I don't know who wrote it. You know, it was probably Aster. I can imagine him sitting there writing a book about Eden and like heavily embellishing it, but anyway. We get some goldfish lore. The Klein continent does not have goldfish, but they exist on other continents. So some vendors thought to make some with magic because they're pretty. The magic goldfish are encased in a floating water bubble and they're on a string, so it's like a little goldfish balloon. I don't know where they even get those. I think they just find them at a stall or so. I don't really know why that comes in, but just it's important to mention the goldfish. So then they keep wandering around, and of course they end up on the Midnight Trail, and they find a fishing stall with these things called Rainbow Dream goldfish that are incredibly rare. Chapter 8, Loved Ones Return. So they go fishing, right, at this fishing stall, and they end up in an illusion, and they start seeing their dead loved ones. So Dante sees his mom, Edmund sees Lucien, the friend that he mentioned earlier that fucking died, and there's also some girl named Molly, but nobody has a dead loved one named Molly, so like it's like, who the fuck is this, right? So we get a little bit of lore revealed from Edmund's conversation with Lucien, right? We find out that he was a knight that died in battle after getting separated from Edmund, and Edmund found his remains later, which is like, holy shit, can you imagine? Edmund also says that among the knights, he didn't know anybody better than Lucien, so Lucien was like his bestie BFF. And then after he died, Edmund didn't have anyone to talk to for years. He was like lonely, completely by himself, until Eden showed up. And Eden is the only one who realizes that something is weird. So he's like, first of all, these people are dead. Second of all, who the hell is Molly? What's going on? Chapter 9, Awakening. So Dante and Edmund are like going out of their way to try to make Molly happy. So if she like says that she wants something from a stall, they'll get it for her. Or like if she says, oh, I want to go over here, they do it, and like whatever. And Eden is like, what the hello? Like, do we know this girl? Like, what am I missing? But we find out that the ginkgo branch that Edmund and Dante bought for Eden, which Eden has been wearing on his hip, is protecting him from Molly. And we also find out that Eden has never lost somebody close to him, so he isn't seeing any dead loved ones. And then Eden manages to snap Edmund and Dante out of the illusion by saying that they were abandoning their duties, which is like, of course. He's like, get back to work. Quit being distracted by this random girl and your dead loved ones. And then they wake up and they're like, oh my god, you're right. I do have to get back to work. But then as soon as they like snap back out of it, he apologizes for saying that. And he's like, it's normal to feel sad in these type of situations. I just had to get you guys out of the illusion, you know. Chapter 10, Rainbow Dream. So we find out that Molly made this whole illusion because she's lonely. And Eden asks if she's a Rainbow Dream goldfish. And she says that she is. And she says that when she was very little, there was a quote-unquote big sister that looked after her and the other fish, and they called her the breeder, meaning Rainbow Dream goldfish are extinct and now remain only in captivity. But Molly says that one day a scary person took her to a dark place where she slept for a long time and awoke to a strange man watching her, and the strange man kept her in dirty water and didn't feed her. And then one day she got sick and died, and then a voice called her a poor child, and she woke up under a big tree on the sacred hill. And she couldn't leave the hill, but she wanted to play with everyone at the festival, so she created this illusion that caused all these people to go missing, but she wasn't aware that they were going missing. She just thought that they were like playing with her or something. So Eden, Dante, and Edmund want to help Molly get home and free the missing people, and Eden says they should try to find the source of the hill's power. And then Molly explains that the power from the ginkgo branch is the same as the power from the hill that won't let her leave. The reason that Eden was protected from her because of the ginkgo branch was because she's a ghost. If you remember how I said that they ward off spirits and such. And Molly also says that she's probably buried there. So chapter 11, Sacred Hill. They go, of course, to the Sacred Hill, and Molly lets them out of the illusion, and it's almost dawn, back in real world, real time. And Dante says the power from the ginkgo branch feels similar to that of an elemental spirit, and he says that the longer a creature lives in the natural world, the more power it accumulates, and eventually that power resembles that of an elemental spirit. And Edmund shows Eden a method of finding powerful plants that Lucian told him about, where you release essence to see if any plants absorb it, and they find this tree that is absorbing essence, and they start regulating it like a gemstone altar. And Eden hears the voice of the old lady from the fishing stall that I forgot to mention until now. There was an old lady sleeping next to that fishing stall, and then they just like kind of did it without asking her, because they were like, we'll let her sleep, whatever, it's fine. So the old lady is also the voice of the tree. So I'm calling it the old lady tree. I don't remember if that's what they call it in the game or not, but it might be. So the old lady tree thought that she was helping Molly, but she ended up trapping Molly on this hill. So then the tree lets Molly go, and Molly hugs the tree and asks for it to release the missing people before Molly goes home. Home as in like heaven. Oh my god. And then all the missing people show up on the hill, and a rainbow appears in the sky, and then Molly disappears. And let me tell you, bro, when I read this the first time, I genuinely did shed a tear. Like, I genuinely did cry a little. Because, are you kidding me? Oh my god. So that is the end of the event story. Moving on to the cards, starting with SSR Sweet Aroma Edmund. Room 1, Nighttime Voyage. This one takes place after the main event story, where Edmund tells Eden that since that night at the festival, they've had multiple reports of people getting high temperatures and high heart rates after going to the festival. And Edmund says that the food may be the cause, but the food they ate didn't cause them any problems. And the food that they ate was only from local vendors, which means the food that was causing the problem must have come from outside the light territory. So Edmund is saying that the knights have to be very careful about how they handle this, because it could cause an interterritorial dispute if they don't do it correctly. And he says he's going to investigate tonight, and Eden suggests wearing his feather gown instead of his knight uniform, so the stall vendors will be more receptive to his questions, thinking he's just like a normal dude. And then Eden, of course, also uses this opportunity to go on a little festival date with Edmund, which is really cute. And they end up talking about their first kiss, because they find this stall that is selling these, like, I think they were like ice cream balls or something, but the gimmick was that they were supposed to taste like your first kiss. And so we find out that Eden's first kiss was with a classmate at the orphanage, and Edmund says that his first kiss tasted like twinkle fruit, which is a fruit that apparently tastes a bit like a lemon. And then randomly, while they're trying to investigate, Edmund says that there's some little button or something rubbing on his chest inside of his gown, so it's horny time, I guess. Room 2, Crimson Touch. So yeah, they go like behind a tree or something in the woods, and they find that there was a little clip stuck inside of Edmund's outfit, and it was like rubbing on his nipple or something. So Eden is like, I'll put lotion on it, and then of course it's like he goes weird with it. Room 3, A Certain Memory. They end up finding a stall that is selling twinkle fruits, which is the fruit that Edmund said his first kiss tasted like, and Edmund is like, oh, that's a twinkle fruit, and the vendor is like, you're only the second ever person to know what these are. And Edmund asks if the other was the captain of the knights, and the vendor says yes, and Edmund is like, so he still remembers. Then we get a little bit more Lucian lore. We find out that he was the little brother of the knight captain. He had a fiance who was a woman, by the way, straight people jump scare, that he proposed to at the Twinkle Fruit Kitchen, which was like a restaurant, I'm assuming, or something like that. And then there's a little flashback where Lucian and Edmund and the captain are also talking about their first kisses and stuff. We find out that Lucian's fiance loved the meaning behind Twinkle Fruit, and that's why he proposed at the Twinkle Fruit Kitchen. The meaning behind Twinkle Fruit being that it's a symbol of romance, and its flavor is used to describe the taste of a first kiss, which is why Edmund said that. He was just kind of guessing, and Edmund is like, I've never been kissed before, and Lucian is like, you should get out more. And the knight captain is like, yeah, for real, like, take a break, go live life a little bit, don't be so serious about being a knight, you know, like, chill. And then we also find out from this flashback that when Edmund became a knight, due to his family family background, being from a noble family, and his high amount of essence, people would slander him behind his back, being like, oh, he's cheating, like he just bought his way in, he's not good at this, he's using magic and he's cheating and it sucks and whatever. So that's why Edmund is so serious about practicing all the time, because he's like, I'm gonna prove to these haters that I actually am just as good at this as they are, if not better, right? He's trying to beat the Nepo baby allegations. So Edmund tells all of this stuff from the flashback, or I'm pretty sure all of this stuff, to Eden. And then upon hearing this, Eden is like, well, what did your first kiss actually taste like? But of course, before Edmund can actually answer that question, they hear people walking by talking about how they have high temperatures and fast heart rates. So room 4, fireworks and first times. So they ask those people a bunch of questions and they track the bad food down, and the food that's been making people sick is actually those enchanted first kiss snowballs that I mentioned. But in order to get one, you have to kiss in front of the vendor. So they need to get one so they can prove that they're making people sick. But now they're in this awkward situation where they have to kiss. Oh my god, they have to kiss? Oh no, that's crazy. And Eden is like, oh, easy peasy. I used to do this stuff all the time at the bar for free drinks. Like, what did the freaking... And then Edmund is like, we can't just, what do you mean just kiss? We can't just do that. That's crazy. So Eden ends up finding another way to get a snowball instead. And then they figure out that the reason that these snowballs was making people sick was because there was like a potion that the cook was putting in them to make them taste like your first kiss, you know? And that potion was making people sick. So they're like, hey, quit doing that, and they get that problem solved. And then they're by themselves by a tree, like chilling, relaxing in public private, and then they kiss, but not in front of people. They just kiss by themselves, and we find out that of course Edmund has actually never been kissed before until now. Room 5, several tries later, it's just a bunch of them kissing and they smash, and Edmund thinks to himself that kissing tastes sweeter than any dessert he's ever had, which is gonna make me throw up and die. He is making me ill. And then that is the end of that card story. And then SSR Eternal Hanabi Dante. Again, not sure how that's pronounced, but whatever. Room 1, dress or undress. This is set before they go to the festival, when the feather gowns just have gotten finished and get delivered. Dante finds Eden's plan that he made on the map for the Magic Seal collection route, and he asks about a specific stall that's like marked with a star next to it, and Eden is like, oh, that's the stall that sells that, and he refuses to elaborate on what that is. And then they try on their feather gowns together, and Eden like close up examines Dante's body markings for the first time, and he's all like, oh my gosh, these are so pretty, they're so beautiful, oh my gosh. And then Dante gets all horny and he's like, wow, you're clearly enamored by my beauty. And Eden thinks to himself, hell yeah, I am. I can't help but be intrigued when I see a pretty design. It's an occupational hazard. Room 2, Breath of Essence. I have a note here that says, this is the inverse of Ancient Ceremony Quincy Room 2. What the fuck does that mean? I don't know. They're having some sort of contest, right? Because of course they are. And Dante is about to lose, so he cheats, which is really fucking funny. And then Eden is like, hey, you should do this like this. Because remember, Dante sucks at sex. His dick game is trash, right? So Eden is like, here, do this. And Dante is like, I was getting there. Which is just he's so funny, dude. Anyway, so that fucking ends. And we get room 3, Tender Propriety. This one is set in the last day of the festival. So Dante and Eden are walking around at the festival, and they're talking about their pasts and talking about this and that, whatever. We get some more Dante lore in this card, which I was not ready for when I first read this. So it turns out he was born frail, so his mom used to take care of him at home and didn't let him go out or participate in military training, which, like, don't get me started on the military training thing, but he basically wasn't allowed to do anything. And then as a result of that, he was absolutely helpless during the riot that killed his parents, and he couldn't do anything but watch. And I almost just laughed. You heard me almost just laugh, but like, I seriously, when I read that for the first time, I was like, I'm gonna pass away. Like, what the fuck? So then, remember how in Dante's SR, which I talked about in the first video, he said that kindness is like a weakness, and like if you're too kind, then you die, or whatever the fuck, I don't know. He says here, misfortune doesn't wait until you're ready. And then he asks Eden if Eden still thinks that endless kindness is a wise decision. And Eden is like, yeah, well, I never even had parents to begin with, so take that. Take that, nerd. And then Dante continues his story about his parents dying. So after the riot killed his parents, they set the carriage on fire that Dante was in, and he spent 5 days crossing the desert on foot by himself, searching for an elemental spirit, who then forced him to pass a test, and if he passed the test, he would get aid from the spirit. He of course passed, but the trial was insane and traumatizing, and then Dante gained his markings after that. We don't actually know what the trial was, but we just know that it was like really, really hard and very terrible. So then they find the stall that was marked on Eden's map, and we find out that that is sticky oyster cakes, which, if I remember correctly, Eden had this marked because it was like a food that he actually knew of, like something that they kind of had in his world. So he was like, oh my god, fucking finally, I get to have something normal, right? And they find that the stall is run by a woman and her sick child. And then the mom gets attacked by some like asshole guys, and Dante runs in to help. Room 4. Hone your body. So they save this lady, and she tells them that she missed the application deadline for vending at the festival, but she found someone who was willing to sell their spot, but the spot is trash, and then the guy sent his goons to extort money from her. And then Dante teaches the sick child how to help out at the stall so she won't be helpless, and we find out that the kid actually wanted to learn how to help anyway, but her mom would never teach her because she was sick. So Dante says, you can't protect your daughter forever, and the mom says, you're right, but with people like you two around, I don't think I have much to worry about. And then Dante is like, wait, this backfired. I'm not supposed to be kind. I'm supposed to be an asshole. What do you mean? And then Eden says, even though it's easy to misunderstand your intentions, you're actually a pretty nice person. Not wanting others to suffer is a kind way of thinking, but it doesn't help if you're too overprotective. You discovered this and found a way to make kindness more effective. And then Dante whispers to himself, did they really have that much of an influence on me? Those pitiful parents. Because he's like, I think as a coping mechanism, he's convinced himself that his parents sucked, so he doesn't have to actually genuinely grieve their loss as much and admit that he loved them. And it just, oh, I'm gonna cry right now. I'm like tearing up. Oh my god. He's, okay. So Eden does his special move, and by that I mean he praises Dante, but he throws in an insult about his sex skills at the end, and then Dante is like, what the fuck? So he pushes Eden up against the wall, and then it's sexy time. Room 5, impulsive bond. They of course are not in public anymore. I think, well, actually they are in public, but I think they're in like an alleyway or something, so not quite public, but definitely in public. Don't ever do that in real life, by the way, guys. Just in case anybody is thinking, you know, using this game as inspiration. Don't do that. Yeah, I don't really have any notes about this room, just that they were not freaking it in front of that mom and her kid. I always forget to mention when they move to different locations, and then I'm like, oh, this might sound really weird if I forget to mention that they went somewhere else. Anyway, that is the end of that card and the end of that event story. So now is a good time to take a little moment, assess your physical situation. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Do you need to get up and stretch? Do you need to pee? Take a minute if you've been absolutely locked into this video. I often forget to drink and eat, so I'm just saying that for those of you who can relate. So go do that and then get back here, because we've got work to do. The Astral Duo event ran from the 15th of September until the 6th of October 2022, and it had 2 SSRs, Distant Promise Quincy and Lakeside Spark Kuya. Also, I don't remember if I mentioned this before, but most of these events, like pretty much all of them, it'll be 1 top and 1 bottom. This event is the first and I think only, let me get a fact check on that. Astral Duo is the only double top event to ever happen in the history of New Carnival. So of course, it was gonna be Quincy and Kuya. They didn't kiss though, which is like really annoying. You know, if you look too far into it, maybe this means that one of them is a switch. My money is on Quincy. Thoughts? I feel like you'd catch Quincy bottoming before you'd catch Kuya bottoming, because Kuya has just more of a mental illness. Anyway, so, chapter 1, Lunar Anomaly. So, Eden and Olivine are on their way to the tribe in the wood territory, and they're bringing, like, supplies or something. And they're talking to each other about how they haven't seen Kuya or Quincy at Aster's mansion in like a long time. They're like, oh, I wonder what they're up to. And then Eden like sees Quincy in like the tree line for like 2 seconds before he disappears. And he's like, well, that was weird. Wonder what's up with that. I could have sworn I saw Quincy over there. And then they get to the tribe and they see that they're preparing for something in the village, and they have like special foods and special stones and like moon offerings and stuff set up. So they ask like, what the fuck is going on? What's this? And the tribe elder explains that it is the first day of something called the double eclipse. And then Eden looks up at the sky and there's 2 moons, one of which is blue, the other one is red. And if you'll notice, this whole event is like purple themed. And if you think about it, red and blue makes purple. Yeah, if you really do the math there. So that's just the layers of this story writing that most people wouldn't catch on to. Okay. Chapter 2, Forest Alterations. So we get a little bit of information about the double eclipse here. The double eclipse is an event that is unique to the wood territory, and it happens once every 54 years and 1 month, which is like hilariously specific, but every 54 years and 1 month, and it lasts for 3 days, during which time the forest's terrain changes and seals the area off from the outside world, and the 2 moons affect the area's essence and can cause like weird things to happen, such as the animals becoming hostile, or ancient powerful trees suddenly withering and dying, or such and such. So it's basically just 3 days of like fuck shit going on. Also, we find out that there is a kid missing from the tribe, but the elder is like, you guys need to leave now, because if you don't, you're gonna be stuck here for the next 3 days and it's not gonna be good. But then Topper shows up, and Topper communicates to Eden that Quincy is in trouble, so they go follow Topper. But then Olivine gets split off because he hears a child crying, so Olivine goes to save the kid from what we find out is like a hare that has turned hostile, and so he saves the kid, but he has no idea where Eden went. And then we cut back to Eden, who is following Topper around. But I should mention here, Topper's eyes are not the right color, so just keep that in mind for later. Eden falls off a cliff and gets surrounded by a bunch of those strangely hostile hares, like the one that was attacking that kid. Chapter 3, Missing Clan Member. So Eden manages to escape the hares and does end up finding his way to Quincy's house, but it's like wrecked inside and there's blood on the floor and Quincy is not there. So he's like, oh my god, like Quincy fucking died, like what happened? So he decides he's gonna go find Kuya and ask Kuya for help, because he's like, I'm gonna fucking die if I go out there by myself, right? And he sees this like knife on one of Quincy's dressers or something, so he grabs the knife just in case, and then he heads off to find Kuya. But of course he gets surrounded by wolves, and then Kuya shows up to save him, which is cute. And so then they're like talking, and Eden is like, Kuya seems like he's a little bit under the weather. That's weird. That's not normal. And he also asks why Kuya is wearing that fucking outfit, because remember I said they always have an explanation for these damn fits. So we find out that the outfit is like this special magic outfit that helps stabilize the essence of the person wearing them. So it's not like a lot of help, but it's a little bit of help. And since the double eclipse makes your essence all fucking weird, Kuya needs to be wearing this, I guess. And then Eden is like, oh, okay, cool. By the way, Quincy like might have died. Like we should go save him. And Kuya's like, I don't fucking care. I don't give a shit. Chapter 4, Lunar Standstill. So Kuya is like, I doubt anyone could hurt my old friend even if they wanted to. And then Eden is like, oh, that's reassuring. And Kuya is like, yeah, fuck you, whatever. That's not what I meant, you know. And then Eden asks if he can go back home with Kuya because he's worried about Kuya. Because like I said, he seems like he's kind of under the weather. Of course, he doesn't tell Kuya that, but he's like, can I come back to your house, by the way? I'm so scared and I'm gonna die out here. And then Kuya reluctantly agrees. And then they get back to Kuya's house and they notice that the moons haven't moved at all, but normally they're like moving towards each other, right? Because double eclipse, like they're gonna overlap, but they have not moved at all. So Kuya is like, this means that the effects of the eclipse could just continue for the rest of time unless they start moving. Like that's not good. And then Kuya is like, anyway, here's this magic box that you should open. And he says that its form varies from person to person, but it's one of those like essence stabilizing outfits. So Eden opens the box and he gets his outfit reveal, and then Kuya is like, wow, that was lame. The last person who opened that box grew a huge beard. I was hoping for something funny like that. And then of course also Kuya has to threaten him, so he says that if you damage my clothes, you will be punished. There will be consequences, right? I'm assuming those consequences are of the horny nature, but we will find out. And then Eden is like, well, I'm gonna go try to find Quincy. Like, I gotta, we gotta figure this out. And Kuya goes with him, and Eden is like, I thought you didn't give a shit. Like, what do you mean you're coming with me? And Kuya says, it was you who said it doesn't hurt to rely on others sometimes, right? Which, first of all, I don't exactly know where he said that, like to Kuya. I don't remember. But he has certainly said that to several people. So that's kind of like, I'm gonna throw up and die, you know? One of those crazy Kuya being kind of normal moments. Chapter 5, Deep Dive. They run into another like pack of monsters or something, and we find out that Kuya's magic is like significantly weaker right now than it normally is, because like he does his whole like snap his fingers and do fire thing, but it doesn't really work that well. And then they end up going back to the village, and it's in total chaos, but we do find out from the tribe elder that Olivine came back to the village, and then the elder convinced Olivine to leave before he got stuck in the woods, so Olivine has safely left. However, Kuya, Quincy, and Eden are stuck here, but since Kuya and Quincy live here, that's not exactly much of a problem. It's just a problem for Eden. And then Kuya makes some cryptic fucking comment about, oh, well, Quincy might not be in this forest. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? But then Topper shows up again. He has that same thing where his eyes are not the right color, but Eden follows him again, not noticing this either time, by the way, doesn't notice the difference in eye color. And they end up at this lake that Kuya says is called Moonslate Lake. And then Topper gives Eden a rock that looks like the moon offering like stones from the village, except this one is glowing. And then Topper says, take the rock and jump in the lake and you'll find Quincy. And you might be wondering, how the fuck do they know what Topper is saying? Well, Kuya is translating. Either he's translating or he just knows what's going on, so he's like just saying it. I'm not exactly sure if Kuya can understand Topper, but I would assume that he can. But then Kuya is like, well, I have no desire to get wet. But he says that he'll go with. And then he uses magic to let them like walk across the surface of the lake. So it's a Jesus moment. And then Eden is like, well, guess I'm going in. So he jumps in the water and starts fucking drowning. Chapter 6, Wrong Place, Wrong Time. Eden wakes up soaking wet on the grass and Kuya is gone. And he's like, what the fuck? I guess I didn't drown. Like, okay. And so he gets up and looks around and he realizes that he's at the village, or like right on the outskirts of the village. And then he sees Quincy, but it's Quincy when he was a lot younger. Still like an adult man, but like just visibly not the same guy. So past Quincy shows up and he's like talking to like people from the tribe and whatever, and we just get some like Quincy lore. So he used to be a quote-unquote mighty warrior of the tribe, and he had this friend named Sorrow. We also find out that he was really We find out that he was really good with the kids, and they used to call him Big Brother Quincy, and it just really makes me sad. Like, the fact that he used to be so, like, and he was so happy, you know? He's, like, smiling and talking like a normal person, and, like, he was surrounded by people that cared about him, and then they were like, oh, actually, you're weird for not aging, so you're gone. And now he's been living completely alone in the woods, like, what the fuck? And then Eden is about to go say something to past Quincy and be like, what is going on? But before he can, current day Quincy drags him off into the bushes, and he tells Eden that they have to stay hidden from everybody because they're in the past. And so, you know, obviously fucky things would happen if they interacted with themselves from the past or anybody from the past, you know. Also, Topper with normal eye color is with this version of Quincy, and Quincy's essence is also kind of fucked up, but like in the opposite way of Kuya's. So instead of being weaker, his essence is a lot stronger, and he's being like unusually violent. So Topper is all scared, and so Topper hops over onto Eden's shoulder instead and is like, I'm gonna chill with you for now. And then Eden is like, by the way, who's Zorro? And Quincy's like, that he was a close friend of mine from the tribe. Chapter 7, Time Fossil. So Eden asks like, when even is this? And Quincy says that this is at least 2 double eclipses ago, which means this was at least 108 years before current day, which means since Quincy was already like a grown man when we're seeing him here. Grown man, I mean at least like 20s. So he is at least like 130 years old. But that's my guesstimate for Quincy's age. He's at least like 130. Anyway, so they try to start figuring out how to get back, like how to solve this problem and figure out what the fuck is going on, you know? And Eden is like, oh, I have this fossil. We can just go back. I have this stone, but it's not glowing anymore. And Quincy explains that that is a time fossil that belongs to the lunar spirit. So Eden puts some essence into the fossil and it starts glowing again. And then Quincy explains that time fossils contain the lunar spirit's essence, and they can be used to locate its whereabouts, it being the lunar spirit. And he also says that the reason that he is in the past is because the lunar spirit left its original time period, meaning that the eclipse can't end, so Quincy followed it here to try to bring it back. So that's why the moons weren't moving. And then Eden is like, wait, also, hold on. Why did you leave the tribe if you were so happy there and like, had so much fun? And he says, people got scared as time passed, so I moved. And then Eden is like, well, isn't that sad though? Doesn't that suck? And Quincy says that it didn't have any effect on his life. Me when I lie. Me when I'm straight lying. Chapter 8, Spirit Revealed. Eden tells Quincy to leave looking for the spirit up to him and Topper, and Quincy is like, okay. So this is the Quincy and Kuya counting on somebody else for once event, which is nice. And Eden ends up finding the lunar spirit, but it tries to blow him up with magic. And Quincy, of course, shows up right at the right moment to yank Eden out of the way, which reminded me of the Twilight car scene, which then reminded me of that video of, I think it was EXO's Kai, where they recreated the Twilight car scene, which then reminded me of that Taemin video where he sees that, I think it's a scene from Twilight where they like drop the apple and he like kicks it up his leg or something in the video, and then Taemin is like, I can do that, and he tries, and they like drop a ball on the floor and it like hits him in the fucking face. Anyway, very tangential thing. And then Quincy is like, oh yeah, the lunar spirit is just trying to play with you, it's not trying to kill you. And then he explains that the lunar spirit only appears during the double eclipse, so it likes to fuck around while it's out and about. And then Topper is like, oh, you want to play? I can play. So Topper plays with the lunar spirit and it's really cute. And then Eden and Quincy notice that the lunar spirit's time travel necklace is gone, so it can't get back. Well, mostly Quincy notices that because Eden wouldn't have even known that was a thing. But by this point, the time fossil that they were using to locate the spirit doesn't have enough essence to help anymore either. And then we get a little bit of a dump of information about how time travel works, like how this is all working. So Quincy explains that the lunar spirit owns the time fossils and its essence is what makes them work, but it takes 54 years for the essence to build up enough. And the lunar spirit's time fossils and Moonslate Lake are both required in order to time travel. So essentially the double eclipse is like the only time when you could time travel, at least a time travel in this way. So they have to go find a time fossil with lunar spirit essence in it in order to solve this whole situation. Chapter 9, The Lord of the Yokai's Pavilion. So Kuya shows up again and he's like, well, I might just know where to find one of those. And Eden is like, oh yeah, well, you threw me in that lake and then you just fucked off and now you're just gonna show up? Like, what's the deal? And Kuya is like, well, oh, God forbid a guy wants to explore. You can only go into the past every 54 years. God forbid a guy wants to look around. So then, of course, Quincy and Kuya are acting all divorced. So Eden is awkwardly third-wheeling, and Kuya leads them to the Yokai Pavilion from the Mystical Banquet event, and there's a time fossil there that has essence, but it's guarded by none other than Kuya from the past. Chapter 10, Aren't You Curious? So they have to get past Kuya, and past Kuya is being all annoying, and he's like, oh, what? Me? A boring clan member, the lunar spirit, and some slow-witted human? What a strange bunch. And then Eden is like, well, Kuya, you know yourself better than anyone else, what do we do? And present Kuya is like, don't lump me in with that fool, which is like, so, but he's like, oh, this guy is acting as the Lord of the Yokai's caretaker, and it's pathetic. So it's this really interesting dynamic between Kuya and his past self. So current Kuya thinks that past him is inadequate, and past Kuya thinks that present Kuya is disappointing. So they have this like little bitchy exchange, right? So present Kuya says something about like, oh, it's so embarrassing that you used to toy with animals and young yokai in the forest for entertainment. And then past Kuya is like, well, the fact that you let the eclipse affect you to the point where your ears and tail are out is the very definition of embarrassing. And then current Kuya is like, and what's so bad about showing my ears and tail? Huh? And this is like insane because, first of all, if you recall, okay, in Kuya's first SSR, he said that he would only show Eden his ears and tail once, and that was after a whole fucking thing had gone on. And then when his ears and tail were out and Eden was like, oh, they're so pretty, Kuya was like, you don't think they're indecent? You don't think it's gross, you know? So now, this is insanity. Also, in Kuya's like initial, I think his initial SR, he was still toying with animals and yokai in the woods for fun. And Eden was like, maybe don't do that. And then Kuya was like, well, maybe if you show me a more entertaining toy to play with, I'll stop doing it. And of course the toy ended up being Eden, and now it's gotten to the point where he is so far beyond this because of Eden that he thinks it's embarrassing that he used to do that at all. That's crazy. Anyway, so then they're still talking about the ears and tails situation, and past Kuya is like, it's unbefitting, and present Kuya is like, unbefitting. Eden, why don't you tell him what you think of my ears and tail? And then Eden is like, oh, I think they're like really pretty and cute and hot and sexy. And then past Kuya is like, what? And present Kuya is like, see? You fucking nerd. Get wrecked. Get wrecked, idiot. And then past Kuya is like, wait a second, this guy has Huey's essence, what's up with that? And Kuya is like, well, he's nothing more than a toy for my amusement, right? Which is like me when I'm lying. And then past Kuya is like, oh, okay, so you wouldn't mind if I destroyed him? And then Quincy steps in to protect him, and past Kuya is like, whoa, even Quincy is defending him? That's crazy. Who the fuck is this guy? And then past Kuya tries to convince Eden to stay in the past with him. He's like, oh, you could stay here and be my servant, and like whatever. And I think I mentioned in the main story when Kuya was introduced, he said this to Eden back then. He was like, you could stay here and be my servant in the woods. How about that? And Eden was like, no. And then Kuya also said that to Ray in, I think, chapter 13. He was like, well, it would be so interesting to see what you turned into if you stayed in this forest with us. How about that? And Ray was like, no. And now past Kuya is doing it again. I just think it's such a funny little trait of his. He's like, oh man, I'm so lonely and bored. But I'm not gonna say it like that. I'm just gonna say you should be my servant. But what I'm actually saying is I'm really lonely and bored, and this is a cry for help. Anyway, Eden actually considers it because he's like, hold on, if this is 100 years ago, that means Huey hasn't disappeared yet. So if I stayed here, I could meet Huey and maybe figure out how to get home. But then obviously he's like, no, I'm not fucking doing that. And then past Kuya lets them take the stone, and he says that the yokai lord always said that the day would come when someone in need would come for it, which leaves me with a lot of questions. Like, first of all, present day Kuya knew they'd be allowed to take it, but he scared the shit out of Eden by being like, oh, we're gonna get in huge trouble, by the way, just for the fuck of it, obviously. But then also, how did the Lord of the Yokai know about this back then? Who was this guy? Anyway, then the lunar spirit does some magic on past Kuya, and Quincy is like, oh, maybe it erased Kuya's memory of this moment. And Eden is like, but if it didn't, Kuya, doesn't that mean that you met me before? And Kuya is like, maybe not. More than 100 years have passed. Don't tell me you're all excited over the idea of me remembering you. So I don't know what that means, but I just, it's gonna kind of make me throw up, the idea that Kuya met Eden 100 years ago. Anyway, they go back to the lake, they jump into the lake, and they go back to the future. Chapter 11, Spiritual Gift. So they get back, but the moons still aren't moving. Eden has come to the conclusion that there is 2 lunar spirits, and that the topper version from earlier that has the wrong eye color is the second one, and then that fake topper transforms back into its normal, lunar spirit form, and real topper is like playing with both of them. So we find out that topper is besties with the lunar spirits, which I think is adorable. So the lunar spirits end up liking Eden, so they let him keep the time fossil, and they say that they'll find him next time, which is so cute. Like, just the assumption that Eden is gonna be there in another like 54 years to hang out. It's cute. And then the lunar spirits disappear. Chapter 12, Mysterious Dream. Kuya decides to stay after the lunar spirits disappear. So Kuya, Eden, Topper, and Quincy sit outside Quincy's house, and they roast meat on a fire and like have a little picnic. It's literally so cute. I like almost died. So Kuya explains that the whole reason this whole thing happened was because that lunar spirit who went back in time jumped into the lake after throwing a tantrum about losing out on getting to play with Topper, and that's what caused this entire situation, because of course Kuya fucking knew that. I don't know. But Topper wanted to stop the lunar spirit when it jumped into the lake, so Quincy and Topper both jumped in to save the day. And Eden is like, well, hold on, so what was with that blood stain in your house? Like, what's with that? And Quincy is like, oh, that's because the effects of the eclipse hit me right as I was dealing with a beast that I had hunted earlier in the day. So the blood was from the beast, not from Quincy. And then Eden, he looks up at the moons and they're moving, and he like points at them or something. And then Quincy and Kuya team up to do a little trolling, and they're like, oh, didn't anyone ever tell you not to point at the moon? And I just think that I died. I think I didn't survive that. Like, just these moments, specifically with Quincy, Kuya, and Ray, where they don't get along, but then they'll be like, but we're gonna team up to fuck with Eden though. Oh my god, it makes me ill. It makes me sick. Okay. And then Kuya calls the double eclipse the time eclipse, and he says that shit like this happening is pretty common. And Quincy is like, yeah, the two moons represent the positive and negative flows of time, and the fact that time affects the flow of essence is what causes the creatures of the forest to change. However, very few people still know about this because the true meaning of the eclipse has been like lost to time. And then Eden starts telling them stories about the moon from his world, like legends about the moon, and Kuya and Quincy both are like intrigued by his stories, and I'm gonna die. And then the next morning, once the eclipse is over, they go back to the tribe and they find Olivine, Edmund, and Yakumo are all there, and Yakumo has a big pot of Snoop for the tribe as a thanks for letting them wait there for Eden. So, as it turns out, I'm assuming, Olivine went back to the mansion and was like, there's a problem. And then Yakumo and Edmund came to the tribe and waited for Eden to show up. And then the last thing that happens in this event story is that Eden sees a little boy looking for Quincy. So he tells Quincy to go say hi, and then Quincy is like, oh, that's so troublesome. But he goes and does it anyway. So this is another little piece in the puzzle of fixing Quincy's relationship with the tribe's people, and it's really gonna make me cry. And then that's the end of the event story. So moving on to the cards. SSR, Distant Promise Quincy, Room 1, Nighttime Jaunt. This one takes place in the past while Eden and Quincy are on their way to find the lunar spirit. Quincy saves Eden from a beast and then makes the mistake of leaning on a weak tree, and it reminds him of this memory he has with Zaro. So then we get a little flashback, right? The flashback is of Zaro leaning on a weak tree, and then he falls over and Quincy gets a little chuckle out of it. In this same flashback, Zaro gives Quincy a knife, and if you remember, Eden grabbed a knife from Quincy's house. Keep that in mind. And Zaro tells Quincy that without Quincy there, the whole tribe would be on edge about the eclipse. He also says, the way I see it, you're a shoo-in for the next tribe elder. And Quincy says, no thanks, way too troublesome. And then we cut back to the present where Eden convinces Quincy to take a break and rest a bit. And he's like, since you don't want me close to you, I'll rest over here. It's fine. I can rest over by a different tree or whatever. But then Quincy grabs him and is like, if you want me to rest, you're not going anywhere. And then it's horny time. Room 2, Ferocious Ecstasy. These titles are just insane every time. So, dude, Quincy's being all crazy because his essence is all weird and everything, but he's like trying to hold back and he's like, I really might kill you. And Eden, this fucking freak, is like, honestly, I wouldn't mind dying during an orgasm. Like, what the fuck? He would say that though. So then they finish freaking it, and then afterwards Quincy is apologizing and Eden is like, man, it sounds like you're apologizing for not making me feel good, but I felt amazing, so what's even the deal? And then room 3, Shadow of a Promise. This one takes place after the eclipse is over. Quincy's back at his house, but he's still wearing the Essence outfit because he can't find his normal clothes since his whole house was destroyed when he was fucking around with that beast, you know? Eden tells Quincy to rest and recover after the eclipse, and Quincy is like, well, I can't because I need to investigate the changes to the forest from the eclipse and get everything figured out. And then Eden is like, okay, well, how about this? I'll clean your house if you rest while I clean your house. Thoughts? And then that's what they end up doing. So Eden is like cleaning the house and like whatever, and then he's like, oh, by the way, I grabbed this knife before I left. And Quincy is like, oh, that's Zaro's knife. But before he can actually tell Eden about Zaro, they hear screaming from outside, and they find out that a kid got stuck in a trap outside Quincy's house while he was trying to find his way back to the village. So they get him out, and then Quincy leads Eden and that guy back to the village through all the different paths that changed, because Quincy is the only guy who would know how to find his way even though the terrain is wacky. And then when they get back to the village, that kid is like, honestly, I thought you were gonna eat me at first, because that's what everybody says, like you're just like this big scary guy that like eats people or whatever, but you're not gonna eat me. So here, have these fruits that I was picking as a gift, and I'll make sure to tell everybody that you don't eat people. Once again, another piece in the puzzle of repairing his relationship with the tribes. We're one step closer, bitch, I'm crying. And then Eden decides they should camp near the village for the night because it's dark and they don't have time to get back to Quincy's house. So room 4, Lonesome Vow. So Eden is like, hold on, that kid from earlier kind of looked like Zaro. So he's like, is it possible that that kid is a descendant of Zaro's? And Quincy is like, yeah, he is. So we find out that Zaro just grew old and like died of old age, but Quincy of course didn't. And then we get this flashback where Quincy is visiting Zaro as he's old and fucking dying in bed, and Quincy says, you're the only friend I have left, and Zaro says, after all these years, it's finally my turn. The first one to go was, and then Quincy finishes his sentence and he's like, yeah, my dad. And Zaro says, your father, then your mother, and the elder, and then your lover, and then all the friends we grew up with until only I remained. So he explains to Quincy that a long time ago, I'm literally tearing up, bro, by the way. Like, oh my god, I'm fucking crying over the gay sex game again. So Zaro explains that a long time ago, all of Quincy's loved ones got together and they decided that whoever was the last alive would be in charge of taking care of Quincy. So as he's literally dying in bed, right, like actively, like last moments of his life, he tells Quincy, forget that old promise. I was wrong to ask you to protect the tribe. That old promise being like Zaro trying to convince him to be the next tribe elder. He says, forget that old promise. I was wrong to ask you to protect the tribe. All you need to do is protect yourself. Live your best life in harmony with the forest. And then he says, promise me you'll forget, but he doesn't finish the sentence and he literally dies. So that is why Quincy is the forest guardian. That's why he tries his best to know everything that's going on in the forest at all times, is because Zaro told him to. He said, live your best life in harmony with the forest, and Quincy took that literally, and that is how he has been spending the entire rest of his life since this moment. So Quincy tells that whole story to Eden, and then Eden figures that Quincy must be really sad and lonely, and he gives Quincy some pats on the back to comfort him. And Quincy says, memories don't fade, but the flow of time eases all pain. And he says, an elder, you could call him my mentor, once taught me that. Zaro told me to forget, but memories aren't so easy to erase, much less a promise. I keep this promise not just for him, but for myself. So 2 things about that. 1, whenever Quincy says that he doesn't remember something, he's straight up lying. So keep that in fucking mind, because he says that shit all the time. He's just trying to get out of explaining things. But also, I wonder who this elder was, and Eden is wondering the same thing. So he asks if the elder lived a long time too, if he was a yokai, and Quincy says he's a human, I think. I remember his situation was similar to my own. So after Quincy says that his situation was similar, he's like, his situation was similar to my own. So then Eden is like, wait a minute. Does that mean he was one of Huey's clan members too, because he lived a long life, but he's not a yokai? Where is he? Do you think we'll meet him at some point? And then Quincy just says, oh, it's troublesome. I'll tell you next time. Which kind of implies that he was one of Huey's clan members, but like, I don't know, but just a little maybe moment. And then after that whole conversation and all of that bonding moment, Quincy initiates horny time. And then room 5, alternative treatment. I have no notes on this one, it just says sex. So then SSR, Lakeside Spark, Kuya. Room 1, flickering foxfire. This takes place before Kuya and Eden jump into the lake. Eden notices that Kuya is weaker than usual, but he knows Kuya will kick his ass if he points it out. So Eden is like, oh, I'm so bored and my essence is weird. How about we smash? And Kuya is like, shut the fuck up. So Eden is like, okay, let's make a bet. I bet I can please you. If I win, you'll tell me about the eclipse. And Kuya is like, why do you want to know so bad? Quincy will be fine on his own. And Eden is like, it's not just Quincy. If something happened to you, what would I do? And then Kuya grabs his face and he's like, okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. And then room 2, feeling through darkness. It's one of those ones where Kuya is like looking at Eden with that like soft, fond expression on his face. Anyway, and then room 3, exhausted embrace. This one takes place immediately after room 2. So Eden like cleans up Kuya, and then he realizes that Kuya has an injury on his ankle due to his low essence not healing it up with magic like it normally would. So Eden starts putting like ointment on Kuya's injury, and Kuya allows him to do this, which is crazy. And then Eden goes behind Kuya to grab a towel, and Kuya grabs him and is like, what are you trying to sneak behind me for? And I'm only mentioning that because I'm curious where like Kuya gets this vibe that people are trying to kill him, because there's this moment where he doesn't trust people to be behind him when he's in a weakened state, and then there's another moment where Eden was asking him about his past and Kuya was like, what, you're trying to find something to use against me? Like, I'm just so curious what the deal is. Anyway, so then they end up going to sleep. They literally lay down in Kuya's bed, like just chilling, and Kuya says, surely you're aware that outside of death, sleep is the most peaceful of all activities. And then Eden like lays down in Kuya's bed and Kuya gets in bed with him and they literally cuddle. Kuya moves closer and then Eden is like, wait, like you're actually just gonna cuddle with me right now? And Kuya is like, shh, do not mention it. And then they're just like talking in bed and like Eden mentions being a corporate slave and Kuya is like, what does that mean? And then Eden explains and Kuya is like, active listening. Oh my god, makes me sick. Room 4, moon watching. This one takes place after they return from the past when they're eating by Quincy's house. Quincy goes home and Eden invites Kuya to take a walk by the lake, but Kuya refuses. And Kuya is like, you better return that outfit, by the way. And Eden is like, oh, I'll wash it tomorrow. And Kuya says, no need, I don't mind your scent. Like, you have got to be kidding me. This old man is going crazy in this event. He is going crazy wild. Kuya insists on teaching Eden how to build a fire, so they end up by the lake anyway because they are looking for firewood or something, I don't know. And they end up literally like holding hands and walking around the lake. And I bet you're assuming that Eden initiated the hand holding. Nope. Kuya initiated the hand holding, and he was just using the whole fire building thing as an excuse to accept Eden's offer for a walk, because of course he can't just take a walk with his boyfriend. He has to be weird and come up with some excuse. And then Kuya also ends up initiating horny time. Room 5, lakeside warm-up. Kuya lets Eden take the lead with this one, and Eden is like, I'm nervous. And Kuya says, trust me, you'll know if you go too far. And I did not survive it. Let me tell you that. And that's the end of that. And therefore the end of Astral Duo. So that's crazy. Moving on to the Eerie Escapade event, which ran from October 20th until November 17th of 2022, and had 2 SSRs, Howling Cyclone Garu and Crimson Phantom Yakumo. So, Chapter 1, Birth of the Adventure Team. This story starts with Eden getting lost in the mansion, and he ends up by Yakumo's room, and he hears laughing, so he goes in to find out what's up, and it's Yakumo and Garu reading an adventure novel called The Story of the Warrior and the Vampire. Yakumo explains that they went shopping a few days ago and they found street performers acting out this story, which is by a guy named Duke Reyes, I don't know. Garu says it's his favorite story and he really likes the warrior, and then Yakumo, of course, likes the vampire. They explain that the story is about a warrior and a vampire that becomes his shadow, and they work together to defeat their enemies. And then Yakumo talks about how he likes this author because he writes characters that fight to protect their loved ones despite their own personal flaws, which of course Yakumo can relate to. And Garu is like, man, I wish me and Yakumo could go on adventures together. I'll be the warrior and Yakumo can be the vampire. And Yakumo is like, oh my gosh, you're always talking about how cool the vampire is. I thought for sure you'd want to be him. And Garu is like, I like the warrior too. Plus, you're just like the vampire. And so it's like this cute little moment. So then, of course, they're like, well, Eden also has to be in the story, but who the fuck is he gonna play? And then they say that there's this character who joins the team later in the story. He's like a guy who has 4 lives or something. So they're like, you can be that guy. And then Garu's like, oh my gosh, we should choose code names so that we can be more like the characters in the story because they all have code names. And then Eden has another one of his trying to name something moments where he just comes up with the weirdest fucking thing. I do not even know how to pronounce this, so I'm just gonna put it up. So yeah, whatever that is. And then everyone is like, what the fuck did you just say? And Eden's like, okay, alright, I'll try again. So on his second try, he thinks that maybe food-related nicknames would be easier to remember. So he decides that his own nickname will be Pompo, which is like a pumpkin type of fruit, I think. And Garu will be Beast Burger. Hello. And then Yakumo is cream stew. So really iconic trio of people here. And then they start like acting out the story, you know, and just like literally just playing pretend. It's really honestly dope. And then suddenly the room starts shaking and Aster shows up and he's like, guys, the spell that controls all the doorways and shit that Huey put here is going crazy kooky mode. Chapter 2, Chaotic Space. So Aster explains that the spell allows you to instantly travel between two places. I think I mentioned this in the first video, but it's like a portal, but now it's broken. So all the rooms lead to different rooms than they normally do, and it's all goofy, and nobody knows where the fuck anything is. And then also we find out that Dante is in the mansion, and he's lost as fuck too. He barely even could find his way around before, since he doesn't come to the mansion much, but now that the magic is weird, he's screwed. By the way, Dante is here because he's discussing something with the king, so he's just staying at the mansion while he's meeting with the king. I don't know. So despite this magic spell being all weird, Yakumo's room is still the same, meaning it's in the same location that it was before. And Aster is like, oh, you know what? That could be because there's some magic items in this room that I had stored here before you moved in that I forgot about. So Aster says that the magic items he was storing away are from people who used to own this house before Huey did. And he also says that Huey chose this mansion at random, which I think is interesting because Huey doesn't seem like the type to do shit at random. Anyway, so they look through the little stash of magic items, and Yakumo finds a vampire outfit that matches the description of the vampire from the book almost perfectly. And Aster is like, oh, that outfit contains a space stabilizing spell, so that must be the reason why your room isn't weird. Aster also explains that if they wear these outfits, which outfits plural because there's a costume for each character, I guess. There's like the vampire one, the warrior one, and the other one. Aster says that if they wear these outfits, they should be able to travel around the mansion normally. So, of course, they put on the fits, and then Yakumo starts reciting lines from the book. So they're like acting it out in costume and stuff, and then Eden, he says this like little remark while they're doing that, where he says, that's the magic of cosplay. And I think that just, I love pointing out when there's evidence of Eden being a little nerd, and that is, of course, one of those moments. So, moving on. Karu suddenly starts fronting, and he's like, how are you guys satisfied with just reading a story about a fake adventure? How about we go on a real one? Chapter 3, Unruly Essence and Pompos. The adventure that Karu is talking about is going to try to find Dante and save him, / also possibly fix the magic situation. On their way to figure out this whole situation, they find out that the window in the lounge got connected to the dead zone, so now there's monsters like breaking through the window. Also, at this point, Yakumo is starting to act weird sometimes, so keep that in mind. The other window in the same room leads to a village in the light territory called Lolo Village. So they go through this window and they find Dante, who is protecting people from the monsters that are coming in through the dead zone window and then into this village. But before they can go help Dante, Yakumo starts acting crazy, so Karu holds his limbs and Eden fucking headbutts him and Yakumo seemingly snaps back to reality. Chapter 4, Ravaged Fields and Candy. So after the monster situation gets figured out, everyone helps repair the damage to the village, and Aster shows up to help the village recover financially as well, because of course it's like sort of their fault. Some of the damage of course was caused by the dead zone monsters, but some was also caused by Yakumo going crazy kooky mode. And one of the villagers says that they were going to use the pompos that were destroyed in the fields for pompo candy, and Aster is like, oh yeah, Huey brought some of that back to the mansion one time. And as it turns out, Huey was actually the first to make pompo candy in this village, and they studied his methods and they've been making it ever since. So they give the gang some candy, and Dante is like, hold up, this candy contains a small amount of power from the elemental spirits. What's up with that? So he figures that Huey used some sort of trick to make the candy really, really concentrated, hence why he can sense the elemental energy that's naturally found in the pompos. And then when they eat the candy, it causes them to get like an energy boost, but the energy boost only affects creatures who already have high essence levels. And Dante explains that high essence levels can have the effect of amplifying the elemental spirit's power, but it doesn't last very long. Aster is like, now hold up, because I realized that the spatial bending spell that Huey did on the mansion was created not with Huey's magic alone, but with some help from the elemental spirits. So we might be able to actually use these candies to fix the spell. And then they try that and it almost works until they find one weird window. Chapter 5, Age-Old Master of the Mansion. So they keep trying to sort of investigate and they find this secret door behind a bookcase that opens in the library, and this like black mist comes pouring out of it, and Garu is about to get like swallowed by this mist, but Yakumo jumps in the way, and then Yakumo gets possessed. And then whoever possesses Yakumo says, I think that he says this like inside Yakumo's mind to Yakumo or something, I don't really know, but he says, you have a love of adventure too, and you hold a darkness suppressed deep within. Garu can tell from just the smell that Yakumo is possessed, which means ghosts have smells, I guess, or like the smell of the essence, I don't know. And the ghost introduces himself as Duke Vlad, and he says that he used to own this mansion a really long time ago. And Duke Vlad is like, and he says, I've taken a fancy to this body, so I'm keeping it. If you want your friend back, come find me before sunset, otherwise this body will remain trapped underground forever. And then he disappears back through the bookshelf. And Garu goes to run after him, but Eden holds him back, and he's like, hold on, we need to be careful and think this through. And Garu is like, but it's my fault, because it should have been me, and like Yakumo saved me, and none of this would have happened or whatever. And then Blade shows up and he says he met a ghost once when he was undertaking his mission, which is like, what the fuck, like random tidbit. But the reason he brings this up is so he can explain what ghosts actually are. So he says it's a mixture of obsession and essence, and you can get rid of them by using a powerful blast of essence. And he also says that he didn't sense any hostility coming from that ghost because he happened to be there to see Yakumo disappearing. And then Garu and Eden go down into the secret hallway or whatever behind the bookcase, and Blade stays behind to help Aster continue fixing the mansion and restabilizing the magic. So they find possessed Yakumo in this huge room, and he says, ah, the joys of space bending magic. Y'all are my first castle guests. And then he asks to be referred to as vampire instead of as a ghost, and then Garu tries to essence blast him because of Blade's advice, but he defuses it, and then he's like, oh, a wolf yokai's essence. That almost tickled, which is so like Kuya coded. It's like, shut the fuck up. And then he like disappears again further into this quote-unquote castle, and it's basically working like an escape room that Eden and Garu have to get through to save Yakumo. Chapter 6, Worried Heart. So they keep running into traps and stuff, and Eden is like, well, something is weird here because none of these traps seem like they're actually trying to harm us. They seem more like sort of prank traps, you know? So then this door opens and a huge wave of water comes out, and Garu dodges and gets out of the way, and then Eden also has to dodge and roll out of the way, and then they get back up and everything's fine. But Garu is like, oh my gosh, like I should have jumped in front of you, and like, but you had to dodge because I didn't, because I suck and whatever. And he of course is still self-conscious and thinks he's like not good enough because he still thinks that Yakumo is in this position because Yakumo saved him, and so he's still like being all weird. And then Eden gives him a little therapy sesh, a little pep talk. Chapter 7, Fighting for Control. So Garu is trying really hard not to cry because Karu thinks that crying is a bad thing, which is so like, shut the fuck up. And they press on and they find Yakumo again, and he says some shit about drinking Eden's blood, and Garu is like, no, I won't let you. And then the possessed Yakumo says, he knows the script so well. So that's like, huh, what? And then Yakumo is like fighting for control of his body and almost winning, but not quite. And then Karu randomly comes out. So Eden is like, oh, Garu must have gotten scared, and then they switch places. Chapter 8, Culinary Guesswork. Karu is pissed off because Garu is in emotional turmoil, and they go into the next room, and Yakumo says he's prepared a feast, but of course it's just magic food, it's not real, but you can still taste it and smell it, which I think is kind of interesting. And he says that in one of these fake magic dishes he hid a key, and if they can find the key within 3 guesses, he'll set Yakumo free. And then Eden realizes that they can make use of their code names during this little challenge, and he makes a bet with Vlad that if he guesses wrong, he can keep Yakumo and they'll fulfill one request from him. And in response, Vlad makes a face that makes Eden think that Vlad seems kind of lonely. And then his request is for Eden or Garu to stay and keep him company. And so Eden uses their codename Signal to communicate to Yakumo to release all of his essence on the count of 3, and then all 3 of them, meaning Yakumo, Eden, and Karu, release their essence at the same time and blast that ghost. Chapter 9, important to me. So Yakumo is back, they saved him, and Karu used all his energy, so he's like passing out, but he tells Eden as he's passing out, he's like, never betray Garu like that again, and also don't get yourself hurt, which I think is cute because obviously that is a Garu and Eden relationship development moment. So Garu comes back and he's like referencing the pep talk therapy sesh that Eden gave him earlier, and he's talking to Yakumo and he's like, oh my gosh, like Eden said that you saved me because I'm important to you, is that true? And Yakumo was like, yeah, of course, you and Karu are both important to me. So they're having this little bonding moment. It's making me throw up and die. And then we find out that Duke isn't entirely gone, his ghost is still like floating around, and he's like crying and he's like, oh my gosh, sorry guys, I've caused you so much stress and trouble. And he explains that he made those outfits back in the day and he always wanted to adventure, but he was bound by his noble status. So he made the outfits with the space stabilizing magic because he had been studying space bending magic, but he wasn't very good at it, so he made those outfits as a safety precaution. And the reason he was studying space bending magic was so that he would be able to travel without traveling, basically. But before he ever got the chance to actually adventure, he pushed himself too hard and died in the cellar. And then we get the big reveal that he used the pen name Duke Reyes to write all those adventure stories that Yakumo and Garu are huge fans of. And so then of course they tell him, they're like, oh my gosh, we love your books like so much. And he's like, no way, there's actually people that like my books? That's crazy. And then Eden is like, maybe there's something we could do to help this lonely, sad ghost. So chapter 10, storybook ending. So they end up doing a couple things. One is they make a play out of their experiences during this event and they perform it outside the water temple. And then they come back and they tell Vlad all about it, and he's all excited because he finally gets to see people's like responses to his work, right? Because this whole thing was organized by Vlad, and I think he wrote the like stage play. And the second thing they did is they had Aster and Vlad work together to basically invent escape rooms in this universe. So they hold these like challenge banquets at the mansion that nobles come to. And so it's like dinner, and then they do like a little escape room in the space bending secret basement room. And Vlad is the one who designs the challenges, and then they have people like build the rooms and such. Also, we get to see this like funny little moment when Aster and Vlad meet, and it's really funny because like they meet and Aster is like, oh my gosh, a ghost? That's crazy, I didn't know ghosts were real. And then Vlad is like, oh my god, a vampire? I didn't know vampires were real. It's funny, it's tee-hee haha. And then since Vlad has some amount of expertise in space bending magic, he helped repair the fucky spell that was on the mansion. So all is well. Also, Yakumo and Vlad have sort of bonded, so Yakumo has started visiting the secret cellar regularly to tell Vlad like stories from the outside world, which is so cute. And Yakumo has started letting Vlad use his body to sign books, which is also super cute. And Vlad explains that the reason he can possess Yakumo is because they are similar people, and he says they both like adventure and they both hold a strong sense of dedication that can sometimes cause them harm. And Vlad's example of him getting too dedicated and causing harm was that he impulsively possessed Yakumo because he got too excited when the cellar door opened. And then Yakumo opens up to Garu and Eden about his fear of losing them and like, you know, going too ham and harming them and causing them to leave. And their responses are like, you're so brave for fighting your fears, and like, we're in this together, we got you, we got this. It's so cute. Overall, this whole event story is just so wholesome and adorable, and I love it so much. Also, if you recall the little moment that happened at that village in the Light Territory, you may be wondering what the fuck was the point of all that, and the candies and the whatever, right? So here's the thing. The news of that incident has spread to the kids in the light territory and possibly beyond. So these kids have started dressing up as monster fighters and going out seeking candy. But since the quote-unquote monster fighters, being Yakumo and Garu, were wearing vampire and warrior costumes, these kids are dressing up in basically Halloween costumes. So Yakumo and Garu have accidentally caused trick-or-treating to become a canon event in the new Carnival universe. So that's the end of the event story. But there's some little like extra snippets. I don't know if they're super relevant, but they do exist, so I'm going to explain them. So the extras are literally just like very short little stories, right? So the first extra is called The King of Leftovers. Yakumo air dries the leftover pompos, and then Topper and Quincy show up with gifts to thank Yakumo and Eden for bringing them pompo candy, and they help with the air drying. So basically that implies that they brought pompo candy to all of the clan members, which is really cute. The second extra story is called Spread on Some Slime. So they make some more like treats with the air dried pompos, and some of them turn into like living slime things, and Quincy eats them anyway, which like what? And then the third one is called Popular Dessert. This one is actually sort of relevant to the event story, that's why I'm bringing it up, but they forgot Dante at that village and he got stranded there because he was there and then they fixed the spell so he couldn't get back in through the window. So he was just fucking stuck there. We also get a tiny little bit of more context for the reason that trick-or-treating like spread outside of that village. It's because there was a knight who showed up during that whole situation and he retold the story once he got back to, I'm assuming, the royal city, and then the whole tale spread. And then after we get that little extra context, we find out that Yakumo wrote a dessert recipe specifically for Edmund. And then the next extra story is called Thrice is Always Better. So inside the recipe booklet, there's a drawing of a naked guy with cake on him, and it's signed Morvay, which is so funny. I would love to see some expansion on the possible Morvay and Edmund dynamics because I think they could really go crazy with that. The next one is called Master Karu Arrives. So apparently Morvay has been gone during this whole instance. He's been missing. So Momo and the rest of the pets have not been fed because apparently that's normally Morvay's job, I guess. And Karu tries to help, but it does not exactly go very well. So then the next one, called Spooky Lantern, is where Kuya shows up and saves the day, and then Eden makes him a jack-o'-lantern in return. And Kuya is like, I guess I can accept this gift because it's an interesting item. You know, he's never seen a jack-o'-lantern before. The next one is called No Candy Equals Sad Doggo. They literally use the word doggo. So Aster is super busy since Morvay has been missing, so he's been eating pompo candy to keep himself awake, like basically like using it like energy drinks or coffee or something, and he's been feeding some to Blade, so Blade can also stay awake and keep helping. And this whole time, Karu hasn't been able to have a single pompo candy. And then the next one, called I'm Damn Scared, is where we find out that Morvay has been hiding out with Olivine this whole time because he's too scared to go home because Aster is too strict with him. And so Eden tells Aster, and Aster is like, yeah, I guess I could be a little bit nicer to him because he's my only family now after all, I guess, since Huey's gone, which is such a moment. Like, what do you mean? So then Morvay comes home and Aster immediately starts yelling at him because Morvay was fucking around before he left, but still, I think he genuinely meant that stuff he said about Morvay being his only family and everything. So that's kind of the whole reason why I told you this whole extra story, is because that seemed important, and the Dante thing was important. So that's the end of the event story. Moving on to the cards, starting with SSR Howling Cyclone Garu. Room 1, Save the Day. So they're at the market and they find some lost kids. So Eden has Garu lead them home, which is when we find out that Garu is actually pretty good with kids. And this whole instance makes Garu kind of nostalgic, and he starts thinking about Gramps because Gramps used to walk him home like this too. And then we find out that Garu has been secretly working on paintings to tell the story of him and Gramps, and then also the story of him and Eden, but he was trying to wait until he got better at drawing to show Eden because Eden is really good at drawing, but he ends up accidentally mentioning it while they're walking these kids home. And so then Eden is like, oh my gosh, I'll help you improve. So he finds some picture books that might help Garu get better, but when he gets back, Garu is in the bathroom. So he's like, what?
Hey, editing me again. I forgot to mention a time while they were moving locations. Who would have thought? So Garu tells Eden accidentally about the picture books and the paintings and whatever, and then they go back to the mansion and Garu shows shows Eden, and that's when Eden goes and finds the picture books, like in the library. So that's what I'm talking about when I say Eden gets back and Garu's in the bathroom, but I didn't explain that before, so it's really fucking confusing. Also, in case you've noticed all of the audio problems and the crackling, I'm sorry. I don't know why my microphone does that, but honestly, to me, it's kind of a satisfying sound, but if it pisses you off, oops. And if you hadn't noticed it, now I just ruined the rest of the video for you, so let's hope it doesn't come back too bad. But for some reason, I think in this clip where I was talking about Eerie Escapade, it was like worse than it normally is, so I don't know. I was also talking very quietly in this Eerie Escapade clip, and it was just kind of ass. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna re-record the whole thing because I'm literally too lazy and I don't have the time. So, sorry. Bye.
So then, room 2, with a bow on top. So it turns out the reason Garu was in the bathroom was because he accidentally touched a bunch of wet paint, and so he went into the bathroom to like clean it off, but then he got all tangled in the bandages of his outfit when he tried to get his clothes off. So then of course they smash. And then room 3, Shadows in the Night. So this one takes place, I don't know fucking when, but Morvay is running around in a sheet pretending to be a ghost in order to distract Garu from something, and it's something that Eden and Yakumo are setting up, but we don't know what it is yet. And then room 4, the warmth of home. So the plan was for the fake ghost to be Garu's Gramps to make him happy, which to me seems a little bit fucked, actually, to have like a fake ghost of someone's grandpa. I don't know, but like whatever, I guess. But Garu realized anyways that it wasn't real, but he went with it on purpose because everyone really does remind him of his Gramps now, which like makes me throw up and die. And so they had these cute moment of like, oh thanks guys, like I totally didn't realize that that was not my dead grandpa. And then room 5, Captain strikes first. Garu tries to top again and he fails. And then after the whole smashing, Karu is asleep and Garu is also asleep. And Eden actually sees the real ghost of Gramps, like in the window or something outside the room. And this ghost of Gramps just like nods in approval at Eden and then disappears. So it's like, first of all, you guys just made Gramps' ghost canon. Please tell me that's gonna come back someday. Eden just met Gramps and nobody's talking about this? What the fuck? I have not seen anybody mention this ever. And that's crazy to me. Like, Gramps' ghost is canon. What do you mean? Anyway, that's the end of that Garu card. So, moving on to SSR Crimson Phantom Yakumo.
And for this Yakumo card, I actually have a guest speaker to cover the story. I sent them my notes and they read that shit. So, everybody welcome Bestie Lime. Welcome to the stage. Welcome to the whatever this is that I'm on.
This is my third take. I feel like my voice is really insufferable, bro. Everyone's gonna click off the video. Let me practice positive self-talk like they did in this room. Hello everyone. I'm Lime. I'm your resident Yakumo expert, and I'm here to talk about my favorite Yakumo card, Crimson Phantom. So room 1, mirror image. So Yakumo keeps seeing his serpent form in his bedroom mirror, and he's scared he'll transform into a serpent for good one day and hurt everyone he holds dear. So Aiden obviously starts role-playing, saying, Count Vampire, I'm not afraid of you. And Yakumo starts role-playing with him too as the Count Vampire because they're crazy together. Room 2, special blend. So Yakumo keeps thinking crazy stuff about swallowing Aiden's bones and like eating him, which is kind of hot, but let's keep going. Then Yakumo starts trauma dumping, talking about how kids used to throw stones at him and he was shunned by his fellow serpents, which is less hot. Then he says that he thinks that if he can't figure out what lies deep within his heart, no one will ever love him. And Aiden, understandably, is like, let's stop. Are you okay? Like, you want to talk about this? And Yakumo is like, no, I'm good. I'll never let you go. He's actually not good at all. So they keep going, of course. Room 3, let the taste testing begin. So Yakumo is like, ever since we met, you always excuse my behavior no matter what I do. Someday you'll realize that enough is enough. And he says he's mad at himself and he's scared one day he won't be able to control his desires. And he says that the Count Vampire act from room 2 was him letting his hashtag dark side out. And he thinks that if he lets his hashtag dark side out more, everyone will start hating him. So Aiden shows Yakumo a scar he got on his head from smashing a glass out of anger after fighting a dude because they said mean stuff about orphans because Aiden's an orphan. And he's trying to show Yakumo that everyone has their dark sides, but it doesn't make them unworthy of love. So sweet. Anyways, room 4, mirror training. So Yakumo starts apologizing again, being like, now my depressing behavior made you recall a painful memory. Okay, girl. So Aiden comforts him again. Then Aster mentions that the mirror in Yakumo's room that made him think that he's gonna become like a snake for good is a magic mirror and shows the user their true self, or the side of themselves that no one gets to see, revealing that he's just been suffering for no reason, which is so fun. So Aiden and Yakumo go to Yakumo's room, and Aiden tells Yakumo to try doing positive self-talk in the mirror. Okay, queen. Aiden lore drops a couple part-time jobs he interviewed for, like being a mascot and handing out flyers. And when Aiden looks in the mirror, he sees his teenage self. Room 5, complete picture. They do things on the mirror. That's it from me. Back to your regularly scheduled new Carnival video.
So that is the end of this card and the end of this whole event. It's honestly, this is one of my favorite events because it's just a cute little adventure story. I don't know, like they're cute. They're just vibing, hanging out. And some of these events get mad heavy, so it's always nice to have like a little guys going on an adventure moment. So moving on to the Classy Affair event, which ran from the 24th of November until the 15th of December 2022, and had 2 SSRs, Lovable Enforcer Blade and Elite Instructor Edmund. So chapter 1, Horse Driven Chaos. Eden stumbles across Blade, who's about to go help Olivine, and he has this huge fucking bag that he packed. So Eden is like, I can come with you and help too with whatever it is that you're doing. So they show up to the temple, and all that they actually were doing is helping Olivine with basically crowd control, because he was back at the temple giving a sermon for the first time in a long time, so basically everybody in the whole city was going to see him. And the huge bag was full of rice balls that Yakumo made for everybody. There's also a hairbrush and some ribbon that Blade says is for black and white puffy dress. And Eden is like, what the fuck is that? And Blade is like, black and white puffy dress is a friend that I made at the temple that introduced me to tons of other black and white puffy dresses. And then a carriage shows up, like fast as fuck, in the temple driveway, and it almost, well, I guess it's not a driveway because they don't have cars or whatever it is, but it pulls up in front of the temple and it almost runs over a whole bunch of people in the crowd. And this like asshole noble guy gets out, and he's all like, how dare this filth block my path to the temple or whatever. Turns out this dude is Viscount Barman. I think that's how you pronounce it. So Olivine comes out, and Barman says he's here to make a donation because social season is approaching. And then everybody is like, yeah, well, you're kind of being a dick right now, like showing up and almost running over people. And then Barman's servants, or like butlers or whatever, start a fight, and then Blade kicks their asses in order to protect everybody. Mostly Eden, but of course everybody else too. Chapter 2, the laws of high society. So the Viscount is like, oh, you're trying to scare me off, but if I leave and I don't give you my donation, that could affect the temple and how the temple runs. And Blade is like reciting what he read somewhere or heard from Olivine or whatever, and he says, the Holy Temple is run by the church with assistance from the Water Council, no mention of you. Which is so funny because he's not trying to be a petty bitch, but he is being one on accident. And also, when I say council, I don't know if it's pronounced council, but I'm talking about one person. The Water Council, I don't know. But it's one person, not like a council, you know what I mean? Anyway, also Blade always calls this guy Viscount Humph, because he says humph all the time, and so Blade, that's his name now. So Viscount Humph says social order is for the lower classes to abide by. We who make the law are the law. And it's just like, it's like, shut the fuck up, you know, he sucks. So he showed up and made an absolute ass out of himself, and then he left. And Olivine was like, yeah, his family doesn't actually hold that much power, but they do have powerful friends, so he tends to do whatever he wants, and he's always acting like that, which is so fucking funny. And then he also explains, he's like talking to Eden, and Eden is asking about the sermon today or whatever, and Olivine says that today's sermon is for the quote-unquote regular folk, but there's also a special separate sermon for the nobles, because the space inside the temple is limited and the nobles refuse to go to church with poor people, so the church had to make 2 separate days. So Olivine says that it's possible that Viscount Humph forgot which day the sermon actually was on for rich people, and he just showed up on the wrong day and was trying to also be the first person to donate for social season. But the normal people / poor people got scared from that whole debacle, so Eden, Blade, and Olivine started passing out all those rice balls that Yakima made. Chapter 3, A Most Noble Season. This is not really related to the plot, but Eden does mention in this chapter, he says, I haven't passed out that much food since I did some volunteering back in the day, which isn't a job, but I'm counting it as a job because, I don't know. Sue me, whatever. So they're back at the mansion, and Eden is still thinking about how there's hostility between the temple's rich and poor patrons, and he's like, that just ain't right. Something isn't sitting right with me. And they happen upon Morvay practicing his lines to yell at Aster in a mirror. Apparently, Aster wants Morvay to attend this year's social season, but Morvay does not want to. And Morvay explains to Eden that social season is a period of time each year when the nobles throw a bunch of fancy parties because they have a whole bunch of extra resources after harvest season. So they're like, let's show off all of our extra shit and like be rich people together. I don't know. And there's one main event each year that is a ball hosted by one of the councils. And this year's ball is held, of course, by the Water Council, who I mentioned earlier, but they are known for being incredibly strict. So Morvay and Aster both don't want to go to this ball. So during this discussion, Edmund randomly shows up, and he has secured a invitation to the main ball for Aster and Eden via his mom's friendship with the Water Council. So they weren't even originally supposed to go, Aster and Morvay / Eden or whatever, but he like wiggled his way in, but Aster and Morvay don't want to go anyway. So they're like, no. However, Aster and Edmund both previously talked about Eden getting more involved with the upper crusters because they all are talking about him. So they're like, as your reputation grows, you should get to know these noble bitches and it'll make your life easier. So that is why they are, or at least Edmund is campaigning to get Eden to go. Also, you might be wondering, okay, but Aster always just bribes these nobles, so what's the deal? Like, why does Eden actually have to go do shit? This particular noble, the Water Council, is one of the few that cannot actually be bought off with money or sex, unfortunately. So they're like, well, you have to go actually make a good impression, you know. So I guess they were originally not gonna have Eden actually go himself. It was gonna be like a representative or something, like just Aster going. Aster doesn't want to go, Morvay doesn't want to go. So Eden is like, okay, how about if the Grand Sorcerer's rep can't go? How about the Grand Sorcerer himself? Right? And it's like, dun dun dun. Chapter 4, training time. Morvay is like, that's a fucking terrible idea because you don't know shit about noble etiquette, and like they have a lot of etiquette rules, and like there's just no way, especially around the Water Council because they are incredibly strict. Like, there's no shot. And Eden is like, but I want to because I might be able to help the temple's like rich versus poor people problem. And Edmund is like, ooh, that's actually kind of a good idea. And he says that the invite specifies that Edmund is to attend the ball with Eden. So Edmund is like, I can teach you etiquette rules before the ball, we got this. And then it cuts to Eden at Edmund's house. It also cuts to them wearing different outfits. So Aster's tailors made them formal outfits for this ball, except Edmund's formal outfit was partially designed by Eden and therefore is very horny coded. So Edmund puts on this outfit and he's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then Blade shows up in a maid dress, aka a black and white puffy dress. And he's like, Edmund is gonna train me too. So Eden finally realizes that black and white puffy dresses is maids. And Blade is friends with a bunch of maids at the temple. So Edmund explains that Blade showed up before Eden and asked if he could be Eden's attendant / bodyguard. And Edmund is like, sure, like why not? And then he continues by saying, selecting an individual with a flawless outward appearance is imperative for social season events. All things considered, I think Blade is a suitable candidate. So they should kiss? Or these guys should hold each other lovingly and also kiss. Anyway, so Edmund starts training Eden about etiquette rules and whatever, but he has a fucking whip. So of course Eden is like, ooh, what are you gonna do with that? And Edmund is like, you need to fucking relax. And then he says that they're going to be focusing on 3 things: greetings, dining, and dancing. Chapter 5, lifestyles of the rich and noble. So Eden cannot fucking figure out dancing, and Edmund is like, have you studied dance before? And Eden is like, just a little bit of jazz and breakdancing. And Edmund is like, I don't know what the fuck either of those things even are. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So they take a little break after Edmund like has a fucking breakdown. Not really, but it's basically like they're getting fucking nowhere. And Edmund gets a whole bunch of invitations to various balls, so he has to sit there and reply to all of them while Eden and Blade are getting back to practicing on their own. Also, somewhere around here, Blade randomly like mentions, I mean, it's probably not random, it's probably part of a conversation that I just didn't write down because it's not plot relevant, but Blade mentions that Edmund is his friend, and I think that's cute because I don't think there's a lot of times where the clan members like explicitly state that they're friends. And then Eden is asking about, you know, oh my gosh, you have so many invites, and Edmund is like, yeah, I have to go to a whole bunch of balls for these nobles that I don't like because I can gain resources for the people. And he doesn't say that all of the nobles are people he doesn't like, but just some of them are shitty. You know how he is with nobles being pieces of shit. So then they get back to practicing, and Eden still fucking sucks at dancing. So Edmund is like, okay, from now on, you'll be practicing how to gracefully stand by the wall with a drink, which is so fucking funny. And then Edmund pulls out this huge fucking book, and it's called 1001 Essential Dining Etiquette Guidelines for Nobles. So they're gonna move on to like dining rules, but then, which by the way, he is so fucking autistic to have a goddamn book. Also, I just realized him and Blade both do that. Oh my god, they should kiss. Oh my god. I don't know why I never made that connection. Anyway, so before they can actually get practicing any like dining things, Edmund's mom shows up. And she's all chill, right? She's like way more normal than Edmund. Normal as in like less strict about etiquette rules. So she's like, first of all, she sees the outfit. She's like, oh my god, cute, like slay. And then she also winks at Eden. She's very like supportive, and I love that. And she's also like, hey, can you like take a break? Like maybe relax, you know? So she says she wants to invite Eden and Blade to join her and the Water Council for lunch. So it's like, dun dun dun, like, oh my god, Eden has to dine already with the Water Council? Oh my god, we're goofed. Oh, it's game over. Oh, we're fucked. Oh, it's not looking good. Uh-oh. So chapter 6, lunch with the council. So Edmund is gonna have a fucking breakdown. Again, not really, but he is nervous because this is a big deal, right? He's like, oh my god, the Water Council, what the fuck? And he's like, oh my god, like she's gonna think I'm a bad teacher because Eden can't do anything, right? So Eden is like, oh my god, what the fuck, the Water Council? What do you mean she's just in your house for lunch? What are you talking about? And Edmund is like, she never comes just for a friendly visit because everybody, like, we're so busy and she's so busy. The last time she was here just for lunch was when Edmund was still a kid. So he's trying to give Eden like a crash course, and he explains that a council is an official that's appointed by the government or a government, I don't know, to live in a foreign city and protect and promote the government's citizens and interests in that foreign city. So she is doing that in the water territory. So she shows up and they're talking whatever, and Blade mentions that she sounds like an older female version of Edmund. He doesn't say that to her, but he says that like to Edmund, and Edmund is like, what are you talking about? She is somebody to be admired. There is no comparisons to be made. So she's basically like Edmund's idol. Also, her name is Minerva. She introduces herself. She literally slays. So Eden is all like trying to be formal and like whatever, and he's like not doing well. But Edmund's mom is like, this isn't one of those stuffy balls. She's like, stop with the formalities, like we're fine. But then Edmund is like, no being normal. So they're treating this like a test, right? Like an exam. And so they try to do a toast, right? And they're like, oh, Eden, you should do the toast. And he, of course, fucks it up. I don't remember how. He like picks up the wrong cup, like the wrong wine or like some whatever. And he's like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. And Minerva is like, I literally don't care. She says, no harm done. I've heard rumors of your situation, which is like, I do not know what that means. Like maybe she knows that he's not from this world or something, which is kind of iconic. But anyway, so she's like, I literally don't give a fuck. She's winning the I don't give a fuck war. And she teaches everyone about like the original etiquette rules behind the cups that they were using, you know, for the toast and everything. So she's info dumping. Then she says, oh my gosh, I hope my excessive blabbering hasn't ruined anyone's appetites, right? So she really is an older female version of Edmund because she is strict as fuck about etiquette and she's got autism, dude. So I oh my god. Like, I'm obsessed with this. I'm so obsessed with this. I just love Edmund. And I love that he has this, like, idol and they made her a woman. I don't know why that means so much to me in the gay sex game, but it does. And the fact that Edmund's mom is so chill, like he really does seem like the type who was raised by women, you know what I mean? He does have a dad. He does, somewhere, but like, still. Anyway, so the point she was trying to make with her little rambling about ancient etiquette, not ancient, oh my god, old etiquette, wow, is that she was trying to say that the purpose of etiquette is to think of the needs of others. So like thinking of the needs of the servants, or she's sort of just saying like, don't worry too much about memorizing the actual written rules, you know, in Edmund's book. Just like kind of try to think through like if you were a servant or if you were whoever, what would be the most considerate thing to do. So then after she leaves, Blade, Edmund, and Eden are like, okay, we should ask Blade's maid friends to show us what it's like to be a maid, and then we can have a better idea of how to be considerate towards them, which is literally so cool that they wrote this into the game. So chapter 7, Marketplace Crisis. They meet up with the maids, and the maids, upon seeing Eden, are like, oh my gosh, you must be this darling that Blade is always talking about. And Eden is like, oh my gosh, like he talks about me, which of course he does, you know. So that's fucking adorable, and I had to mention that. Also, they helped design Blade's dress, which is so cute. This event is really just Edmund and Blade being besties with women. Anyways, so they all go shopping together. They go to the market to get the groceries. And Blade kind of already knows a lot about the daily lives of maids because he's friends with a bunch of them. But Edmund has no idea about any of this stuff. So he's like, wow, I'm really learning a lot. And I'm so grateful for this experience. And then a fucking carriage again comes like ripping through the market, but this time it's because the horses are basically rabid and they almost run into Eden, and so Blade goes into his like mission assassin mode and he kills the fucking horses and almost kills the driver before Eden is like, yo, don't be killing anybody. And then Edmund tells Blade that protecting others takes more than just violent force, and Blade is like, well, when I sense that Darling is in danger, I automatically shift into kill mode. Am I supposed to change my ways to be his attendant? Like, so then he switches to like the opposite side of the spectrum and he updates his own mission procedures to forbid harm to humans, which I don't know why he can like update his own procedures, but whatever. Also, I just noticed I spelled in my notes, I spelled humans here with an I instead of an A. Fucking HUMINS. Humans. Hello? Why? I don't know, like, what the fuck? And then, of course, this carriage crashing into a crowd of people thing reminds Eden of the whole Viscount Humph situation, so he gets, like, another wave of motivation to fight for the people at the temple, you know. Chapter 8, Nefarious Exchange. So, it is time for the Water Council ball. We're just, like, skipping a couple days, or weeks, I don't really know. So they're at the ball, and this maid runs into Eden, and then he's like, oh, no worries, like, it's fine. And then the same maid runs into Eden again, and Blade realizes that she's Viscount Humph's maid. So Viscount Humph pulls up and he's like, oh, the new Grand Sorcerer sucks and whatever. And Edmund is like, shut the fuck up, bitch. And the Viscount is like, oh, you must be the so-called strictest vice captain in history. But then the Water Council, aka Minerva, because we're on a first name basis, shows up and defends Edmund. And then that little conversation dissipates and Blade runs to the kitchen to grab some food or whatever he's doing. But he gets cornered by Viscount Humph and 5 of his buddies / servants, I don't know, and they're like, you better like mess up your outfit right now and walk back out there and make a fool of Eden, or I'm gonna send an instant message to the rest of my buddies and we're gonna publicly humiliate Eden, right? And Blade is like, uh-oh, like I don't know what to do because they're threatening Darling, but I can't harm them. So he's just kind of standing there panicking, not really panicking, but he's standing there like, what do I do? And then chapter 9, Teacher's Teacher. Eden overhears that conversation, and so does Edmund, or Edmund somehow knows about it. I don't know if they both know about it separately, is basically what I'm trying to say. And then the Viscounts, like, guys are kind of attacking Blade, trying to like fuck up his outfit or whatever they're doing, and Blade is just kind of dodging, but he can't dodge forever. So Edmund pulls up and threatens to turn the Viscount into Minerva. And the Viscount is like, yeah, right, like, whatever, fuck you. And he keeps giving Edmund shit for doing a 180 between being like, oh, the new Grand Sorcerer is a fraud, and then all of a sudden being like, oh, he's cool, actually. So the Viscount is like shitting on Edmund for being nice, which is so funny. And then Blade is like, fuck you, and it basically turns into Edmund saying, I'm willing to risk my moral standing to declare that as the strictest vice captain in history, I approve of the Grand Sorcerer, which is so, like, whoa. At the beginning of this, you know, the beginning of the main story when he's introduced, if you would have tossed me this line, I would have been like, shut the fuck up, you're lying. He would never say that. Also, as it turns out, the king has been getting annoyed because the internal security forces within Viscount Hump's domain appear to have this unusually high level of authority and they abuse it all the time. And the head of that security force is at this ball, but he's not supposed to be here based on his like ranking in society. He's not high enough ranked to be here, but he's here anyway. Plus, he's carrying someone else's invitation. So now Viscount Humph is being investigated because of all that situation. So Humph tries to attack Edmund and Blade steps in, but then he's like, oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to interfere. But then Edmund signals for Blade to twist the Viscount's arm, and Eden, who's been like watching from the shadows or whatever, is like, wow, that was like some badass gangster shit. And it literally was. It was like one of those things where Edmund was like standing up and the Viscount was like on the ground and Blade had his arm and he was like, Edmund was like, you know, hand signal, twist it. And Blade was like, skrr, you know, you just gotta, you had to be there. You had to be there, you know what I mean? So they get that figured out, and Edmund asks Blade if he has like given up fighting because of what he said at the market, and Blade is like, yeah, but I didn't know you could stop fights just from using words. I'll have to study your methods. And Edmund apologizes to him, saying that he didn't mean for Blade to stop fighting altogether, just that he meant that the circumstances aren't always right. And he's like, I didn't mean to restrict your actions. And Blade is like, do you feel restricted when you can't take actions? And Edmund says, I do. I now realize that showing one's emotions isn't always a sign of weakness, but noble circles are full of lies, schemes, and hypocrites. To be truly honest, I very much dislike these types of social occasions. And I just, oh my god, I need a moment. I need several moments. Anyway, so that's making me throw up and die. And then also Blade and Edmund say to each other, like, we have a lot to learn from one another. So then chapter 10, Council's Pledge. So they go back to just sort of socializing with the nobles, and we get this little bit of world building information, which is that the nobles don't even think that the dead zone is a real thing. And so at the same time, this means that they think Eden is a fraud because they don't think that the dead zone is a problem. So they're like, what is he possibly solving, you know? Which also, of course, serves to piss Eden off even more. And then Eden ends up talking to this like random noble that is trying to trick Eden into having to dance in front of everyone, but Eden, of course, still sucks at dancing. So he does some jazz moves that he remembers from his world. And everyone is like, what? Like crickets, right? But then Minerva shows up and she's like, what a very novel style of dancing. Thank you for that wonderful performance. And then she says, however, we'd prefer if you could comply with local customs. You must be tired. How about taking a rest? Which is so funny. And so oh my gosh, I forgot about this. Wait up. Okay. Her attendants escort Eden to her office, and it turns out she said that as an excuse to bring him here so she can apologize for Viscount Humph's nefarious actions. So we find out that Edmund and Blade told her everything that fucking guy has done. So she's apologizing, and she says that she will fulfill any request that Eden has to make up for it. And she also says that Viscount Humph will be punished. So chapter 11, Help and Grow. We get a time skip to a week later. It turns out Eden's request was for Minerva to meet with Aster, and she knows who he is already, but she says he keeps a low profile, but he's known to be wily, controlling a great number of nobles from the shadows, which is so funny that she knows about him, and she's like, word. She also explains that the social season was established just after this country was founded, and it was originally for nobles to work together to promote national progress and prosperity, but now it's just an ego fest. And she plans to change that, and the more methods she has at her disposal, the better, so she agrees to meet up with Aster. And then we also find out that in order to help the rich versus poor people situation at the water temple, Eden organized a public sermon by the people for the people. And he says he set up a ton of exhibitions when he used to work at an artist studio, so he's helping with this. Also add the artist studio to the job list. Minerva also okayed the public sermon plan, so Eden is really a true people's hero. Also, we get Blade encouraging Edmund to share his true feelings more, and I just really I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna bounce off the fucking wall, right? So that's the end of the event story. We can get into it with the cards. So SSR Elite Instructor Edmund. Room 1. Personal demonstration. This room takes place after the social season has ended. Edmund is at the market and he runs into the guy that used to teach him etiquette classes. This dude is beefing with some baron about the etiquette meister, which is Edmund's teacher. The etiquette meister teaches etiquette to people who aren't nobles, and the baron was like, fuck you liberal bitch, he was like, you shouldn't be teaching non-nobles about our etiquette rules or whatever. So Edmund pulls up and the meister is like, I hold a ball to celebrate my students at the end of their training, and the baron was supposed to host it, but then he found out there was going to be commoners there. So Edmund is like, oh my gosh, you can host it at my house. And then Edmund asks Eden to attend the ball, saying he's inviting extra guests because his ballroom is bigger than that baron's, so they're trying to get it full instead of just being half full. So they do a little one-on-one etiquette review sesh because Eden has probably already forgotten half the shit that he learned. And Edmund has this pointer stick thing. There's definitely a name for those in the kink community, but I don't remember what the fuck they are. Eden takes it and he's teasing Edmund with it, and he's all like, if you can't hold up your etiquette while I'm doing this, then that's a punishable offense. So of course Edmund fails, and then he's like, very well, I'll accept your punishment. And then it's horny time. So room 2, punishment time. This Edmund card is wild. I guess I'm not gonna go into it. It's wild not for plot reasons. So then room 3, which is titled Vice Captain's Special Cream, and the first note I have just says what? Because what? So it's time for the etiquette meister's ball. Eden and Edmund get the meister set up, and then they go run errands together. And they run into the baron from before, who argues with Edmund, and then Eden is like, how about we go for desserts to cheer you up after the argument? So they do that. And then we get room 4, good students need encouragement, which takes place after the ball. And then Edmund tells Eden that part of the reason Edmund invited Eden to this ball in the first place was to make up for the shitty situation that he ended up in at the water council's ball, which is really cute. And then he openly asks for sex, full consent. He's initiating. It's crazy. I'm running around in a circle. My head fell off. I'm dying. I'm throwing up. There's blood everywhere. It's crazy. And he literally pushes Eden onto the bed, and it's ooh, oh my gosh. It's ooh, oh my gosh, And then we get room 5, which is called reward time. First of all, this is one of those scenes where it's very soft and intimate and just oof, I died several times. But also, I think this is the closest we've gotten to somebody switching. Edmund is still bottoming, but he's taking the lead, So I think this is as close as we've gotten to somebody switching. This and the second Lakeside Spark Kuya room, where he lets Eden take the lead. There may be more examples of this that I am forgetting at this time. It's a rare occurrence, is all I'm trying to say. And then that's the end of that card. So moving on to SSR Lovable Enforcer Blade, room 1, most relaxing place. I think this one takes place in the middle of the event story somewhere, or I don't know. But Blade is hanging out with the maids, and one of the maids is like, oh my gosh, I have a cat named Itty. I need you to take care of him, because the maids are gonna be cleaning their master's mansion and it's gonna take fucking forever. So she's like, can you look after my cat for a few days? And Blade is like, yeah, of course. So Blade gets to the mansion with Itty, and Itty is very scared at first, but Blade can't tell because he can't read the cat's body language, so Eden has to tell him. And then Eden is thinking to himself, like, does Blade still need to be told something to properly understand it? Has he been learning things theoretically without putting them into practice? So he's like, maybe that's why he's been struggling so much with empathy. So he explains to Blade the cat's whatever, and Blade seems to like kind of understand. And then Blade thinks maybe Itty is scared because Itty is used to only being around people who are wearing maid dresses. So Blade puts his maid dress on and also conveniently has an extra one for Eden to wear. So Eden puts one on, and then Itty gets a little bit more relaxed. And also we get, of course, maid dress horny time. So room 2, puffy dress hide and seek. I think it's kind of insane that Eden has 2 outfits in this event, but the second one is only in this Blade card. I just punched my desk. The second one is only in this Blade card. Like, what are you talking about? But anyways, this room, I don't know, it's horny time. Also, Blade gets a little bit better at reading body language, but otherwise it's just stuff that I cannot discuss. Room 3, shifting gaze. Itty escapes his cage and runs to the kitchen, and for a moment, Blade and Eden accidentally think that Yakumo put him in a soup, which is insane, but Yakumo can talk to animals. So when Itty runs by and then Eden and Blade show up, Yakumo is like, oh, he said he's going to the garden, which is so funny. Like, I don't know why Yakumo can just talk to every animal, and I wonder if like Kuya and Garu can do that too, or if it's just a Yakumo thing. But anyway, Aster is like, that might not be good because I recently planted some garden variety vine monsters. Which, like, what? But of course Aster loves to have crazy monsters around his mansion. So if Itty runs into one of those plants, he might fucking die, right? So Eden and Blade go to rescue Itty, and they see these fucking huge plants, and Itty is trapped inside one of them. So Blade goes into combat mode to save him. Room 4, desire to be loved. So they, of course, save the cat, and Eden keeps realizing these parallels between himself and Itty. Some examples being like, he's small and weak, he's being cared for by Blade. Also, Itty passed out while Blade was saving him from a monster, and this caused Eden to recall when Blade saved him from a huge monster in the main story and he passed out, which is like a really specific one. But also, another example of this is that Blade gives Itty a kiss to restore some of his essence, which is of course also something he did for Eden. Also, we get a random Eden childhood flashback where childhood Eden feeds a cat and he complains to the orphanage director that the cat got full and stopped letting Eden pet him while he was feeding him, and the director is like, well, you should do acts of kindness not for the reward but for the sake of spreading kindness itself. So yeah, I don't know, like random flashback, and then we get back to the present where it's becoming horny time, and Blade is like, back in the dead zone, I asked if you wanted to be my pet and you never quite answered me, and Eden says, Blade, I want to be your pet, which is insane. So then room 5, kisses reserved for darling. So Eden like mentioned something about like, oh, you kissed the cat to replenish essence just like you did for me or whatever, and then Blade imagines Eden kissing him just to replenish essence, and he feels this strong emotion but he can't explain what it is. And then he explains that if he puts himself in Eden's position, he thinks seeing him kiss the cat would make him feel bad, and Eden is like, you're probably feeling lonely. So I forgot to mention this before, like earlier in this card when this happened the first time, but Eden told Blade to practice empathy by like putting himself in the other person's shoes, you know, and imagining how he would feel. So this is an example of him doing that. So he's like imagining this and he's like feeling lonely or whatever, and then he sort of, I think, realizes that he's in love with Eden, but he doesn't say it out loud like that. It's just kind of one of those moments where it's implied. So that happens twice in this event. Once here and the other with Edmund during that argument where he says he would sacrifice his moral standing for Eden. Like, what the fuck? So yeah, every once in a while we just get an event like this where it's like the boyfriend's really boyfriending. So that is the end of that card. Basically, Blade gets better at empathy and they smash. And there's a cat. So moving on to the final event of 2022, which is the Festive Glimmer event. Now, this event started in 2022, but it ended in 2023. But I am, of course, including it in this video because it did start in 2022. So the Festive Glimmer event ran from the 22nd of December 2022 until the 18th of January 2023, and it had 3 SSRs, making it the second triple SSR event, thus set the pattern for triple events. There's usually one in the summer and one in December. One in the summer, one at Christmas, basically. The 3 SSRs were Icy Equilibrium Dante, Frosted Virtue Olivine, and Arctic Warden Quincy. So let's get started. Chapter 1, Winter Visitors. Eden is making snowmen with Garu. He teaches Garu how to make snowmen. And they're making like snow versions of each clan member, which is so adorable. And then Dante shows up and he's wearing this outfit, of course, his SSR card outfit, and he explains that it's formal attire for a ceremony he's attending in the Light Territory, and he is staying in the mansion while he's here. The ceremony in question being the Wintertime ceremony, which is a ceremony that the king holds as well as the church. So it's like a collab moment. It's a public event that anybody can go to, and it's held, you know, every winter time. And Dante doesn't usually like to go, but this year he has no excuse not to, which I think means he has this as an excuse to stay at the mansion and be around Eden. That's neither here nor there. That's just my interpretation. And then Olivine shows up, and he is also wearing a special outfit for the ceremony because he is conducting the choir for the choir performance, right? Which this sent me back to middle school because this is so irrelevant. I don't know if anybody fucking cares, but in my town, in middle school, I was in choir, right? All throughout middle school. And every early December, my town does like a downtown little winter celebration, whatever, and they would always have the middle school choir kids sing. But it's always so fucking cold and it sucks, and my choir teacher was such a bitch. And there was this one year when I think it was when I was in 8th grade. They were filming a Hallmark movie in my town, and they wanted us to recreate that winter celebration. And so they had all the middle school choir kids, or not all, but some of the middle school choir kids go to this taping of their fake recreation of the winter celebration. And they didn't get around to filming the middle school choir part until like 2 a.m. on a school night. So everybody had left, right? And then the next day, which by the way, we got there and my choir teacher, like, they told her that they wanted us to sing some specific song that we didn't even know, and she just came around and found all of us who had already like kind of separated around like the area. She found us all and she was like, okay, just look this, like Google it, whatever. And then she disappeared to try to be in the background of other shots, right? Because she really wanted her fucking moment. And then the next day we get to school, and of course everybody had left, and so when it came time to actually film that scene, none of the middle school choir kids were there. And she was so mad at us. She was like, I'm so disappointed in you guys for not having the, you know, the drive or whatever. And it's like, bitch, it was 2 a.m. on like a Tuesday. What's wrong with you? You know what I mean? I'm 12. Like, I don't, like, it was so crazy. Anyways, so this little like choir kid fucking plot line in this event sends me back ages. Anyway, so since the wintertime ceremony is a public event, Olivine of course invites Eden and everybody else, but mostly Eden because he's special and boyfriend and whatever. He also says that for Kleinmas this year, which is their version of Christmas, because they don't have Christ, but they do have Klein. For Kleinmas, the temple wants Eden to help with the Holy Ark fundraising event. So chapter 2, A Holy Legend. We get some like religion lore here that I'm not really gonna go into because it's kind of like not super relevant, but basically instead of Christmas trees, they decorate holy arks, which are like boats. Sometimes actual boats, sometimes little, you know, wooden, smaller fake boats. They decorate them and fill them with the gifts. And then on the day of the wintertime ceremony, they exchange the gifts that are in the boats, right? Instead of like buying new gifts, it's like they're wrapping up things that they don't want and giving them away as a way to repurpose them. So it's like basically Christmas, but they invented their own lore for it, which I think is really cool that they like thought through it that far to like, okay, we have to create our own explanation for Christmas in this world. They're really going ham with the concept here. So the fundraiser, the Holy Ark fundraiser event, is basically when the church goes and asks nobles for donations, but but it's not going very well this year, so they are asking Eden to participate, but Olivine is hesitating to ask, or he was hesitant to ask, because he doesn't want it to seem like the church is trying to exploit Eden's title. But Eden and Dante, of course, both think it's a good idea for him to participate, so he does. Cut to Olivine and Eden. They're either heading to or in the area of the nobles that they're trying to get funds from, but they're looking at the boats in the meantime. And Eden randomly thinks he sees Kuya for a moment. That doesn't come back until like the end of the fucking thing, but I am mentioning it because I think it's an important part of Kuya's personality. Okay, absolutely not plot relevant whatsoever though, but it's just important to me. Anyway, so they run into this kid named Ali. He's an apprentice priest that has been chosen to sing the solo for the choir performance. So Olivine, after Ali leaves, they talk to him for like 2 seconds about whatever, I don't know. And Olivine tells Eden like, yeah, he used to be so like full of joy and whatever, but now he's quiet and he's weird champ. So Olivine wonders if the pressure of singing the solo is too much for him. More on that later, stay tuned. I love the amount of times that I'm like recording the story for this game and I just fucking stop talking and check my phone. Does this person post about anything that I give a shit about? Oh, okay. Back to this. What was I saying? I don't know. Something about the characters. I don't know. Cut that part out. Cut that whole 10 minutes of me fucking sitting there. So chapter 3, Marketplace Encounter. So it cuts to Quincy's point of view. He is at the marketplace, of course, because this is a marketplace encounter. Also in my notes, I somehow, something about reading all these events and all these stories and writing physical notes. Sometimes I just go brain dead a little bit, Exhibit A was earlier when I said I spelt humans with an I. Yeah, I wrote Quinky. I wrote Quinky, bruh, with a K instead of a C. Quinky. So anyway, Topper runs into some kid that wants to keep him, and Quincy's like, no. Quinky is like, absolutely not. And Quinky sees Dante from like down the road or something, and he thinks to himself like, oh, it's that red-haired guy. I forgot his name, which is so funny. So Dante comes over to help, he's like, what's the motherfucking situation? And he tries to get the kid to leave, and Quinky is like, yo, Topper is not my pet, so I can't trade him. And the kid is like, wait, because the kid wants Topper for a gift for his friend, because it's Kleinmas. So Dante, we get this rare, soft Dante moment, which is crazy because this means, especially since Dante is being soft to a child, this means Eden has gotten in his head to that degree where he is now kind to children. Kind, he's speaking in a way that could be considered kind. Kind for Dante for sure. Anyways, I'll just tell you what he fucking says and you can be the judge, okay? Except I'm the judge because this is my video. I'm giving a pointed stare to my microphone right now. You can't see it, but it's happening. Okay. So he says, no one has the obligation to comply with this custom. The custom, of course, being giving gifts, on Kleinmas. The value of certain things can be difficult to gauge. Those things should never be exchanged. Don't think that just because you're a kid, you can go about doing whatever you like. So he puts this whole, this nice explanation of something that he probably would not normally explain to a child. And then he puts his little insult at the end. But still, I'm considering this a soft moment. I'm considering this a win, okay? But the kid is like, what the fuck are you talking about, right? So he's like, I just want this stoat, please. So Quinky is like, how about this? And he takes this log that he was carrying, because of course, Quinky will always be carrying a log, Whoa. Penis joke. Didn't even mean to do that on purpose. I was just talking about actual logs. Jesus Christ. He'll be carrying 2 logs. That was a good one. Somebody can steal that, put that in your stand-up special. So he takes this log, the wood one, which he was supposed to sell it, by the way. Because he sells lumber at these markets all the time, He sells lumber, he buys food, he fucks off back into the woods. So he takes part of this log and he carves it into a slingshot for the kid. How exactly was it a slingshot if he didn't have the rubber thing, the rubber like string? I'm not sure, okay? Let's not worry about that. And then he looks over at Dante and he just tosses Dante another log, and Dante carves a little wooden sword. And so I think personally that I'm gonna die. I think personally I'm not gonna survive this. I think personally I didn't survive this, and I've been talking to you from beyond the grave this whole time. That's how dedicated I am to this cause. I've been coming to you from beyond the grave, okay, to make this video for you all. So you better like and subscribe. You better subscribe to my Patreon that doesn't exist. I don't have a Patreon. Don't You should send me money on PayPal though, or Venmo. Anyway, it's already been 22 minutes, by the way, of me recording this, and I am only on like chapter 3. It's not looking good for us today. So the kid loves the toys, and he trades his like dried fruit for the toys. So Quincy and Dante end up with a bunch of dried fruit, right? And so Quinky splits the fruit with Dante, and Dante is like, I don't need that. But Quinky is like, yes, you do, because we both made the toys, so we're splitting it. And then the kid is like, also guys, by the way, I'm lost. So they help him get back to the orphanage from whence he came, and Eden and Olivine happen to be there, of course. And then they're talking about Klein Mist, they're talking about the orphanage, this and that, this and that. And the kid mentions that they used to get a lot of volunteers from the temple to help build the Holy Ark for the orphanage, but for the last few years, there hasn't been many because people are haters now or something. And so Olivine and Eden, of course, were already planning to help, but then the kid begs Quinky and Dante to also help since they make such great toys, right? Then Eden is like, hold on, they did what? They made what for who? And then basically Dante and Quinky are like, okay, maybe. And then we cut back to the mansion and we get Eden's outfit for this event, and he finds Kuya taking a nap in a pile of pillows in front of the fireplace, and he wonders if Kuya came to the mansion to hibernate for the winter, which this is so, has nothing to do with the plot, but it's one of those things where like we see pretty much everybody else, I think, in this event, and so they had to explain where Kuya was, right? So they just threw this in there. But to me, this was one of the most important events of 2022. Not this event as a whole, this event of Kuya napping in front of the fireplace. Kuya brought his gay ass to this mansion, and he willingly fell asleep, okay? Put down his guard to sleep, not only around Eden, but around Aster and Morvay and the rest of the clan members and all of their fucking help in the mansion. That's trust. This old man trusts all these gay freaks, and I'm gonna cry my eyes out about it. Also, there was an influx of fan art that people were drawing of Kuya sleeping on piles of pillows, and it is still to this day some of my favorite fan art of this game I have ever seen in my life. It makes me sick to look at in the good way. Just Kuya sleeping on a pile of pillows, I can't survive it. I didn't survive. Once again, I'm dead. So of course, Eden wakes him up on accident, and we find out that the reason Kuya was where the boats are, the reason Eden saw him there was because he likes to go and look at the boats every year, which I think is very adorable, and I love him. And then, like, Morvay and Aster show up while they're talking, but while Eden is talking to these two, Kuya disappears. So, rest in peace to his rest in peace. Chapter 4, First Taste. Cut to Eden and Olivine fundraising again. They are trying to get money from these nobles, but all the nobles are asking for things in return. And so Olivine is like, yeah, they are being assholes because they don't get any glory, like public social, reputation from donating privately to the temple. Does Olivine say they're being assholes? No, of course not. He says it in his very, nice priest talk. So they head back to the orphanage for a break, where they find Garu, Blade, and Yakumo. You remember how I said we see everybody in this event? Yeah. These three are at the orphanage because Dante told them that Eden was helping out, so of course they were like, oh my gosh, let's go help him help them, right? So the kids have taken a liking to Garu's drawings, which we mentioned during the Eerie Escapade event. So Yakumo has been sewing some of Garu's designs into their clothing, like the kids' clothes, which is so cute. And Blade has been making a bunch of these little clay Eden statues to give to people because Olivine said Eden was really popular. So this is the return of that fucking weird, Blorbo Eden thing. And in another room, Quinky is fixing a bunch of the orphanage's furniture and also fixing some of the children's toys because he is, of course, a carpenter. I don't know. He's Jesus. And the kid from before, the kid that they gave the toys to that wanted Topper and such, he gives Quincy this little wooden decorated boat that he made, and he said it's the first toy he's ever made, and he wanted to give it to Quincy because Quincy helped him out, which is adorable. But Quincy's like, I don't want this. So that's gonna be a whole thing for the rest of this event. Also, we find out Quincy's outfit was picked out by Topper, which I think is just Topper can pick out outfits for Quincy and Quincy will wear them. Now, did Topper pick this weird ass sweater where Quincy's boobs are basically out? Yes. Did he know what he was doing? Probably. I am with Topper on this one. Anyway, so Quincy builds the Holy Ark for everyone to start decorating, and Quincy notices, well, everybody notices that Eden is feeling mentally ill from the fundraising not working out very well. So Quincy comes up to Eden and he's like, oh, like things didn't go very well today, tell me about it, which is crazy, you know? And that's how you know he's in love, because usually, as we know, Quincy would say, man, you talk too much, you better shut the fuck up, man. But here he's saying, man, my boyfriend looks like he's having a bad day, I should listen to his troubles. And I love that for him, and I'm gonna cry. And so Eden is back on his bullshit, and by that I mean he is mad at himself because he talked a big game about being able to help, but so far he has been, in his own words, completely useless. Of course, he is not completely useless, but he always thinks of himself that way. So this is another little mini Eden arc on that topic. So chapter 5, fundraising again. Eden tells Quincy about the whole day being kind of shitty, and he also says that he was once the one on the receiving end of these donations, right? Because he was an orphan too. But at the same time, he also says that he can kind of see where the nobles are coming from. So basically he told Quincy his entire childhood lore and also about his bad day, right? And Quincy tells Eden that back in the day when this exchange custom started, it was more like a winter clear out where people would be getting rid of items they didn't want, but if anything seemed like it would be useful to others, they would still give it away. And so Quincy gives Eden that boat that the kid made, which the kid wanted Quincy to exchange it as a gift, so this is a good thing. He's not like being a dick, you know? And Eden is like, well, but I don't have anything to give back to you. And Quincy says it doesn't matter, because originally the person who received the gift didn't have to give anything back. But eventually the customs evolved into both sides going out to buy new things for each other. And so Eden is like, oh, so it's the act of exchanging itself that matters and not the gift. And then he tells Quincy that they're going to be holding a gift exchange at Astor's place, and Quincy says he'll stick around for it, which is like, oh my god, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. And Eden is like, hold on. And he has this genius idea about this one specific noble. You remember how he said that the nobles were requesting things in return instead of just giving donations? So one of the nobles requested the sounds of heaven, which is so fucking crazy, but they were all requesting things that like aren't real, like really abstract fucking concepts, you know what I mean? And so Eden is like, guess what? We'll do a little song. So he gets Olivine and Allie, that kid from earlier, the apprentice kid who's singing the solo, to sing for this dude. This noble, of course, is a fan of Olivine, because everybody is, and he's super moved by the performance, so he donates a bunch of money. And then they ask this guy for something that one of the other nobles requested, and then they bring it to the next guy and such. And we get this little Allie moment where he says, I don't understand why we must undertake such meaningless tasks. We're clergymen, not performers who will perform for anyone who asks. And Olivine says, that noble is a pious believer, and we have a duty to spread the God of Klein's word to all people. I don't know if it's pronounced pious. It seems like it should be, because pious just sounds crazy. And then Allie says he wasn't even going to donate in the first place. How pious can he be? And Olivine is like, questioning another person's faith is no laughing matter. And then Allie tells Eden that he's just the same, believing that if he bows his head to the nobles, he'll get whatever he wants. And then Allie leaves, right? So he's being a little sharp, but he's also kind of right. He's also kind of eating, you know what I mean? So chapter 6, reputation perks. Olivine is very worried at this point about Allie, because Olivine doesn't want Allie to feel like he's being forced to do anything, because of course Olivine knows what it feels like to be forced to do things. And then Eden runs into Dante outside another noble's house, and he does a little trolling when this noble acts like he doesn't know what Eden is talking about. And Eden is like, okay, so since you're too poor to donate, I'll have to report that back to the temple. Which of course this guy's like, what the fuck? I'm not poor. So Dante mentions that he met with the king and Minerva, which love that she is a recurring character. I'm in love with her. And he says they ended up talking about Eden, and the king wanted to formally invite Eden to the wintertime ceremony as thanks for the help with the altars. And Dante says this in front of that noble who was just, you know, being called poor, to also add more pressure on him to donate. by being like, this guy that you're refusing to give money to is like such a good dude and helps with everything and like whatever. And so the reason that Dante was at this guy's house is because he's working with the Solarian Chamber of Commerce. So they were like having a meeting. So the guy does end up donating money, and Eden gets Klein's most delicious honeydew from this guy for the next noble. And then also, as they're like walking away and whatever, we find out that Dante actually was the person who brought up Eden when he was talking with the king and Minerva, which is like, ugh, of course he would. He's whipped. Chapter 7, The Mighty Snowball War. Dante helps bring some of the donations back to the orphanage, and while they're walking, he gets hit in the fucking face with a snowball. Turns out it was Blade, because of course it was. So Olivine, Blade, Yakumo, Karu, and all the kids from the orphanage are having a snowball fight. And Karu has a bunch of kids like on his team at his command, which is so cute because he loves commanding people and kids love him, I guess. And Edmund shows up for the first time during this event just to get hit with a snowball, and then Dante climbs up onto a big holy ark to hide, and he finds Quincy up there waiting, and he's like, only people with class like us know better than to participate in this foolishness or whatever, right? But then Topper shows up, you know, he rolls a snowball up to Quincy, and Quincy is like, oh, yeah, you think it's so lame to participate in the snowball fight, watch this. And Quincy takes the snowball and throws it at Eden, and then Dante is like, okay, you know what, let's team up against Eden. And he's like, I won't leave until we claim victory. And then he says, tell that pet of yours to get us more snowballs, and Topper throws a snowball at him, which is so funny. Like, yeah, bitch, you know better than to call Topper Quincy's pet. Like, be fucking for real. Be so for real right now. Chapter 8, Holy Ark Emergency. So they do end up teaming up, and then Dante says that the orphanage's Holy Ark is too plain and it doesn't strike him as festive. So then oomphs offer up extra decorations, and Dante tells Quincy, after finding out that he built the ark, that the mast needs to be reinforced since it has a lot of decorations hanging on it. And then Eden gives Dante that wooden boat that Quincy gave him. A lot of like kind of random shit happening that is connected by things that aren't plot relevant. So there's like some more fluff in there, but I'm just not explaining it because it's like not really anything, you know. Cut to the next morning. Edmund tells Eden that a number of holy arks have been vandalized and robbed. So now they're on the lookout for whoever was the ringleader of this group of criminals, right? Vandalizing the holy arks. And the resources that Eden got from the nobles were stolen from the temple's holy ark. And Olivine says they've never experienced such serious instances of damage and theft. But the only houses that were affected were noble houses. But everybody else in the area is still hiding all of their gifts because you never know. So everybody in town is stressed, basically, and worried that they're gonna get robbed. So chapter 9, Winter Street Sounds. So Eden is like, oh my gosh, what do we do to bring back the Kleinmas spirit right now, right? So he organizes a public choir concert in like the center of town, and he also tasked Dante with asking all the nobles to lend their holy arks for a pyramid made of holy arks that they erected in the middle of town as well. And he says it's a backup plan, but he doesn't elaborate until later. We also find out that Quincy has been looking after the kids while everyone else is like working elsewhere, which is so cute. Like, I'm just imagining Quincy taking care of all these children by himself. Oh my gosh, I want him to be my dad. No, I don't. I want him to be my daddy. I cannot leave that in. I cannot leave that in. I cannot leave that in. Editor, delete that. It's me. I'm the editor. I'm the editor. Okay, so they do their little choir performance, and Olivine notices that Allie is falling behind right before his solo, but he has no way to get Allie's attention, so Topper jumps up next to Olivine, and he helps conduct, which gets Allie back on track. And like, Topper conducting, since when does he know how to do that? And then Allie leaves very quickly after the concert, and Eden follows him. So chapter 10, The Truth of the Matter. Dante notices Allie entering an alleyway, and then we find out that Allie is the leader of this crime ring because he's like talking to a couple of the other kids involved about it in the alleyway, and they overhear him. And then Dante's about to step in, but Eden is like, wait, let me handle it. So Eden says that Allie and his gang should not be arrested yet. And he's like, I was suspicious of this kid because the noble residences and the temple have really strong security. So only somebody who is already trusted by both of them would be able to get close enough to rob them. But Eden says he wants to wait until after the choir performance, the actual one, to arrest them. And he says his backup plan, remember, with the pile of holy arcs, might come in handy. And then he leaves to prepare his next move. So Dante is like, okay, I guess. And then later that night, Dante shows up at the orphanage to return something, and he runs into Olivine. And then they hear a sound coming from inside the holy ark, so they team up to investigate. But they find Quincy. He's sleeping in there to keep watch. Just Quincy is being so cute during this event. It's literally sickening. So Dante tells Quincy and Olivine about the whole Allie situation, and Olivine gets really stressed and he thinks that he failed Allie by not being there for him even though he knew something was wrong. So Dante and Quincy comfort Olivine and they're like, it's not your fault, like you did the best that you could, right? And then Dante gives Olivine that little boat that the kid made, which is what he was returning, by the way, when he came to the orphanage. And Olivine says, receiving a gift from you this year gives me faith that we'll be friends for years to come. They're literally doing bestie sleepover vibes right now. Speaking of bestie sleepover vibes, Olivine says they should all three camp out at the Holy Ark to keep watch. And he's like, I've always dreamed of camping out with my friends, like camping out with friends, right? Because he never, first of all, never had friends, and second of all, was not allowed to camp out anywhere. So Dante and Quincy are like, okay, word. So they have a little sleepover. And then chapter 11, ambush. Eden finds Allie and he says, you hoped Olivine would discover your problems, but you didn't want him to know you were behind these crimes. You didn't tell him your troubles because you didn't want to disappoint him, right? And Allie says, I just couldn't put up with the temple and those nobles any longer. All the temple does is curry favor with the nobles, and the nobles only donate for show. And he asks if Eden can wait until after the performance to arrest him, which Eden of course agrees to because that was already his plan. Then Eden and Allie keep chatting for like a while just by themselves, you know. Cut to Kleinmas, and then it's time for the performance. So chapter 12, Wish Carrier. So the performance finishes up and Eden turns Allie over to Edmund, and Olivine sprints over to give Allie the boat that Dante gave him, which Eden gave him, which Quincy gave him, which the kid gave to Quincy, right? And Allie says that he's done something unforgivable and he has nothing to exchange with Olivine, and Olivine says someday in the future, if he could just sit and talk, that would be the best gift of all. And as soon as Allie and Edmund are gone, Olivine yells at Eden for acting alone, like taking on this responsibility by himself and not telling Olivine about it, which is so funny. And then Dante, Olivine, and Quincy, we find out that Dante, Olivine, and Quincy spent the whole night coming up with the best way to reprimand Eden for this, or that's what Dante says, but he might have been kidding. I don't know. I have autism. But all we know for sure is that all three of them agreed that Eden shouldn't have gone after Allie by himself. Also, the kid that made the boat asks if he can come play with Quincy in the forest once he's a grown-up, and Quincy says, you won't remember me once you've grown up. And the kid says, that is not true. You played with us so much, so we want to come play with you too. But until we grow up, it's not safe for us to be in the woods. So you'll have to come visit us here. And Quincy says he'll come visit next year, which is so, I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I died. And then we cut to Eden back at the mansion, and everybody, like literally the whole clan up until this point, so everybody but Ray, decorates a holy ark together, and they bake a cake, and it's literally so cute. And then that is the end of the event story. And then there's a bunch of little extra stories. I'm not gonna mention every single one of these extra stories because they like don't all have stuff that really matters, but there's a couple important ones that I do want to mention. One is the one titled Little Winter Miracle. Olivine runs into Edmund, who tells him about some ghost sightings in a nearby abandoned house. So they go to investigate. Turns out it's just Kuya. And then Olivine is like, actually, I was hoping I would run into you two because I want to invite you to this dinner that I planned for Eden at the mansion, which I think means that Olivine organized the Kleinmas like dinner celebration thing that I mentioned with the cake and everything. I think. Otherwise, they had two separate dinners. I don't know. Either way, cute. And then the next one that I want to mention is titled Unsolved Mystery, which is where Eden asks Quincy where Topper's outfits always come from. He's like, do you, like, Does Topper change into them himself? Do you make them? Like, where do they come from? And we get no answers. So this really is an unsolved mystery.
Guys, breaking news. Since the time that I recorded this, that mystery has actually been solved. You're not gonna believe it. Basically, every year on the release day anniversary of New Carnival, they do these live show things called Neon Carnival. And this year, they did a Q&A with, I believe, the writers, the developers, I don't know. But somebody asked, where do Topper's clothes come from? And they said sometimes Quincy makes them, sometimes Eden makes them. So there's your answer for the unsolved mystery. Glad I could be here to tell you the good news. Moving on.
The last one that I want to mention is titled A Whole Different Look. There's a bunch of stuff that happens in this one, but the one thing that I wanted to mention was that Eden was the one who gave Quincy the idea of sleeping inside the Ark. So yeah, so now we can move on to the SSR cards, right? Starting with SSR Frosted Virtue Olivine. This card is crazy, and it contains some of the best Olivine H scenes of all time. Room 1, a lesson in crystal regulation. So Eden won the grand prize at a prize draw during the wintertime ceremony. It's a voucher for a 3-day, 2-night luxury stay at a Water Territory seaside resort, and it's a voucher for 2, so he's bringing Olivine with, because Olivine brought him tea while he was standing out in the cold during the prize draw. And now, since he was outside for so long waiting for that shit, he has a cold, so Olivine gives him a crystal pendant necklace that warms him up, and Olivine explains that these crystals are uncommon at markets because it takes a lot of essence to keep them maintained, so he made the crystal himself. And he said that regulating crystals is an advanced art, so he had to consult a newly released book from the Water Territory about it, and he failed several times before he got lucky and succeeded. However, as they are headed to their vacation spot, they pass the water temple, and they notice that it is suspiciously empty, so they go in to investigate, and they find out that the prayer crystal stopped working, so the church couldn't provide blessings. And Olivine is like, what the fuck, I've never heard of this happening in my life, right? The prayer crystal, by the way, not to be mistaken for the elemental gemstone. The prayer crystal is just like some rock that they use for blessings, I don't know. And then while Olivine is like investigating this, Eden is in a different room, and he notices that his heat crystal cools off, so he pours a whole bunch of essence into it, and he realizes that it vibrates when he does so. Then he notices that it causes Olivine's essence to get weird. So it's like, what's really going on here? Also, the guy that wrote the book that Olivine mentioned about making crystals or whatever is going to be in town for a book signing. So lots of stuff going on. And then we get room 2, premeditated sexy time. So turns out Olivine, the freak that he is, designed that crystal to vibrate on purpose, and he attached 2 crystals to his nips that are like magically connected to that one. So the reason his essence went goofy wacky was because Eden basically was making his nips vibrate. So, like, I don't know, maybe that's too much detail for youtube.com, I'm not sure. He's crazy, basically, is what I'm saying. Room 3, exchanging encounter. That doesn't sound right, but that is what I have written down for the title, so I don't know. Anyway, they end up spending the night at the temple, and they take the broken prayer crystal to that author crystal expert guy the next day, but his book signing got canceled, so he's not actually here. And then they run into this kid that trades them a bag of crystals for a bunny-shaped sandwich that Olivine had made for breakfast that morning. And he says he got the crystals from his dad, and he wants the crystals to be gone because they're the only thing that his dad cares about, which is really sad. And then the dad shows up, and of course, he's the crystal expert guy that wrote the book, and he says he's been looking forward to meeting Olivine for a long time, and he thanks Olivine for looking out for his son. And this guy is being all strict and like pressuring his son, and the kid stands up for himself against his dad, and he's like, I don't want to do that, like whatever. And Olivine thinks to himself about how he wishes he could stand up to his own dad like that. It's kind of crazy. And then room 4, showing your feelings. They help the kid and the dad sort out their shit, right? This is one of those times, by the way, where when I was reading this, I genuinely was crying real tears because I was just involved emotionally in this moment. Like, it's just one of those things. Because, I mean, okay, just picturing like Olivine's point of view here. He is like living vicariously through this kid. He's like, man, if only somebody could have done this for me, right? Helped me and my dad from an outside perspective sort our shit out, because the dad ends up being more nice to his kid. And Olivine is like, man, if only. So I was so sad, because it's like, I can only imagine how upset I would be if I saw this happen. And it's like, you're happy for the kid, but you're also like, is it really this easy? Like, just somebody having a real conversation with your parent, something just as simple as this could have changed the trajectory of Olivine's entire adulthood, right? His entire life could have been changed by a moment like this. And it had me crying. So Olivine ends up giving the vacay voucher to the kid and the dad, and in exchange, the dad, aka the crystal expert guy, gave them a new raw crystal to use as their prayer crystal. And we find out that the previous crystal stopped working because it let out all of its elemental power. So the kid and the dad leave, and then Olivine thanks Eden for everything that he said, because of course Eden was doing a lot of the talking with this conflict between the Father and the Son, right? And the Holy Spirit. So Olivine thanks him for saying all of that, and he says he just needs a little bit more time, but someday he'll have the courage to talk it out with his dad as well. I have a note here that says, I'm crying again. So I cried twice during this room. So if you're an Olivine fan and you haven't seen this card, you need to go read it right now. You'll cry. Olivine isn't even in my top 3. And then room 5, Craving a Peek. This room is insane, and it's also, like, if you just leave it on auto, you know, and you just let the voice lines play completely through, it's 23 minutes long. That's a lot. There's nothing plot relevant that really happens here, so moving on to SSR Arctic Warden Quincy. I love this card. I don't need to keep saying it, but I am going to, because I love these cards. Room 1, Mutual Assistance. This one takes place while they are still at the orphanage. All the kids are having a bunch of fun feeding Topper. Also, they baked a bunch of stuff to sell at the market to help make money, because they know that all the adults are trying to fundraise and they wanted to also help. And Topper wants to help at the market as well, but Quincy is like, no, because you're gonna eat all of the sweets and get fat. So he tells the kids not to feed Topper too much, so Topper gets to go to the market. Quincy also helps the kids make little crafts to sell as well. So basically he's fathering in this event. He is fucking fathering, but he wants a rest. So they go back to Astor's mansion, because of course he wants a rest. He's eepy sleepy all the time. So they get back and he's like, all right, good night. And Eden is like, what, already? And Quincy is like, we can do something that you want to do before we sleep, because sleeping is what I want to do. So he's also doing a lot of like actively trying to think of Eden's desires in this event, you know? And I think that that is making me die over and over and over and over repeatedly. So Eden is like, bet. And he says, I'll show you a skill I learned while I was working at a gym. It really helps to relax the muscles. So of course he's giving Quincy a massage, but also I needed to mention the gym specifically because we need to add that to the Eden jobs list. So it's a regular massage for like 2 minutes and then it turns horny, right? Because duh. So room 2, a different exchange. No notes on this one. It just says pee-pee. That's all it says. So moving on. Room 3, meaning instilled in the heart. This one takes place immediately after room 2. Quincy tells Eden not to worry about him. He says even though he doesn't like noisy places, he doesn't mind spending time with the kids. Because Eden was worried, of course, that Quincy was like, did not actually enjoy being at the orphanage at all. And Eden is like, oh my gosh, wait, you're sharing your feelings? That's crazy. And Quincy says he doesn't feel any pressure, but he doesn't see any meaning in him helping, because he'll see them a few times and then likely never see them again. So he's back to his old man curse of like, these kids are gonna forget me and I'm never gonna see them again and whatever. And he also assumes that if he does see these kids again, once they're grown-ups, they're gonna think he's weird because he doesn't age, right? So the tribe turning on him has really instilled this problem in him, right? That he thinks everybody's gonna think he's a piece of shit because he doesn't age, because that's what the tribe thinks of him. And the tribe, they were his most important people, right? That was his community. His community turned on him for such a stupid reason, and that it has really shaken him up. And so Eden thinks to himself, does Quincy mean that he can't develop any meaningful relationships because of this? You know, like he's too scared to develop relationships? And Eden thinks Quincy probably is really lonely. And then Quincy is like, don't let it trouble you, because he sees Eden standing there thinking, and he's like, man, like, relax. And Eden is like, okay, but at least let me know if you ever want to talk. And and I've said it before and I'll say it again, I did not survive. Also, Quincy says that he has gone so long without celebrating a holiday like this that he doesn't know what to get for the gift exchange, like at all. So Eden is like, we can go look at stuff at the market together. But before they do that, Quincy grabs Eden for a nap. So they get a little snuggle in, and then they go to the market where they find the kids' bakery stall. And there's a guy there accusing the kids of stealing his coin purse. The guy thinks it was the kids just because they're orphans, which of course pisses Eden off. Because as we know, he was an orphan that people thought he was going to be a little criminal or whatever. And Quincy pats Eden's hand to help calm him down, which I love when Quincy does this. He's a very like physical touch reassurance type of guy, and I love that about him. I don't know, something about that just really gets me. So Eden and Quincy help this guy find his stupid fucking coin purse, and they also comfort the kids because the kids are like, we didn't do anything, like, you know. And so Eden and Quincy are like, no, we got you, we know, like, it's good, we're chilling. And so one of the kids gives Quincy a handmade charm, kind of as a thank you, I think, for like helping them, you know, defending them, right? And Quincy thinks to himself, someday this kid will grow old and die, but experiencing things like this, maybe it's not so bad. And then he thinks maybe it's thanks to that little devil, aka Eden. And then Eden says that making memories is important precisely because our time is so limited. And he says, those kids have a happy memory with you now because you helped them, and they'll remember you. It's a kind of exchange too, don't you think? And it's just like, oh my God. You know, man. But he also says that he understands to a point how Quincy feels because kids were constantly coming and going from the orphanage. And he says, getting to know a great guy like you means a whole lot to me. And then Eden pats him on the head and he says, I think it means something too. And it's like, oh my God, like this event really is one of the all-time greats. Also, they find a sex toy booth somewhere else, not anywhere near the orphanage kids. And Eden is like, ooh, I'm a bit of an expert in this field, you know? And so the guy shows them his like top secret toys that he's only showing to fellow toy makers or whatever, I guess. He has a fucking special thing. So then room 4, recreating the past. Quincy goes back to the mansion by himself, and Topper helps him customize his gift for the exchange. So cut to the gift exchange. Quincy tells Eden that it's been a long time since he celebrated Kleinmas with others, but because of him, this year has been much more enjoyable than usual, which is making me cry. And then Eden and Quincy end up with each other's gifts. Quincy's gift is a jug with traditional tribal totems engraved on it to purify and slightly sweeten any water that goes into the jug, and also a charm made with some of Topper's fur. And we get a Quincy flashback to Zaro and Quincy talking about their gift earnings from the tribe's gift exchange. So Quincy got a ton of stuff because he gave away a ton of stuff. And he says, if someone wants something, why not let them have it? I didn't give away anything essential. And then the narration says, Quincy always looked forward to taking part in the gift exchange and seeing all the smiling faces. But eventually, the smiles faded, and before long, he had left the tribe for good. That made me really sad. And then it cuts back to the present, and Quincy's thinking to himself, like, maybe it's possible to experience happiness like that again, to experience holidays like that again. And now I am actually gonna cry in real life, currently. Sometimes I be tearing up while I'm recording this. This is probably the 3rd time that has happened while I'm recording this video, by the way, just me crying. Anyway, I'm not actually crying, but I am tearing up. You can probably hear it in my voice. So we find out that Eden prepared a gift for each clan member, but he doesn't know which one Quincy got. Turns out the gift that Quincy got is a sex toy, which of course is what Eden got from that sex toy vendor. So then we get room 5, the real gift, which is also 23 minutes long, by the way, if you let it play on auto. Eden says, if something doesn't hold enough meaning when you're going solo, add a second person and a third person, as many as you like. So they were talking about sex, but they were also talking about life and romance and friendship and everything at the same time. So basically that's polyclan canon right there. Polyamorous gemstone clan is canon. And then that's the end of that card. So moving on to the last of the 3, which is Icy Equilibrium Dante. Room 1, wintertime, warmer. Takes place on the day of the snowball fight at the mansion. The day of the snowball fight that took place at the orphanage, but currently we are at the mansion, right? Dante says this is the first time he's been sucked into taking part in one of these seasonal festivals, and he thinks it's troublesome. And Eden thinks to himself about how Dante probably didn't get to play with other kids as a kid because he wasn't allowed to go outside. So it's just kind of one of those moments where Dante is like, man, I've never had to do this before, and Eden is like, wow, maybe because he wasn't allowed to. And then room 2, turning up the heat. Classic H scene. Not really anything to say here. Room 3, real experience. Eden gets Dante to build a snowman and ice skate and stuff because, you know, Dante has never done winter festivities before, right? I think I have a picture of Dante's snowman. It's jank as fuck. I love it. It's hilarious. So they're ice skating around, right? And Dante helps this random, like, boy who loses control of his skates, and the boy gives him a scarf that his grandma knitted in return. But Dante refuses the gift because he's like, it's not useful, it's too small, whatever. And Eden is like, this freak and his obsession with usefulness, like, just accept the fucking scarf. And the kid is like, oh, I just wanted to thank you with a present because you helped me. And Dante is like, why do you need to give me something to show thanks? And the kid is like, well, otherwise how would you know how grateful I am? And Dante is like, okay, fine, I'll take the fucking scarf. And so Eden was like kind of beefing with Dante over this. He's like, bro, like, what's your problem with that kid, right? And as a way of apology, which Eden has to explain to Dante that he's mad, Eden says something, well, now I can't be mad at you, right? And Dante is like, wait, you were mad at me? Which is so autism. He has autism. So as a way of apologizing, Dante asks what else Eden has planned for the day, which is so cute, like, because he would never say sorry, because he was like, I don't want to do any of this shit. He was already being drug around by Eden today, but now he is actively participating, right? Which I think is so important. Just everything in this event is so important. So room 4, frozen memories. They find a booth where you can make ice sculptures, and Dante is surprisingly really good at it. And Eden is like, what the fuck? And Dante explains that when he was younger, his parents ordered a ton of ice sculptures to be delivered to Solaria, which he thinks was possibly because they felt bad that Dante couldn't go outside. And so Dante got bored and he started making imitations of the ice sculptures, and before long he was a professional, right? So he finishes his ice sculpture in the present day, but he says that it's useless because it'll just melt. And he tells Eden that all his other sculptures melted or he smashed them up to use as ice in drinks. And Eden says, you can't do that this time because now you have someone to share your sculpture with. You enjoyed making it and I'll enjoy keeping it. That's the true value of having fun together. And Dante is like, that sounds like bullshit, but I could give it to you if you give me something in return. Such is the Kleinmas tradition. So Eden makes him a wreath out of these vines that survive year-round. It was like a DIY wreath booth activity thing. He says that that vendor told him that if you exchange essence under it, something cool will happen. So Eden wraps the wreath around Dante's neck and then kisses him, which is so Hallmark movie craziness. And Dante is like, whoa. And we find out that that was Dante's first kiss, which is insane. So turns out the wreath has aphrodisiac pollen, so it's going crazy. Jump to room 5, longing for your lips. This scene is really pretty. The artists popped off. Sometimes you just see a scene and you're like, god damn, wow. You know, this is one of those ones where it's like, wow, I could frame that. Anyways, they smash, and then that is the end of that. So that is the end of that event and the end of the 2022 events video, which is crazy. Stay tuned for the 2023 events video, and then you never know, maybe I'll do a 2024 events video and so on and so forth. I'm not sure. So I hope you enjoyed this one. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna fucking cry. At least drop me a like, you know, drop me a subscribe. Tell me some kind reassuring words in the comments. Please, bro. Okay, bye.